another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding for game.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get out. Mamma said, I want me to go. I got no mamma telumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow move, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Boko, I be the master. Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love. Refinery, alligator. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring down. You really move, I really master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my terrapo, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money when I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master. I hear you. You know, when I came here.
All right, so that's enough of that. He hears you, but can you hear me? How am I positioned? Am I visible enough? Can you see me okay? Hold on, let me see. Yes, I can see myself okay. So he hears you, but can you hear me? Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company. Good to have you here. Always spend your time here, by the way. This is where it has to be. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Sounds good, good video. So thank you, M letter. You have to come in and tell us what that M letter means. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. That's how you're right there. Ayo has been festiving. I wonder if Ayo went to Nigeria for 30 December. He doesn't strike me as the type, but then of course it's always the quiet ones. Good day to you, good to be your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, click, click. That's the thing. That button, the one that says like, click on it. And then you see that yellow subscribe, click on it too. Click. You see, as I'm pointing that's a click motion that I'm showing you there. So click on like and then click on subscribe. So like and subscribe. Very, very important. That's the meat and drink for everybody that is streaming. And what I am doing now is called streaming. So click on like and click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It should be the first line item in the, yes, it will be now that I'm posting it. It will be the first line item in the comment section. click on it and then come into the studio. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can, and all of those things, all the usual things that people ask you to do when you come to live streams like this. I'm inviting you to do them too. So this is no different from any of your previous experiences. So like, share, subscribe. I think those are the three go-tos, and they like, share, subscribe, all that. And come in the studio, come and introduce yourself to me and tell me what your take on the politics is. So there's a whole raft of everything happening within the political cycle, and we should be, we may not cover all of them, but we shall attempt to be as wide as we possibly can. Alhamdulillah, says Hassan. And also say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. The hello so far, Agbadorian right there. Good to see you, Agbadorian. That is Adewale Olusegun right there. He says, who cares about Gumi? He tries to feel he is important. Give me a break. Well, we'll see how important he is when Donald Trump picks him up. There's Has Valiant right there, popularly known as Hassan. M Letter, a name that is now new to the space but recurring with some frequency. So that's M Letter right there, wanting a Sultan of Sokoto sanction. What's he saying? The Sultan of Sokoto needs to be more worried than Sheikh Gumi. Trump surely knows the Sultan's whereabouts at all times. Yes, I'm pretty sure that Trump is monitoring quite a few people in Nigeria. So that's how you're right there, of course. One of the VIPs of the platform. So that's how you're right there. That's Samuel Adeleke. And tell us where you're joining us from as well. So we can so we know the spread of the platform. That's really why we invite that. Because pardon me, we've got people joining us as far as Afghanistan. Yes, I'm not quite sure if it's still with us. I suspect that it still is. Hopefully it's safe there. But we have Nigerians as far as Afghanistan joining us. Dubai, of course, and the furthest reach is a regular from Japan. So I'm not quite sure. We even reach further than Japan. We've got people joining us from Australia. So tell us what part of the world you're joining us. This is Samuel Adeleke joining us from Long Bridge, LA. So good to see you, Sam. And that is Sheson Fascia right there. Just a simple hello, and that always does. That is Abimbola Olatubosun right there saying Happy New Year, but not knowing to say it with a super chart. That is I'm only joking, by the way. You don't have to. That is Ola Salau right there. Good to see you, Ola Salau. M Letter tells us that it's from God's own country, Dallas, Texas. So say hello in the comment section. Tell me where you are joining us from so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So a whole raft of everything, from the domestic to the international, the whole world, it seems to be in a state of flux at the moment. And life as we know it is not life as it will be going forward. I think we're all within that mindset. With all of the movement that is moving around the world at the moment, life as we know it is not the life as it will be going forward. I think we all know that. So we shall navigate all of the moving parts in order to condense it then to what we are making of the dynamism going on around the world. But before we get to the dynamism going on around the world, we go to the Nigerian space, and the language of the Nigerian space, always corruption. The language of I wonder sometimes how that country is still going on as a good. Nigeria has to be the richest country in the world, for all of the lootings that people have looted from that country. You wonder how it's still going as an entity. How Nigeria is still going as an enterprise. You wonder sometimes. Why that country should have collapsed a long time ago now. Even just what Abacha did to that country was so it took the entirety of the economy and packed it into its own foreign account. That was, they find middle range functionaries of the Nigerian state internationally with about $600 million in their account. Just an average middle of the road minion in some government or the other, 600 million. There are countless billionaires in Nigeria. And when I'm talking about billionaires, I'm talking about real money, not the toilet tissue that we use in that country. Dollar millionaires, billionaires, I'm saying millionaires, dollar billionaires, we have them in abundance. Just gluttonous, relentless, unremitting looting. And you wonder how that country is still going as an enterprise. So it looks as though they don't even steal to survive anymore or to enrich. So that's not what they are doing anymore. They are now looting as a sport. That's what is going on in Nigeria. That's my little boy's. That's my little boy's bottle. I couldn't find anything, so I'm using his. So they're now looting now as a sport. It's not even to enrich anymore. It's not to get babes. It's not to, they don't even buy houses in Dubai anymore. They buy estates. Do you know that Atiku Abubakar, do you know that he owns an island in Italy? Did you know that? These people are now looting as a sport. So what's led me to all of this funk? Good to see you, Arogidegba. That is Alex Onyema right there. And Hassan, of course, super chatting. They are now looting as a sport. So what's led me to all that? Let's pick it up from here. That dropped. Right, let's pick it up from here. So these are the lives and times and crimes of Abubakar Malami, or Abubakar Barao Malami is what we should call him. These are the allegations. We knew this guy was looting on an industrial scale. Even when he was in government, we knew he was looting at an industrial scale. But when the numbers come in, they're still alarming. We knew he looted to that level, but when the numbers came in, they are still alarming. So let's pick it up. The life and crimes of Abubakar Malami. So this is the rogue list. Allegations against Abubakar Malami. So let's see what this chappie has to say.
Naim be this Abubakar Malami. No, sorry, Abubakar Harami. I mean, when you spell criminality, when you spell thieves, when you spell criminal, Barau in capital letters, this is the person here, Abubakar Harami. This our uncle, he has surpassed Alice Madueke as the biggest thief, the biggest criminal, the most corrupt individual in Nigeria, just after Abacha. And I won't even call Abacha a criminal because he didn't build any university and all that. All the money we Abacha loot, we are now recovering the money and it is helping the country. But this guy, he has surpassed Alice Madueke because she has been holding the title of the biggest criminal. But now,
if you look at the list for a moment, this is the ICPC probe. So that is what does that acronym actually stand for? Can anybody in the comment section remind us what that acronym ICPC stands for? But this is the ICPC probe: illegal auctioning seized sea vessels. So and we knew all that in real time. By the way, I was monitoring all that thing in real time. They will seize vessels and accuse it of oil bunkering, and before the matters go through the court, Abubakar Malami has already sold it off, and we never really knew what the money went to or who he sold it to. So there was a lot of that. $2.4 billion oil fraud inquiry, illegal sale of 48 million barrels. So these are still seized assets. So he claims that people are bunkering oil. He will seize their vessel, sell the oil, sell the vessel, and pocket the money. Diversion of recovered loot, 300 billion naira and 2 billion from CBN. So a lot of the Abacha loot was relooted by this entity right here. This character, Abubakar Malami, is the worst. Yes, independent corrupt practices, independent corrupt practices and corruption agency, ICPC. So thank you, Hassan. So this guy, all of the Abacha loot, he relooted it. Diversion of recovered loot, 300 billion. And by the way, I'm not even sure. This is probably a quarter of the budget that we're running now, 300 billion naira and 2 billion from the CBN. Stall in 60 billion NMPC recovery, blocking fund, sale of seized assets, favored firm controversy. So what this guy was doing is he was seizing assets and then selling it to his either his acolytes or his proxies. So his proxy will be somebody acting on his behalf so that he can go and collect it after he leaves government. So that's a proxy. So he was selling it to himself. He was seizing assets and then using monies that he looted to sell it to himself via proxy. This was what this guy was doing. Sales of seized assets, judicial interference, proactive takeover, bill to centralized anti-corruption AGF power, 300 million OPL 247 scandal, contested deal, missing 106 billion naira from MDA's failure to recover, and on. But I'll let this guy explain it in detail.
And this guy has surpassed Alice Madueke. Now, let us just go through this more. ICPC probe illegally auctioning seized sea vessels. 2.4 billion oil fraud inquiry, illegal sale of 48 million barrels. Diversion of recovered loot, 300 billion naira and 2 billion from CBN. Stall in $60 billion NNPC recovery blocking fund. Sale of seized assets, favored firm controversy. Judicial interference, protective takeovers. Bill to centralized anti-corruption AGF powers. $300 million OPL 245 scandal. Contested deal. Massing 106 billion naira from ministries, departments, and agencies. Failure to recover. Professional misconduct. This guy really abused his office. He was the most powerful person under Buhari in Nigeria. This guy was dictating, and this guy was...
It was not only the most powerful person under the Buhari administration, it was actually the de facto president. You know that Buhari for a very long time was incapacitated. In fact, you could say for the entirety of his administration or his regime, because it wasn't an administration, the Buhari space, it was a regime. You know, for the entirety of the Buhari regime, it was incapacitated, and the de facto president, it wasn't the vice president, it was Abubakar Malami. He called the shots. Do you even remember when Buhari was in hospital in the UK for months on end? This guy, who was the lead head of the cabal, he was actually even preventing Aisha Buhari from seeing him. So he was the lead face of the cabal, and he was the de facto president, and he just used that opportunity. He looted so much. It was quite. I wasn't quite sure why they didn't pick him up immediately. Tinubu took over, because he was worse than Emefiele, who they picked up immediately. But there is Abubakar Malami, the number one thief in Nigeria,
doing anyhow as he liked under Buhari. This guy is the biggest criminal under Buhari. And I just say Emefiele thief. Emefiele didn't steal anything now. This guy did times 10. This Abubakar Harami did times 10 of that. Now, he wants to be the governor of Kebbi State also. And he's contesting under the ADC platform. There's an account called ADC Vanguard. They work for ADC. This is what they posted just before everything came into light. Prior to his appointment as AGF, Malami did not acquire 600 million naira mansion in Nasarawa GRA. Kano. 2.8 billion Ryan Hotel, Zaria Road, Kano. 1.6 billion Asbir Academy, Benin Kebbi. Asbir Arena Hotel, cinemas, restaurant, and malls, worth 3 billion naira. Gang of...
You know, a lot of these assets were even under his children's name. Abubakar Malami's children, they have assets in the region of, and by the way, they're in their early to mid 20s, so, and they own assets. There was a time that Sahara reporters did an expose on them. They own assets in the region of $250 million, etc., etc., all over. They own the entirety of Kebbi State now. All of the choice posh areas, they bought all of it. You know, shopping malls, grand hotels, schools, everything, all of them belonging to a 27-year-old boy. When did he finish school? What work has he done? What's led to all that? And that was the life that they were living and are still living.
looters. Now, this is what ADC posted about this guy, but they have gone to delete the tweet because he's now running under ADC as the governor. But we don't already save the tweet. We have already saved all their tweets. Same thing Labour Party did with Peter Obi. They called him the most useless governor in Nigeria. But when he went to run under LUP, they deleted the post. But we already saved it. So this guy has surpassed Alice Madueke as the biggest criminal. He even has the guts to be saying EFCC should transfer his case to another security agent's body. I've been at how they call him, because he thinks the EFCC chairman, I've been at the EFCC director, has a personal vendetta against him. In his own words, he says, so he wants them to transfer his case to another agency. You know what make EFCC doing in case? Bro, you will do jail. You will do jail. When I think say Emefiele thief, this guy thief pass Emefiele 10 times. Emefiele na just one drop. This guy thief more than.
You know what this guy is saying is exactly right. As much it was that's why I said I'm still alarmed that Nigeria is still going on as an enterprise. There's no reason why that country, the level of look at what Emefiele alone stole. That was enough to crumble the economy. And like that guy rightly said, Emefiele did not even steal up to 1% of what Abubakar Malami stole. What about Abba Kyari, the one that was cutting deals with Siemens for electricity and doing all manners of oil deal? What about Maman Daura? Do you know the level of money? They were just gluttonously looting, just everything like savages. They were just snatching, just claws everywhere, grab. It was quite wild. They were swallowing snakes. Anyway, let me not get too lost in the funk. But no, that guy actually should be shot. Never mind jailed. That Abubakar Malami should be shot.
And one bucket of water. What's happen? And this is what his platform had to say. The current party he's running under. Before he was sworn in as the AGF, the guy didn't have one. But when he got into office under Buhari, he started buying properties worth 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion, 600 million, 900 million, 1.2 billion. Only you. Some in Naira and some other deals in US dollars. Just take a look at this $2.4 billion oil fraud. Do you know what $2.4 billion is? Waiting. Oh my God.
But that's the sort of money that Nigeria actually goes out to borrow, you know. That's the sort of money that we go out to borrow. You know, the money that this guy stole is the sort of money that the country goes out to mortgage its assets as collateral to borrow. Just this one individual. If we do the quantum of how much this guy has stolen, you do the math now. The figures are on your screen now. Do the math now. It's quite frightening. And he has the temerity, the audacity to come out and be raging and riling against the incumbent government, telling us that Tinubu is this, that, and the other. You know, he wanted to be the governor. Let me tell you a little bit about Abubakar Malami. You know, in the tail end of the Buhari administration, he was looking for something that protects his looting. So he wanted to be the governor of Kebbi State. He picked up the form. But then during that time, Buhari said, anybody holding a government position that wants to run for an elected position, they had to resign from that government position before they could run. So that held his hand somewhat, Abubakar Malami, because he did not want to give up the Attorney General of the Federation position, because he was still working on some Paris Club deal to loot an extra $500 million. He was working in concert with what's Regina Daniels' husband, whatever is Nedu Oko. They were working in concert to do some Paris Club looting deal of $500 million, $500 million. So he was working on that deal. So he was going to pack his immunity in the Kebbi State House by becoming the governor of Kebbi State. But because he couldn't do that, he went and married one of Buhari's daughters and then packed his immunity under the Buhari name. Because, of course, Tinubu would not want to go up against the Buhari name. But now that Buhari is dead, Tinubu has there's nothing that protects him anymore, and that's why he's in custody. The guy is the worst of everything. Abubakar Malami is the new Abacha, is the public face of evil. That guy, Abubakar Malami, the new Abacha. So, ladies and gentlemen, meet the new Abacha, and he's the one now. And by the way, also one last thing on this guy. Is the money, this Abubakar Malami right there is the money man for the ADC. They are all relying on him to fund their campaign. And I think that's one of the reasons, and probably the main reason why Tinubu has caged him. He wants to take the money out of that system. But no, the worst of everything, Abubakar Malami. So still, pardon me, still within the parameters of the worst of everything, we're still very much on the Peter Obi narrative, to be or not to be. So Peter Obi came into the public consciousness by telling us that he's going to dismantle the structures of criminality, that there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, and he was coming to cleanse what rots in the state of Denmark. This is what Peter Obi told us. It was coming to dismantle the structure of criminality. I can bring you clips of him saying that. He said that he wants to dismantle the structures of criminality. He told us that, and he also told us that he's not desperate to be president. So now he's now allying with Atiku Abubakar, is allying with El Rufai, is forming allies with Rauf Aregbesola, etc., etc. So this is a party men that is going to work together to clean criminality out of Nigeria. So that's that. But Peter Obi moving to the ADC, it marks the end of his political journey. Do you understand? I think we all know this. Peter Obi moving to the ADC marks the end of his political journey. Because his followers, his adherents, they are quite insistent that they are not going to accept him deputizing to Atiku. And for everybody that knows politics, they know that he's not going to get the presidential ticket of the ADC. So if he doesn't get the presidential ticket of the ADC, and even Peter Obi knows that he's not going to get the presidential ticket of the ADC, we all know, every single person knows that. They have been permutating all sorts of fanciful, wild thinking that doesn't cohere with anything logical, but logic and reason tells us that the ADC ticket belongs to Atiku Abubakar. So the only slot, as soon as Peter Obi went into that party, the ADC, it signaled immediately that it was subordinating his ambitions to Atiku Abubakar. There is no other permutation that permutates outside of that. As soon as Peter Obi went into that party, the immediate signal was that he was subordinating his ambition to Atiku Abubakar, because Peter Obi, for all of everything, is a narcissistic, self-interested man. And I'm not saying that to be critical of Peter Obi, by the way. Those are necessary attributes of politics. You have to be narcissistic and you have to be self-interested. Look at that. Look who's come out from hiding. You have to be narcissistic, you have to be self-interested. So it's a narcissistic, self-interested politician. That's the sort of politics that Peter Obi plays. So it's a narcissistic, self-interested politician. And for all of the efforts that Obi has been making over the last 3 years, because Obi has really gone all out. Everything he has thrown into this journey. So for that journey then to peter out in 2027, he cannot abide it. So is now Obi, for all of everything, also is a pragmatic sort of a man. Peter Obi knows that he's not going to be president. That's one. Peter Obi knows that the only route that he can ever get into power is via Atiku Abubakar. And Atiku did tell the Southeasterners as far back as 2023, that look, the only way you can be president is through me. That was what Atiku said in 2023, and that is still what is panning out now. So Obi also acknowledges that his only pathway into the presidency is via Atiku Abubakar. So him joining the ADC now is him now accepting the realism of circumstance and then surrendering his ambitions to Atiku Abubakar. But there is a sticking point. Do you get it? There is a sticking point. There's a tiny little nuisance that wants to dabaru perfectly laid plans. A tiny little nuisance that wants to dabaru perfectly laid plans. The tiny little nuisance that wants to dabaru perfectly laid plans is called the obedience. Presidency or nothing. Obedient movement rules out VP role for Peter Obi. So I have always maintained that Peter Obi would not in any form be on the ballot in 2023. There is no pathway for him. And the moment he left the Labour Party was the moment his political journey ended. There is no pathway for Peter Obi to do anything. But the only good, the only memory that Peter Obi will carry to the future is that he has created an alternate movement that runs contrary, that runs in contrast to what obtains. Do you understand? So the obedient movement will outlive Peter Obi's political journey because Peter Obi's political journey has already ended. The obedient movement will outlive the Peter Obi's journey, and if there's sufficient enough brains within that obedient movement, then they will recalibrate it to form a formalized movement that can transmute into a party that presents a viable alternative to the status quo. Because the status quo is SDP, is PDP, is APC, and is ADC. So merge all of them together and they're just the fingers that clench into one punch. There's no... what's the difference? El Rufai was in APC. He sold us Tinubu now as early as 2023. He's now ADC. Atiku was PDP. Peter Obi was Labour. So they are all much of muchness and much of the same. So the only alternative, the only narrative that alternates to the status quo is the narrative being presented by the obedient space. But for that narrative to have mass adoption, Peter Obi has to be removed from that narrative, packed to one side, and then the core essence of the ideology that drives that narrative, it then needs to be crafted into a coherent movement. And that is the future of the obedient movement. So the abiding legacy of Peter Obi was that through him, not of his doing, but through him, an organic process that alternates to the status quo was created. But as far as Peter Obi's political journey is concerned, it ended on the 31st of December 2025, the moment he made the announcement that he was crossing. Atiku will punk him. Do you understand? Atiku will punk him. Atiku will play him like a BITCH. You know, because he has always been Atiku's BITCH anyway, but Atiku will publicly play him like a BITCH. The way he tried to beat the Yemsin Wike shield sideswiped it, Atiku will pistol whip Peter Obi in the ADC. It will koboko him till his bottom is raw. You know, the end of Peter Obi's political journey ended in on the 31st of December 2025. Presidency or nothing, obedient movement rules out VP role for P to B. Pardon me. The obedient movement has declared that it is not mobilized to support former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as vice presidential candidate to anyone ahead of the 2027 general election, insisting that its backing is exclusively for him to emerge as the president of Nigeria. You know, there are strong elements within that obedient movement that are sticklers for the power retaining in the South narrative. You know, it just rankles them, the arrogance of the audacity of northern politics that feels entitled to oversight the Nigerian state. And for all of their oversighting, all we ever get are characters like Abacha, Abubakar Malami, just these are foreign people anyway. These are not even Nigerian. You know, Buhari is from Niger Republic. You know, what's it called? The Yaduas, I think they are from Mauritania. They Tuaregs. The Yaduas, they are Tuaregs. Did you know that? Of course, you know the Dati Baba Ahmed family, they are Mauritanians. So none of them have any real allegiance to the Nigerian experience. They're just foreigners that seen muguns that they can straddle and ride. So muguns that they can straddle and ride. So Peter Obi or nothing for presidency. So the moment that Peter Obi loses that presidential primary will be the moment that the obedient movement will realize all that the rest of us have been telling them about their Messiah. There is just an opportunistic chancer. There is nothing else that they find outside of that. It's just an opportunistic chancer. Presidency or nothing, obedient movement rules out VP role for Peter Obi. Pardon me. The obedient movement has declared that it is not mobilized to support former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as vice presidential candidate to anyone ahead of the 2027 general election, insisting that its backing is exclusively for his emergence as president of Nigeria. The movement made the clarification in a statement issued on Saturday following what it described as deliberate misrepresentation and malicious propaganda arising from recent comments by National Coordinator Dr. Tanko Yanusa. So they are trying to sensitize the space. You will see a lot of narratives now that Obi has to be a good sportsman, that if he contests for the presidency, for the presidential ticket in the ADC, if he contests for that presidential ticket and he loses, which he will, as a good sportsman and a good party man, he still has to campaign for that party, you know, or otherwise it will look like a sore loser and a bad sport. And that is why I said they played him in a game that he didn't really understand. Obi is not equipped for all of these things now. It's not about jingoism and gaslighting. People are playing chess. Peter Obi is playing checkers. He doesn't have a clue what's going on. Let me just quickly through this. The obedient movement has declared that it is not mobilized to support former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi as vice presidential candidate to anyone ahead of the 2027 general election, insisting that its backing is exclusively for its emergence as president. The movement makes the clarification in a statement issued on Saturday following what it described as deliberate misrepresentation and malicious propaganda arising from recent comments by its national coordinator, Dr. Tanko Yanusa. Yanusa had earlier said on Channels Television that the obedient movement would remain within the African Democratic Congress ADC and abide by the outcome of the party's presidential primary. Even if former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerged as the candidate. So now, if Obi emerges as the candidate of the ADC, is it the expectation then that Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi would then carry their bags and leave the party? Because that's what they are inviting. That if they don't get the ticket, they will carry their bags and leave. So if other candidates, other contestants, other contenders, if they don't get it as well, should they do equally and carry their bags and leave? Do you understand? There's no rush. It's just everybody feels entitled within the Nigerian paradigm. Yanusa had earlier said on Channels Television's morning program that the Obedient Movement will remain within the African Democratic Congress ADC and abide by the outcome of the party's presidential primary, even if former Vice President Atiku Abubakar emerges as candidate. He said the movement was committed to democratic principles and would take its decision democratically within the ADC. As Democrats, we will go in there and contest equitably well with all contestants based on democratic tenets. We believe that at the end of it all, Mr. Peter Obi will come out on top with a large teeming population that is bringing into the ADC, Yanusa said in the interview. His remarks, however, fueled speculation that Obi's recent decision to officially join the ADC was based on perceived agreement to deputize Atiku should the former vice president clinch the ticket in the so there it is right there. So Peter Obi's presidency, a joint project for all Nigerians. So I think it's actually Tanko Yanusa that's come out to do the clarification. Do we get But that's just that. Actually, that's Peter Obi done and dusted. I think his political journey has ended. So hopefully, after the ADC primaries, we would never have reasons to mention Peter Obi ever again in our lives. I am amongst those marked by US for elimination. This is the bearded man. This guy is not indigenously Nigerian, by the way. This Gumi. I am amongst those marked by US for elimination. This is Shiekh Gumi. Kaduna-based Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has claimed that he was allegedly listed for elimination as a Boko Haram figure on the same day that the United States conducted an airstrike in Nigeria. The revelation came whilst Gumi addressed his congregation in a video that has since gone viral, posted on X by a user. According to the cleric, he received an early morning call from an unnamed source in Abuja who briefed him on the outcome of a national security meeting. He said the caller informed him that his name had been included amongst individuals allegedly marked for assassination. I received a call from a top official in Abuja informing me that I am amongst those marked by the U.S. for elimination through a U.S. airstrike as part of Boko Haram. Northern leaders and clerics must speak up against these lies, Gumi said in the video. The claim comes after the United States conducted airstrikes against members of the Islamic State of West Africa, ISWAP, in Sokoto State, December the 25th, 2025. The military action followed a statement by it's not the former U.S. president, it's the current U.S. president. The military action followed a statement by former U.S. President Donald Trump, but actually current U.S. president, who had threatened that the United States would intervene in Nigeria. Guns are blazing to wipe out the terrorists killing Christians. Shiekh Gumi, and by the way, so that's Shiekh Gumi, by the way. And the guy is a fool anyway. You'd have thought under this climate, he would have kept his head down and kept quiet. A lot of them are keeping their head down, and they're keeping quiet and just fading into the background. Of course, not wanting that focus. You'd have thought it's almost like he's daring the Americans to take him on. And we know that there's nothing that Donald Trump loves more than being confronted. He just confront his ego, and then you get the full brunt of it. You'd have thought he'd have shut his mouth and just disappeared into the background for a while. But that Shiekh Gumi then highlighting himself in the narrative of the American bombing. And by the way, the next phase, the next wave, if the Americans come again, we have the expectations that some people should end up in Guantanamo Bay. We already have the list. Abubakar Malami, who we just spoke about, Shiekh Gumi, who already puts his name forward, El Rufai, who told us in his own words that he was playing bandits. Do you remember that that interview? We have to go and look for that interview. Do you not remember that interview when he was governor of Kaduna State and he was telling us that he pays bandits? He told us now not to kill people. so that the bandits then would then, what would they do? They would go and buy more weapons to kill even more people. So we all roughly know the names of the sponsors of in banditry and insurgency in Nigeria. Federal government withdraws criminal charge against Natasha Akpoti. So this comes off the back of the Senate President Godswill Akpabio doing similarly, withdrawing court actions against Natasha Akpoti. The federal government has withdrawn the criminal charge against Natasha Akpoti Duaga, the senator representing Kogi Central. A notice of discontinuance was filed in the suit between the federal government and Akpoti Uduaga. The document dated December the 12th, 2025 was brought pursuant to section XYZ, blah, 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 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015. The notice states, the Office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation intends to discontinue proceedings in this matter. The notice was signed by M.B. Abubakar, Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federation, and Aderonke Amina, the Assistant Chief State Counsel. The filing was made on behalf of Lateef Fagbemi. So that's Natasha Akpoti right there being set free by the system. So that's Natasha Akpoti right there being set free by the system. So this now next one is very, very important and is very germane to what is going on at the moment. 7 categories of persons that must pay tax in Nigeria. I thought everybody had to pay tax. So let's go through. Hopefully it's a tabularized list. Categories of persons expected to pay tax in Nigeria. Here is a breakdown of persons expected to pay tax in Nigeria by law. Salary earners, individuals. There is this, before I read you that list, there is this narrative going round. I'm not quite sure how true it is or not, that if you are sending money from abroad home now, you should put a narration to the money. So let's say you are sending the money, you have to, in the notes of, when you are sending money, there's spaces where you can add a note. They are recommending that people put narration just so that the taxman doesn't grab out of it. So you say for Amina school fees or something, or for Ronke's wedding or something, whatever the purpose is, put a narration to the money before you send it. So that's what they are recommending now. So the categories of persons to pay tax are salary earners, employees, self-employed individuals and freelancers, registered businesses and companies, foreign companies earning income in Nigeria, asset owners earning capital gains, petroleum and oil-related companies, residents working for foreign employers who is not required to pay tax, children with no income. Well, you don't say Sherlock. Of course, children with no tax will be paying. How does that even come on the list? Individuals who earn no income or profit, unemployed persons with no earnings, minors unless they legally operate businesses, are steps to retrieve tax ID number with, I think we all need to have I might well have to pursue a tax ID number too, actually. Do we now need a tax ID number because we will never be able to get anything done in Nigeria without being able to show your tax status. So we might as well, rather than raging against it, we might as well just on board and do what is needed. Steps to retrieve tax ID number with NIN to avoid issues. Correspondents reported that the Joint Revenue Board and the Nigerian Revenue Service NRS has launched the Nigerian Tax ID portal to help taxpayers obtain their tax identification number easily. The tax ID is a unique system-generated 13-digit number assigned to all taxable persons in Nigeria for tax administration purposes. For individuals, it is linked to the National identification number NIN, whilst businesses and other organizations are linked via the Corporate Affairs Commission, etc., etc. So if you transact in Nigeria, yeah, I'll probably recommend that you go get that. So that's that from me. So I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to come in. You know, and by the way, please make sure that you are, you know, like I said, tap to make sure that you've clicked on the like and subscribe. Is the tap that I'm saying. They say the taps on Twitter, not on Twitter, on TikTok, don't they? Tap. Oh, let me show you this clip. Actually, let me show you this clip. This clip is still within that taxation bracket that we're talking about. So taxation. A lot of people criticizing it that the taxation is vesting a lot of hardship on Nigerians. But let me just play you this clip. A lot of people are criticizing the taxation for investing a lot of hardship on Nigerians. So off the back of that, watch this.
The total one, the 9,600 per person. That's the reason why the money is too much for our women to pay it every year. That's the reason I said, let us see Peter, our governor, to explain to them that the money is too much. That is our movement. Pay it whether they like it or not. They use skin to lock their stocks. That's the reason some fear here to pay because of the task force they carry in the market. Even though yesterday they carry stick and everything before that reason why we started this thing yesterday before this man hold us.
The peaceful protest at a point turned rowdy and free for all as some of the women charged on the security operatives. The song I No Go Gree took the air as they expressed their grievance and refused to be addressed by the SSG, asking him to call the governor. State Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Robert Okonkwo, on his part, said it doesn't matter the gender of whoever owns a shop in the market, as they are all expected to pay the levy, which he took time to enumerate.
If you own a shop, man, woman, child, old, young, it doesn't matter. You pay dues, which are, I will narrate those. 1,008 for full shop. 1,002 for development levy, 3,000 for tax. And if you look at this, if you divide that by 12, because it's once a year, you know it's minuscule. It's nothing.
Do you want to guess where that was? Tell me in the comment section, where do you think that was? And who was squeezing the necks of the people with taxation, choking the life out of them to the point that the people were on the streets rioting? Who was that? That, of course, your friend, not mine, Peter Obi. That was Peter Obi's taxation on the Anambrarians when he was governor. But the biggest critic of the current taxation now, of course, P. Toby. So that's it right there. I played the Kegite music. The link is in the comment section. If you want to join, you can join. Let's play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that. Where are they? I want to get the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niro Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Artist formerly known as Hassan, there he is right there. Nigeria is Valhalla or Wahala. And Baba joins us, I think, first time this year. So good to see you both. Still plenty of room. Anybody that wants to hop on. Still plenty of room. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let's start it off. Let's kick it off with Baba, actually, because we've not heard from Baba in a good while. So that's our comrade Omori in the house as well. If anybody wants to have their camera on, I may well be going with camera on as the year progresses, but not insisting on in this particular instance. But Baba, good to see you. Happy New Year.
Yes, thank you, one man. Happy New Year, everybody. Glad to be here again after some time.
Not a happy new year for the Venezuelan president, though, but carry on.
Well deservedly. He asked for it and he got it. You remember I sent you a clip, and you could see what the guides did to him. They sold him out. I salute you, co-panelists. Happy New Year to you all, and people of commentariat, Oga, Ayo, and Adano, and a host of others. I can't readily remember your names now. Please pardon me. I salute you all. I welcome you formally, and Happy New Year to all. So, and our esteemed viewers, I hope you are up to the protocols of the platform. You've clicked the like button and you've subscribed if you haven't done so. And don't forget also to share the stream. Yes, thank you, one man. I think the topical issue, particularly, I think, is the OBADC issue, and I've had a lot of on your platform and several private discussions from obedience. They are in la land as usual, with all kinds of permutations. But I just pity them because the question I asked in my private discussion is that did you listen to Obi's outing last time? I think it was about 3 hours. I could only manage, I think, about some 2 hours just off and on. And I like to be polite. I'm not impressed. It was wishy-washy. And I think the guy should just stick to his trading business. I think he should just be advised to stick to his trading business. He is just a wimp in the sense that he knows in his mind, in his heart of hearts, like you said, that he has no path to the presidency in today's Nigeria for the 2027 election. He has no path. So he's just in to see if they can do their normal blackmailing with his obedience, which he has no control on, and harass the people in the structure of criminality in ADC to allow him to take the presidency without a primary. And that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. He just allowed himself. He allowed the bandit in hijab Tanko and Ninadi and other women to convince him of the need. Oh, they will go there and fight. They will do the usual nonsense they've been doing, abusing people, and they are going to have loads of it on Atiku, heap on it on Atiku and his followers when eventually the penny dropped for them, because he's going to pretend to be doing primaries. He will not win, and at that point, the shit will hit the fan. They will show their true colors, and they will disturb Atiku to no end and mess up the election for him. He's just there for as a spoiler. He has nothing to offer this country by his parody of his whimsical interview the other time he gave, talking about washing toilet, talking about reading books, talking about going to foreign land, traveling to learn how to. You think the presidency of any country is it comes by the Unwa boy structure. What foolishness! Because once nothing, they are they are even using the emir, the Sultan of Sokoto, to convince him that Atiku will only spend one term, 4 years. He should be the vice president and he can take over. Look, the most important thing here is we are forgetting Atiku is 79. Atiku is 79. By that election, it will be full 80 years. So this is the only election left for Atiku. He has stepped down for several people as far back as 1993. He stepped down for Abiola. He stepped down for Abiola. He stepped down for OBJ. He stepped down for Jonathan. And in the twilight of his years, they are dreaming that he will step down for Obi. For what? So that Obi can do 4 years. And by 31, Atiku will be like 84, 85 years old. For something he's been pursuing all his life. That won't happen. They can keep on dreaming and doing all their permutations. It's not going to happen.
But Baba, all these things that you described, are we to say that it is not known to the obedient, or are they just in the realms of wishful thinking? Because it sounds almost like somebody's been nasty, but the politics is the politics now. Like you said, Atiku has been pursuing this. Is going to be an 80-year-old man, the very last opportunity for a lifelong ambition, and they are expecting him to give it up for Peter Obi. What would be the basis for that? For the greater good, because he loves Peter Obi, because he wants better Nigeria. What rationalizes that? How is that? How do you get what I mean? I'm trying to. It's just wild thinking. It's
very
craziness.
wild.
It's sort of like lunatic.
I don't think they are convinced. I think they're just playing political rascality. That's just it. They've made the calculation. If you can open Obi's brain and scan it, actually, if there's any machine like that, he knows he cannot. It doesn't have. They don't have the money. They don't have the structure. Even if he's going to stand alone.
Sorry, Baba.
Yeah.
Do you concede what I said in the opening phase, that the moment to be crossed that Rubicon into the ADC, he essentially signaled that he was subordinating himself to Atiku?
Of course. Look, the opportunity they presented to Tinubu is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's the opportunity they just presented to. Because even as a VP to Atiku in the election, once they lost that election, that is the end of Obi's political career, and that's the end of Atiku's career. So Tinubu has buried them just with 1 stone in 1 election cycle. He would have loved actually to contest on a different platform, but they don't have the money. because this is going to be one of the most expensive elections in this country, the presidential election. And the president already, all those that will give money, that will fund the ADC campaign, he's blocked all the roads. The whole of the South and up to even Central has been locked down. Has been locked down. Even the Southeast, they think is going to be impossible. I can tell you, and quote me, that vote will be divided. The Southeast vote will be divided. I don't just pull rubbish. That vote will be divided. Because if you look at when he declared that he's going to ADC, look at those people who were in that occasion with him. They did it in a hall. That kind of occasion demands that they do it in a stadium, in a large place, commanding large crowds.
I didn't see anybody there outside of Abaribe. That was the only
Abaribe and Ume, that's
yeah,
all.
those were that
and those were just finished politicians who just seized on opportunity and Abaribe, I think he contested on Abga, I think, Ume on Labour Party. So that is it. And OT has told them, I'm not coming. That speaks volume. That is not going. That speaks volume.
In fact, that's the only signal that anybody needed. OT not joining him is to see that, because that's the only serious person in that space now. So
it's not going. He knows he doesn't have a path. So they are just going to ADC to cause the usual disruption for Atiku, and serves Atiku right. He asks for it. Because the obedience are going to give them problems. The moment that he contested that primary and he lost, even with the vice presidency, which I think Obi will take, because he already signed it in his blood, he will take that vice presidency. And that's a welcome development for people like Tinubu. He will line them up. And with
Baba, can I disagree with you? I think Obi would want to take that vice presidential slot, but I think the pressure will be too much for him to be able to do that.
He doesn't care. No, he doesn't care, because he knows at that point himself and the obedient, because he's not in control of the obedient movement. It's a case of the tail wagging the dog.
Can I interject a little for a second?
Yeah, go ahead. You know, this is a free platform.
I think at some point, he has actually accepted that DP. They couldn't have the courage, the boldness, and the temerity to confront the Obedient movement, because the militant wing of the Obedient movement were not prepared to listen to that. That is why he's still playing dally with them. He's not sincere. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, comrade.
He's not sincere. I think at a point he already accepted that position, but he didn't know how to disclose it fully to the Obedient. I rest it there when it comes to my turn. I will emphasize on that.
You know, comrade, the funny thing there is, they told him Atiku will only run for one term. He himself pretend that he believes it. You and I know that if Atiku has good health, if God bless him with good health, he will do his 8 years. Because it's not the first time Atiku himself had been betrayed. The deal was for OBJ to run one term to appease the Yorubas, and then for a Fulani to take over. OBJ refused. He fell out with Atiku. Ditto for Jonathan. Same thing for Jonathan. Jonathan was supposed to just finish Yaradua's term, run one term, quit. They betrayed him. So he will not be anything. He will not bat an eyelid to betray whatever agreement he signed with Obi, or he agreed with Obi. God willing, he will do his 8 years. Then I want to see, yes, though it's not the first time it will happen, they will still find an excuse, the obedience that will stay with him, because not all obedience will leave him high and dry. They will stay with him. They will want to justify it, believing that in 2031, an Atiku is going to lose that election based on the fact that those who believe, the Northerners who believe that the 2027 election has been locked down and are just gearing for 2031, even the El Rufai of the ADC, are prominent northern people like Kwankwaso, Shetima, and a host of others.
My brother, except P2B is not in ballot, you know. If P2B in
don't
there,
interrupt
my
me,
brother,
please. Be civilized.
Tinubu cannot
Keep
have
quiet.
5%
Let
in
me finish. When it
Southeast.
gets to your turn, you talk, okay?
You
This is a
understand? Tinubu
civilized
will never
platform.
have 5% in Southeast. You don't know Southeast.
All right. Let's
I know Southeast pass you. You understand? You don't know anything.
P2B
So,
is
I
not
don't
in
want
ballot.
your interference.
Go and
I
mark
don't
it.
want your
If
interjection.
P2B actually in ballot, Tinubu
Can he stop him more? I leave for him, because these are the things you do should not tolerate this year at all.
Yes. All right, Patrick. Hold the passion. For your turn. But I wanted to add something. You even let me lose my flow of thought.
Yeah, that's what they do. Even myself, I'm just trying to readjust again and recollect my composure. That's what they do. Just the disruption is their way of life. The thing is, he has no part. They will spit on the face of Atiku the moment that primary is over, and I will love that moment. I will relish it. I'm waiting for it, when they will start to speak through their rubbish, because the only thing they know how to do and do well is to curse, to wish people death, and to abuse people.
Let me tell you this tiny little anecdote, Baba, and then maybe we'll move the mic around a little bit. We started to populate. I was on a space. This really shocked me, actually, what I'm about to tell you. I was on a space on TikTok being run by a hardened, obedient space. And they were talking about the Anthony Joshua situation. Could you believe they were saying boy people in Ruboni? That was what they were
Of course, you know them now.
I was alarmed. They just the lack of humanity of it.
I've had it before. I've had it. Even by the second day, they analyze it to me and all this, and I mean, and I start to wonder, what are you a writer? Are you writing a story, a fiction? Look, like you said yesterday, I followed the platform yesterday when that British journalist was by the scene of the accident. He said one word and you repeated it. You pointed it out, and I'm pointing it out. Yeah, the only thing he condemned is the driving attitude by Nigerians, not Nigeria, but the road Nigeria provided for us. He said even Britain doesn't have, some of British roads are not as good as that. And when this accident happened, all you hear is that there are potholes, the road is bad, no Nigeria. I start to wonder, that's a British man was broadcasting for the world, to the world. He said this road is perfect. What he condemned is the driving attitude of Nigerians, overloading of these vehicles, and stuff like that. So I'm waiting for that moment. I think they will primary maybe around between April and June, early June, they will primary. So I'm just waiting for that. I can't eat popcorn because of my dental problem, but I think I'll sip tea and be enjoying that moment. I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So I'm so excited by Peter Obi joining the ADC for no other reason than it provides content for people who stream. It's a rich field of harvest. We will just be milking it until the cows come home. So we start to do a quick snapshot, 3 to 5 minutes monologues. We go to Hassan, who may almost certainly have fallen asleep already. It's not like Hassan to be quiet. Hassan, you did there? It's already asleep. I knew it. I wonder what he's even doing. It'll be what, 3:45 a.m. in Nigeria now.
I'm here, but give me another 6 to 7 minutes, please.
All right, then we go to Comrade Omori and then make our way back to you. Benno is Uncle Benno is with us as well. One of the biggest names on social media. So when verified company. But Comrade, floor is yours. We are not just talking about Peter Obi, by the way. We're talking about Shiekh Gumi, who is on the run now because he feels that Trump is after him. Peter Obi, we feel that he has marked his own political obituary by this move. And then Godswill Akpabio and now the federal government, they've withdrawn their cases against Natasha Akpoti. I think they're just trying to quieten down the space with so much going on. And the obedient movement telling us that it's the presidency or nothing. All of that. Give us about 3-5 minutes, and then we'll move it on and open it up. Comrade.
All right. Greetings to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. I want to use my time to start with the Obi space. In as much as I'm very happy that there is an opposition, because I know the consequences of a government without opposition, which is bound to be despotic and very, very weak. So, in as much as I want an opposition, we have not seen anything formidable enough that will pose a serious challenge to the incumbent. My reasons are that about a year ago, I was so concerned about a platform for Obi. I don't know, time will not permit me to go into the political miscalculation he has made in the past, the way the obedient support was mismanaged, the way he was not able to manage the Labour Party, the way those that got elected into National Assembly, he wasn't in control. I mean, that's not good of a leader. You know, when you tell them the truth, the obedience are not comfortable with the simple truth like the ones I'm just trying to enumerate. When you talk to them, instead of giving you answers, they come up with all manner of excuses. You know, they will tell you he's holding the platform to his chest, tear to his chest. I confronted one person. She had to kick me out of our platform. I said, platform on which you want to contest a political position as important as a presidency, it's not something you keep to your chest. It's not something you do. It's not a bedroom affair. You know, the platform should be more popular than you as the contestant. That's what gives you victory. The platform should be known in every nook and cranny of Nigeria. You know, the advantage you had the last time was that Nigerians were simply, a lot of people were tired of, they were complaining about PDP and APC. They were suffering in the land. The attitude of Buhari, you know, did not give any sign of good leadership. So he took advantage of so many things that work to his favor. So they were telling me he started a few months before the election, look at what he got. Say, yes, the scenario is different this time around. You don't even want to make the same mistake you made in the past and expecting a different result. That is tantamount to insanity. So the same thing they told me last year, they were holding their platform to their chest. I'm taken aback that the platform they have been holding to their chest is the same article platform that has been whose former campaign office has been converted to the headquarters of ADC. So I'm not seeing anything spectacular in what just happened, apart from the need of having an opposition state. You know, for somebody that want to really truly aspire, you know, to the position of presidency in the Nigerian political equation, I'm not seeing anything, you know, in that direction. I give you we're almost back to the same issues that destroyed the PDP, that took PDP to its mortuary as we speak. These are the issues. You know, the banking and maybe talking to Atiku. That is impossibility. You know, for as far as politics is concerned, somebody that has dollarized the Nigerian political space since 1992, till now, this is barely his last chance. Any time from now, it's not, you know, it's not good for him. Somebody was telling me earlier today that Obi and Atiku, they have nothing. They have a cordial relationship. he calls Atiku his uncle, his brother. And that is very delusional. In as much as Atiku is annoyed of Wike, he's even more annoyed of Obi because he sees Obi as the obstacle to his victory in the last election. They are not getting it. I don't know how they read politics. So I was like, oh, it's an intelligent person. I don't want to go into that.
Sorry, comrade. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that Atiku would want Peter Obi to be his vice? Because traditionally, Nigerian presidents don't like powerful vice. And when the instance we saw a powerful vice was Obasanjo and Atiku himself, and we saw how that played out. And that was exactly why Atiku did not choose Wike as his deputy in 2023, because he was too powerful. Do you think that Obi might be too powerful a deputy for Atiku? And if Atiku gets that ticket, is it likely to jettison Obi and go with somebody like Amechi?
Okay, you give me more time to delve into this before I conclude on my former line of thought. See, even the first time he chose Obi it wasn't actually his free will. It was an attempt to please OBJ because of the political acrimony they had while in the office. No aspirant would want to choose an ambitious deputy, especially to the same position. So the first time he chose Obi was, he created a lot of division in PDP. Even his fellow PDP brothers from the Eastern region were not even happy. They said they were not consulted. So OBJ suggested Okoje Iweala. Atiku said party members would not be happy because I was not a PDP carrying member. He suggested Soludo, the present governor of Anambra. He said that was...
apologies, comrade. Give me about 3-5 minutes. Round up fairly quickly, and then we hear from Uncle Beno. Move it round. I just need about 5 minutes.
I will have been done by now. I'm just trying to address your question. So to cut the long story short, he suggested 2 names. Atiku said no, PDP will not be happy. So the third person he suggested was Obi. So Atiku trying to do everything to please to pacify OBJ, who he has wronged in the past, had no option than to accept Obi. That was how he emerged as the vice for Obi the last time. So this time around, let me just break it down for you. If Atiku is not willing to yield power to the South, and the obedience are saying this is the turn of the South, instead of Atiku, Tinubu should continue. We are back to the same factors that destroyed the PDP, that took the PDP to the mortuary. So Atiku forced himself on the ADC, which is going to get on a platter of gold. ADC as it stands today, every people there, from David Mann to the least person, is just a repetition of what happened in their last convention. Don't forget, the same David Mann was the chairman of that convention. Why they brought Iyocha from the corner to come and be the chairman of the party. A repetition of exactly what happened. So, if Atiku stands his ground of utilizing his own last opportunity, for his lifelong ambition of becoming the president of Nigeria, Obi is going to leave again. The time might not even favor him because you cannot run 2 presidential primaries in the same electoral cycle. That constitutionally is not possible, especially when you are not the umpire that will set the calendar. That is for that. If Atiku goes this way, even if he has opportunity to go to another platform, it's going to just be a victory, a walkover for Tinubu. And again, let's even assume without considering that Atiku says, let him go to the South. An average Amechi would defeat Obi. He is not willing to do the primaries the way it is. He wants a presidency on a platter of gold, which is not possible. Nobody gives you political power, not even presidential power, a la carte. It is not served. It's not served like a pepper soup and beer in a restaurant. So even if it is going to the ground, to the South, which is not even possible, it's not a possibility. It will be easier for the hell of a camel to go through the hell of a needle than for Atiku to zone this presidency, which is last chance to the South. And if it comes to the South, let's assume, without considering, Amechi will defeat Obi 10 times a day. Thank you. Are you still there?
If he's not there, Uncle Beno can carry on. It's Uncle Beno's turn anyway.
All right, just rest it there. If I have opportunity, I will add to what I have to say.
All right. Comrade, Uncle Beno, are you there?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes,
sir.
Please carry on. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, everybody. Well, as usual, I'm obedient and I like it when people come for us because it's like we are the most popular political follower on the Nigerian space right now. Everybody always come for the obedient. So I'm just here to ask a question from Baba. I'm so sorry, sir. Àbúrò yín ni mo jẹ́, ẹ má bínú. So I just have a question.
Yes, go ahead, by all
Why,
means.
yeah, why is it that with everything going on in Nigeria, anytime we are having political discourse, everybody just want to attack Peter Obi? I don't get it, sir.
Okay,
Is it
you want
is
the answer?
yes, sir? If you can quick answer that, sir, because
Okay,
I'm
because the
confused. Everybody
obedience
come for Obi.
themselves have attained a height of notoriety. You understand? Name a tribe, name a family, name a man, name an altar. They have not abused, denigrate, spat on. And for how long will anybody tolerate that? It happens on hourly, if not per minute, on hourly basis. Even those that have sympathy for them, that empathize with them, they end up shredding them. That is the reason why they put themselves on that pedestal and everybody is pointing fingers at them. No, if that satisfies you.
But yeah, of course, it makes sense because. Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry.
If I
I
may
hope
add
my
to that, we're not attacking, we're analyzing political issues. So there's no too bad in analyzing, except you don't want to listen to the truth. Except you just want to say Obi is the next president, like Obi the one to hear. It's not an attack.
Thank
you. Baba, I'm sorry. I hope my question is not causing that, sir.
No, naturally, there is this flu in the air.
No, often concern about you, sir, no, Baba. I'm obedient.
One thing they've managed to do to us, to every other Nigerian, they've made us develop thick skin to their abuses.
All right, back to you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Baba, for that answer. So what I just get from that answer is, if we are having political discourse, it's not about how to better the lot of Nigerians. That's just how it sounds to me. Like, if we're having political discourse, this is not about objectivity. This is not about how we can get a better person to manage the affairs of Nigeria. So it is about, let us find a way to also get back at the obedient. Let's attack them. Let's talk them down. So let us attack Peter Obi. Let's denigrate Peter Obi. That's the interpretation I'm getting from all of that, sir. And I'm saying this.
Uncle Beno, I think
Yes, sir.
one man, respectfully, I think is a platform owner like you, and you can give me an extension of time because his submission calls for engagement. Can you, Uncle Beno, tell me the qualities Obi has that will make him a better president than Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
You took that question.
Baba, can I chip in? Can I chip in something real quick?
No. Let him answer that. Sorry, Comrade Omori. You took that question out of my mouth. Actually, I was actually waiting for him to pause for breath and ask him exactly that question. What gravitates you towards Peter Obi, Uncle Beno?
Okay, first of all, in the first place, I supported Peter Obi because so far so good. He still remains the only one with no corruption records that stand out. He still remains the only candidate with no conspiracy about him. People might have come up with one thing or the other about him, say, oh, Peter Obi, I heard somebody, I think it was here, I heard somebody for the first time accuse Peter Obi of having money loaded in, what do they call this truck they used to carry money in Nigeria? That the truck was intercepted in Lagos and all of that. So basically for me, Peter Obi does not have history of corruption, and nobody can say with fact and evidence that made national news that, oh, Peter Obi did this or did do that. Secondly, Peter Obi is more or less like the younger among all the folks contesting. And lastly, Peter Obi message resonated with me personally. I like when people focus on what matters, what affect the ordinary Nigerians. Not let's beat around the bush or let's just push some narrative or some propaganda out there. And I like when somebody is running for presidency and we all know this person is not running for presidency for his own personal enrichment or selfish interest. That's what attracted me to Peter Obi. And I've said it several times. I said this on my platform too. I have nothing against Tinubu. The only thing is that I don't like his political philosophy. That's all. I also defended him on multiple occasions at times when people shows up on my platform and made some outrageous claim about Tinubu. I always tell them, no, you can't do that here. That's just me. And the reason I took the stand I took is I am an ordinary Nigerian. I have no political affiliation with anybody. If I have to do anything in Nigeria, I have to go for it on the basis of qualification. I have to go for it based on the fact that I have what it takes to do this business or to apply for this position or something. I don't have a godfather I'm going to call, and I don't look forward to one political figure to hook me up with another politician who is in a powerful position to say, okay, give it to him. So just like what we have here in the United States, whereby if you are qualified, you get what you deserve. I want the same thing in Nigeria. So when it comes to Tinubu, honestly speaking, I don't have anything against him. I just don't like his political philosophy. I don't like the loyalty politics, the godfatherism politics. They let me choose who will be this, who will do that. I just don't like it. I just feel like Baba don't give room for anybody to thrive except they get the go ahead from him. And I don't like the fact that he played politics is a game anyway, but I just don't like his type of politics because look at him. Baba is old. He will soon join his ancestors. I pray he lives to 100 and plus years. But what are we going to leave behind? I was very, very young. Like I said on my platform today, I was 10 years old when people have campaigned on the basis of, oh, I will give you electricity, we will build road, there is going to be healthcare, free education. I've heard that over the years. I'm just 1 year away from 50. So I'm just tired of hearing those same rhetorics over and over again. And that is why I just feel like, you know what? I think Peter Obi is a fresh blood. Let
Let me
me
ask
go
you.
with Peter Obi.
Let me ask you this question: what promises do you think Peter Obi would make?
Did you say promise?
Yes. What is he going to campaign on?
Now or what he campaigned on before?
No. What? Well, he campaigned on. You. The point I'm making is, everybody will have to campaign to the missing gaps within the Nigerian space. If
Okay.
if Peter Obi gets the ticket, all the we saw it with Buhari, by the way, we saw it with Tinubu, we saw it with Jonathan, we see it with all of them. They will tell you that the previous people that were there, they were rubbish. That these things that the country dearly needs, that if they get elected, they will provide it. Peter Obi will campaign on electricity, he will campaign on education, he will campaign on health, because those are the missing gaps in the Nigerian space. So the fact that you've been hearing it all the while, it tells you that it continues to miss. So and all of the people that we've elected them on on the belief that they were going to tackle those things. So if we elect Peter Obi, we will elect him also on the belief that he will tackle those things. But there is nothing in Peter Obi's antecedent to tell us that he will be different from what was previous. Do you understand?
I get the point you are making.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay. Now I can't tell you this is what Peter Obi will campaign on, but one thing I can say is this: Peter Obi is pragmatic and is objective. Peter Obi will simply look at what is missing. How can it be done better? And if there is anything at all that I am sure of,
Nigeria never have electricity.
if there is anything at all I'm sure of, Peter
Sorry,
Obi is not going to.
sorry, Benny, 1 second. Patrick, I'll bring you up one more time, but I've already told you that we're not doing that. You get your slot, you get to speak, but don't chop people up. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so I'm very well sure that Peter Obi will campaign on what matters to Nigerians. So, but let's leave that aside. I just want to understand, why is it that every platform, everywhere, people just choose to attack Peter Obi rather than looking at the current government and say, look, government can do this better. Government can do that better. It almost sounds like some people are just so pained that somebody is going to challenge Tinubu. I'm sorry, that's the way it sounds to me. It's like everybody, when I hear everybody, mostly when they are against Peter Obi, the rhetorics always sounds like, why can't people just leave Tinubu alone? So sometimes I'm even compelled to ask, should nobody even campaign against Tinubu at all? Let Tinubu just, only him come out and
Do you
campaign.
think
Let him be the sole candidate. That's what it sounds like. Yes, sir.
Yes, just a quick question, and then maybe use this to bring it home, and then we'll move it around a little bit. Do you think it's because of tribal allegiance? Do you think there's elements of tribalism in the people that support Tinubu that prevents them from seeing the faults that you see in him?
I won't say tribal allegiance to Tinubu per se, because I know a lot of Yorubas who are also part of the obedience movement. And I've seen a lot of Yorubas who don't support Peter Obi. And yet, even though they support Tinubu, they still call out Tinubu lapses. So I won't say it's because of tribal allegiance to Tinubu. I would rather say it sounds more like, can I say there's this core hatred about the idea of an Igbo person becoming the president? That's what it sounds like at times, because the attack on Peter Obi is just so outrageous. Anything happened, even while he's not the president, if anything happens, people just have a way of bringing it back to Peter Obi. And I'm so worried and confused. Like the Gumi situation you presented right now. Gumi has been running his mouth, doing whatever he want to do under this same president, Tinubu. Tinubu did not say him. He didn't say nothing. Like the show I did today earlier on. The problem we have in Nigeria has always been there. The Boko Haram problem, the bandit, everything. Tinubu came in 2 years, it got worse. He did nothing until President Trump said, look, I'm going to come into your country, gonna blazing. And all of a sudden, he started making moves. Only one appointment, just one appointment from Tinubu, removing the Minister of Defense and bringing in CG Musa. We saw how the Nigerian military all of a sudden, it's like they got a new breath of life. They all of a sudden become so super active. That's the point I'm talking about. It's like people just don't want to entertain that idea that somebody is going to challenge Tinubu. That's how it come across. I'm sorry, I'm just saying it as an obedient. And finally, regarding maybe Obi is going to be Atiku VP or something, I am an obedient. If they wake up tomorrow, either they run primary or no primary, and it comes out that Peter Obi is going to be vice president to Atiku Abubakar, then I will campaign against both of them, both Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. And I will start looking at how to even promote Tinubu better, because Tinubu can do a better job than Atiku. So all this belief that, oh, maybe if ABC can find a way to bring Peter Obi in, then Peter Obi is going to somehow rally the obedience movement to come and support the party or support that. It's not going to happen. Obedient movement is different. We are majority of us are independent Nigerians. We have no political affiliation with anybody. We just believe in Peter Obi dream, and that's why we choose to follow him. Peter Obi messed up tomorrow, everybody just go their way. We are not like those who are following Tinubu, who may have one reason or the other, or maybe because of whatever they can gain tomorrow, they are following Tinubu. We don't do that. So I agree with the analysis that, look, this thing will blow up on Atiku and Obi's face. And just like Baba said, as soon as they do the primary and Atiku Abubakar emerges the presidential candidate, that actually gives Tinubu what he has always wanted: kill two birds with a stone. Case closed. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, my brother.
All right. Yeah, you're handing over
Thank
the
you,
mic.
Uncle Beno.
One
You're
man,
handing
can I quickly ask you one question? Just one question, please.
hold on. I want to move it around because we've still got Prince Daddy. We've got Patrick that is itching. Patoski is here as well. And of course Hassan as well.
One second will have been enough for me. Just
all right.
1 second.
All right. Ask that question.
Yeah, does Obi represent? He was talking about.
Hold on, please. Ask that question. I'll add a question onto it, and then Uncle Beno condense it in just a snapshot, and then we'll move the mic round.
You know, Oma, I had a question too, but that's okay.
All right, everybody ask a question. Then Beno is now our emergency guest. Is now our VIP. All right. You go.
Yeah, Roman, you asked him what Obi was. You asked him what Obi was going to run on, campaign on. You know, he tried as much as possible to provide this answer. But does Obi represent what he preaches to you? Somebody that preaches production instead of consumption, and is the greatest importer. What has he done to show that he actually concerned for production? Does Obi represent somebody that, you know, if I look at Dangote is talking, if Inosi is talking, I know people that are interested in production. As the biggest importer, does Obi represent what he preaches in your own calculation? Thank you.
Yes, of course, if you ask me, Obi campaign on what he is going to do. It's a different system. It's a different government if he becomes the president.
From Anambra governor to now, what has he done to show that he's concerned about production?
Sir, being a governor is not the same thing as being the president of a country. When Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, how he run the state is not how he's managing the entire country now. In fact, I live and I grew up in Lagos. If you ask me to rate Tinubu performance as a governor to Tinubu performance as a president, I will rate Tinubu almost 70 over 100 as a president. I will rate him 30 over 100 as a governor. So it's two different things. I don't know if you get what I'm saying here. Somebody being a president is not the same thing as somebody being a governor. There are two different level of leadership. That's how I can answer that. So if Peter Obi said, if I'm going to be the president, I will emphasize production, he's automatically looking at creating employment. He's looking at how can we make this economy more productive? How can we diversify? How can we take this economy away from oil economy? That's just what I think he's talking about. So I don't know if my answer satisfies you or not, but to my own understanding, it's different. We can't expect to be doing the same thing all the time and expect different answer. For once, let us have somebody who bring in different approach to manage the affairs of Nigeria, rather than continuity of what we've had in the past. Thank you.
All right, Prince Daddy, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, great. Actually, this last response can I maybe answer my question? Uncle Beno makes it sound like Peter Obi is a clean slate. He doesn't have an antecedent, or he hasn't done anything before, and is a man of wealth. Is a man with wealth of information, and the way he's talking is kind of somewhat naive. I mean, we have Peter Obi's record on a lot of things, and that's how you appraise somebody's leadership or the ability to lead in the future. So him trying to paint that Peter Obi would talking about production and would do this and that. Well, he's had multiple opportunity as a governor to have done things that people will reference as part of his skills or ability to lead in the future or to be the president. And that's why, by the way, a lot of people actually, contrary to what he said, that it was called Tinubu 30%. A lot of people give Tinubu a lot of credit, and that's why they voted for him. Being a practical person that has done a great job in Lagos. You may disagree, but that's how people rate him. Peter B is not a clean state. We know a lot about Peter B. He's a field leader, and given now, by the way, he had the opportunity with the Labour Party to do something and show his leadership skills, and he failed there. So, Uncle Beno, don't pretend like Peter B is nobody. It's somebody, and it's somebody with a lot of record, and he's a failed politician, I would say. But on the issue of choosing a Southeasterner over maybe Tinubu, so it sounds like you yourself, you have a hierarchy of preference. You would choose, you said, Tinubu over Atiku. Do you have a prejudice against Northerners?
Is that your question?
Yeah, that is the question, but wrapped around what he said as well. So, in the totality of it, respond.
Okay, basically, my brother, first off, you said Peter Obi is not a good leader, and you give a lot of credit to Tinubu as the former governor of Lagos State. If I may ask, did you live and grew up in Lagos State, or you were just passing through Lagos State, sir?
I was born in Lagos State. I grew up in Lagos State, not necessarily under Tinubu, but I'm very much aware of Lagos
Oh,
State. I'm a
He's an
Lagosian.
American,
okay.
no, but
Yeah, so basically what you were saying is you were not in Lagos State when Tinubu was the governor. Okay, here is what I'm gonna say. Regarding Tinubu as a governor, I was in Lagos State, I lived in Lagos State, I went to school in Lagos State when Tinubu was the governor. The credit people are giving Tinubu, they are just giving him a lot of those credit for political points. Tinubu didn't do much as a Lagos State governor. The only thing Tinubu did was to put in an informal structure in Lagos State. And that informal structure is how they were going to generate and shared revenue in Lagos State. If you happen to be part of the people who are who are in his camp, yes, you are going to praise Tinubu forever. I have friends we went to school together from Badagry, from Ojo, from Lagos Island, and I can see how some of them benefited under Tinubu and some of them were crying. So I know what I'm saying, my brother. Everything you see that Lagos State turned out to be today, that is not the handiwork of Tinubu. That is the handiwork of those who came after him. Let's call a spade a spade. If you look at Lagos State today, the governors that really delivers in Lagos State, in my own opinion, is Fashola and this current Sanwo-Olu. Those are the people that really walk the work in Lagos State. They are the one I
what
will
about
give the credit
Ambode?
for.
Ambode too.
Ambode tried a little bit, but when you look at the people who really spent 8 years and what they did within that 8 years, that is massive. For instance, when Fashola was there, I was living in Ojo. Ojo did not vote for Tinubu or Fashola.
Sorry, Uncle Beno.
Yes, sir.
Whose template was Fashola, Ambode, and subsequently Sanwo-Olu? Whose template were they implementing?
One man, let's not play the game of this template. We know how things works in Nigeria. Governors don't come in and say, oh, I'm continuing what my predecessor left behind. No, it's your choice. Remember, there was a time when Fashola wanted to break away from Tinubu. In fact, that Fashola issue with Tinubu would have ended Tinubu godfatherism in Lagos State. Tinubu just realized that, no, if I continue to fight this guy with everything he has done, I will lose my grip. And then you have to figure a way to settle with him. Let's not go that route, sir. A governor can come in and change everything you have in place. But like I said, I
Uncle
give
Beno,
Tinubu
can you
credit
give me
for
just
at least
30 seconds to interject you?
Sorry,
Because
Baba. Let him hold on.
I'm itching
Let
because
him land. Let him land that point. Let him land that point. Carry on. Land that point, Beno.
One man, I came here
Yes.
for Uncle Beno.
I
Just for you
know.
to know.
I know. Beno has now become the emergency special guest.
No,
He didn't
we
even
did
plan
it
it, though,
together today.
but he has
You
become special
understand?
guest. You know, Ola, of course, is a
we,
good friend of
we
yours.
Martel.
Yes.
We have Ratel, so we
yeah,
call
but
ourselves
okay, I think we've cut his thought off. So let Baba push him, and then you push him as well. Baba first.
Yeah, Uncle Beno, I'm glad you
Yes, sir.
you grew up in Lagos, but I think you're forgetting a lot of things. Tinubu started a lot of things. He built schools. What do we call those schools? Now we just a replica of the federal government school.
Model school.
Model school. He built model schools, beautiful ones. That is one. Two, he established Loma. You remember wherever you are, those rubbish we see flowing into the streets, they cleared them. Three, he established LASMA, uniform them. He established, despite Baba OBJ's opposition, he established a power grid, about 6 of them in Lagos. I can go on and on and on and on. The Fashola we talk about, the apprentice under him. Ambode apprenticed under him. Ditto for Sanwo-Olu. I mean, he did a lot. And for Obi you are talking about, let me correct you. The sums of money they discovered in the car, which he came to claim, happened in Apapa in Lagos. That is true. And don't forget the Pandora.
Sorry, Baba. But sorry, apologies. Just 1 second. Let me give you the address, Uncle Beno. Number 7 Aerodrome Road. Apapa. And that property belonged to Peter Obi. 250 million naira in raw cash that he was looting from Anambra.
And there is a Pandora issue, which was investigated by International Consortium of Journalists. So just don't let me waste time because others are waiting. It's a long sheet out there. Thank you, Uncle Beno.
Uncle Beno, should I add to that what Baba said before you move on? Do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. I'm learning from all of you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And I learned the other time you told that Obi is as white as snow, an angel. When did you listen to Obiano when this man said Obi committed what they call team and lady, and that's his accounting term, and it's a serious financial crime, especially in the Western world, especially where you live.
Oh, hold on for just a literal 1 minute, Ola. Hold on 1 minute.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion, technically, you know. But he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can see it's teaming and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you
look,
do?
Our accounts are properly audited. If you know, I have the.
Sorry, one man. Can you hear me?
No, I'm still the one speaking.
Baba. Sorry, let me just do.
No, I've not finished my thought now. So you will.
This thing that one man presented. One man, I told you that this video is not an argument against Obi's corruption. No, it won't work. What this video is simply saying is that Obi left 15 billion cash. If he left 35 billion and he left 15 billion in checks to be paid. So if you subtract 15 billion from 35 billion, that's 20 billion. So Obi left 20 billion. So if he left 35 billion and give you commitment of 15 billion, it is left for you to know how you are going to manage it. But Obi left a surplus of 20 billion. That is the truth. So let's not use this.
Yeah,
It will
but
be
it
a
speaks to
propaganda. It's a
integrity.
lie.
It speaks to integrity and
Uh,
narrative.
No, no, it
God
doesn't.
bless
It
you,
doesn't have
speaker.
anything to do with
God
integrity.
bless you,
no,
my
no,
brother.
No,
no.
let me. Sorry, I will release to you.
Unfortunately, Oga Patoski, I will be the one to counter you on that.
No,
I know.
I'll
Hold
show
on.
you. I'll show you
Even
why
though
it
you are
is
an
not.
expert, you are an expert in the field, but you and I know how the financial industry they cook the book. Now, let
And by
me
the
say
way,
something.
sorry, Ola. The two people speaking, Uncle Beno, Patoski and Ola, they were senior, and when I'm saying senior,
Bankers
extremely senior bankers in
And
Nigeria once
Oga
upon a time.
in
Patoski,
the
they
era of
and
boom.
so Oga Patoski, they manage a whole branch. They do the work of a big this. So me, I just one small unit I did for headquarters. But then,
All
Banker
right,
na banker.
Ola, just to push you a bit, put our position to Uncle Beno. Uncle Beno, respond briefly. I'm conscious that Hassan is now 4 a.m. nearly 5 where he is. Carry on.
now see, Patoski, what you are missing there is what they call misrepresentation. Even you and I know that in citizenship, the matter all lead to.
Sorry, Ola, don't take on Patoski because it can go on for.
Okay. See,
Yeah.
No, what Obi did was simply tame and lady. You understand? You misled the public of the real situation, not telling the truth. So that one will take an expert
My
like
dear,
you.
that man grade that statement of accounts.
So not something for expert like you. You understand? You presented a different figure, but it takes someone with technicality to know that okay, this is what happened. You intentionally misrepresented the opinion. Now, another thing that Obi did is this, you understand? Anybody can go and try to verify the impact. Now, when the like of Obi moved the money of Anambra, the money you were supposed to use for fiscal, investment, that you put it in your bank where you have interest, you understand, to be yielding. Two things could have occurred that time. Number one, you jack up the stock of Fidelity Bank. When you jack up the stock of Fidelity Bank, you will have some kind of insider trading.
Olama Benujo, put a position to Beno, and then we move.
And that's what I'm saying. What I'm telling is simply telling Uncle Beno is this.
All right.
Obi was technically corrupt, and he did it in a very complex way that he knows that if you are not an expert, you don't understand anything around finance and how you do financial manipulation, you will never knew that Obi was corrupt. That's exactly what I'm saying. That guy was completely, I don't know, the commercial was technically, his competence is is very skillful in highly technical corruption. So that's what he did there. But for common people like you and myself, we won't talk about that.
Mama, can I come in? Can I come in? Can I come in?
Do you still want to, Uncle Beno, do you still want to say Obi is not corrupt? So that I can even take that one personally with you.
Yeah, no,
in the background.
but just to move it around. Yeah, Uncle
Yeah.
Beno, just respond to however you've understood what's been said, and then we hear from Hassan, who has been. It started with us.
Okay, thank you very much, my brothers. Now, in terms of corruption, I am not the one who is going to vouch for any politician when it comes to he's corrupt or he's not corrupt. I simply go by what is in the public domain, what has made it to the media. I am not in their houses, I don't work in their offices, so I'm not going to be this person is corrupt or that person is corrupt. Now, what I understand with the video you played is simple. I'm not an accountant, and thank God we have experts here. What I do understand is that Obi claim I left so amount in the government coffer when I left the government house, and the person that came after him said no. Yes, he left this money, but he also wrote a lot of checks that they came to collect when I came into power. Is that not what the man said? So, which means Obi still left him money. Now, compare that to the rest of the governors we have in Nigeria. Please, let us be realistic now. One man, if I ask you right now, the governor before Dakwa Abiodun, how much did he left in the Ogun State account? Go to Ondo State. How much was in the account? Let each governor come out and tell us what their predecessor left in account. But Obi came out and said, I left so amount. We and those who are experts, like Baba, my other brother now, they are the one who actually look at it. That, no. This thing is technical. This is not actually what is going on. But can you sue him for that? Did he transfer debt to his successor? So let's be realistic. Now, if we flip the script,
So,
let's go
sorry,
to
Uncle Ben.
Tinubu
No,
himself now.
I was going to round you off and
Okay.
go to.
All right. Thank you. No
Oh,
problem.
no,
No problem.
hold on. I was going to round you off and go to Hassan, but you are pushing me a little bit. Should Obi not have left a debt for his predecessor, for his successor? Should they not have left a debt?
You mean he's supposed to have some debt? The successor will come and clear after him?
No. What I'm saying is because a lot of people try to sell this Obi leaving a little bit of credit in the Anambra account as a positive, but I am saying that leaving that credit in the Anambra state account is a negative. It's evidence of bad governance. Anambra suffers a lot of developmental deficits. A lot of developmental deficits. So if Obi leaves a credit, that is to tell you then that he has not expended enough to tackle where the missing gaps are. He should leave debts that develop that state so the economy expands. Do you understand?
No.
Developed state cannot leave a credit and claim that governance. You are not meant there to. It's not a thrift something. It's not there to save money. It's there to develop the state. So if there are developmental needs and is leaving a credit, then that is a negative. It should leave a debt, but that debt justified by developmental projects. That is what governance is. Do you not think?
One man. 15, one man. Baba, may we not do this thing. I agree with what everybody said. Okay, Obi is not a saint. In fact, he's the worst governor in Nigeria. Maybe if I agree with that, that will make sense. But if I now ask you, one man, Obi and Yaya Bello, who would you vote for president?
Yeah, you are saying the devil and the deep blue sea now. But
but it's a simple. No. Don't run away from this, bros. I beg. Yaya Bello Obi, who would you vote for president? Let's be frank.
But Yaya Bello is not running now.
I will vote for Fashola ahead of Peter Obi. Okay. No.
Yaya Bello is not an option, so let's even don't talk about that. Yaya Bello is not an option.
One man. Do you know one thing that one man? Do you know one thing that surprised me up to date? Do you know none of us have asked one pertinent question? That $50 million in fixed deposit at Fidelity left there for several years. What happened to the interest? What happened to the interest
That's what I'm trying to talk about.
accruing in that account? Who chopped that money?
And
Because
beyond that, Baba, because they keep saying all these things, and I want to put it to Uncle Beno. If you are actually a Nigerian, I believe you're an elderly bro, right? You are a Nigerian.
Yeah, around about your age, Uncle Beno is a young man.
I think, well, okay. So,
only Kubao.
Yeah, don't worry now. Yeah, Yoruba is not a full Yoruba.
I want to tell you today, Uncle Beno. I want to tell you today. Think about the worst of the worst of the worst governor in Nigeria, right? Think about the worst of the worst of the worst governor in Nigeria.
they left billions in their coffers when they were leaving government. And then you spoke about Ondo State. There is no governor in Ondo State since 99, right, that did not leave at least, listen to this, at least 20 billion. The highest was Mimiko. Mimiko left over 100 when he was leaving. Okay, but Ade Farati left over, I think, over 35 billion when he was leaving. Even the Agagu, that was very corrupt, he left almost 40. But I believe these folks, they see it as normal thing. They didn't really see it as, because they did a couple of other things. They don't really have to keep hammering on that. This Yaya Bello that you are speaking about, Yaya Bello left almost 80 billion. Go and check. There's no governor in Nigeria. I'm telling you now, the worst of the worst governor that did not leave funds behind. But the reason Obi keeps saying that is because, Uncle Beno, have you lived in Anambra State? Have you visited Anambra before? Uncle Beno, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Am I supposed to
I can
lie
ask you
about
a
that?
question, my brother.
Wait,
Bring
am
me
I
up,
supposed
ask
to
me a
lie?
question from Anambra State.
Uncle Ben, no, let me just tell you one thing, right? I know that most people who, and I keep saying this, and I will keep repeating it, I will reiterate it until some people who pretend to be deaf, until they will open their ears and listen. When you parade 10 Nigerians, when you parade them, I can beat my chest that at least 8 of them, they have visited Lagos State. The remaining 2, they have passed through Lagos State. 7 out of those 8, they have either families or friends that maybe lives or is doing something in Lagos. But the same 10, right, I can beat my chest that at least 9 of them, they don't even know how to take a bus, right, to the southeast, let alone Anambra State. And I'm telling you today, as I'm telling you right now, right, until recently, Oka, the Oka, right, the capital city of Anambra State, is a glorified village. A glorified village. It does not have any road going back and forth, just only one road back and forth.
Why are you saying all this? Have you been there before?
Okay, it's not that I've been there before. I had my university education in Anambra State. So listen to me, Uncle Beno, carefully. I had my university education in Anambra State, coincidentally during Peter Obi's time. You know what we call him then? Nobody wants to visit.
Thank God they have a university education in Anambra. So why not Lagos? Why not have Lagos?
They call him Adobe. Adobe, that's what they call him. In the entire southeast, when they are talking governors who performed, Obi will not be mentioned. Obi he was the worst governor in the set of Obi's time. I'm restricting it to southeast now.
Bros, no verse.
Hold on. When Obi was governor in Anambra State, they were praying that why couldn't God give them the governor of Enugu State, Sullivan Shime? They were telling Obi, go to Enugu State and go and look at what Sullivan Shime is doing in Enugu State, right? Go to Imo State. When you are traveling to the southeast, when you are taking a flight, when you stop by at when you land in Owerri, that is probably the civilization there. When you live in Owerri, you come to Anambra State.
Bros, no verse. We don't have to
Propaganda number 3.
We don't have to stress this, sir.
So
All you are saying, sir, wait, sir. All you
Beno.
are saying is he doesn't perform, right?
What
Maybe we don't waste time of other people.
What you don't know, right? What you don't know. What and I'm so surprised that at I don't know your age, but at your level, you can confidently speak about what you don't know, and then you don't want to know.
Bros, let's not go that route. That sounds more like insulting me. Let's not
no,
that.
don't insult Uncle Beno. It's a gentleman.
No, bro. Let's not do that. It sounds more insulting like that.
One man. Let me. It's not. You live somewhere in Lagos. The place you lived and you saw what Lagos was, and what Lagos is, right? And you people who will not even, who you cannot recommend Anambra State to anybody to go and live in Anambra State, but you are those people, they will come and tell you about somebody who was Anambra governor when some of us were in Anambra State, and we knew what he did. The person that he was governor in Anambra State, and the entire state was shut down. The health facility in Anambra State was shut down for 13 months. Doctors were on strike for 13 months, and they did not call off that strike. The strike action was called off not because it solved the situation. It was because at the end of the day, those people got tired, right? And they had some other alternatives. The same person that the water corporation in the entire state was on strike for almost 10 months. So what are you talking about? You've not even.
So what's the point you are making, my brother?
All right. Anybody, let's do this. Let Uncle Beno round up, and but Uncle Beno, what you're hearing, because I think a lot of people have been, a lot of people may have been seduced by the hype of Peter Obi, but what you're hearing are people that have actually delved into the history of Peter Obi, because Obi invited us to go and verify. So people that have delved into his history, or people, even a good example, enigmatic, that lived through Obi's tenure, that are just alarmed at the rebranding of this man. But bring it home and then we move it around.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother Woma. I just wanted to say this. Please, we can have political conversation without insulting anybody. This is politics. Everybody have the right to support whoever they want to support. I've said this on multiple occasions. I don't have issue with anybody supporting Tinubu, or you are supporting Atiku, or you're supporting Obi. At the end of the day, except they are paying you, which gives you the right to fight anybody to death. I don't think it calls for us fighting each other over this. We can disagree on opinions. At the end of the day, majority of us are not even living in Nigeria. So please, when I showed up on platforms, I'm not coming to platform to insult or fight anybody. I'll just say my own point. We can agree, we can disagree. We learn, we move on. So please, my brother, I'm not fighting anybody on this. When it comes to this Nigeria politics, what's important to me might not be what's important to you. And I've explained here, for me, I just want to see Nigeria thriving. And I look at everybody who has held the position of president in Nigeria and those who are still jogging, getting prepped to become president. And I feel like among all of these people, Peter Obi is the one that appealed to me the most. That is my right as a Nigerian. Now, if I'm trying to convince you to join Peter Obi and you say you don't want to join him, it's not I'm not in the right place to force you. Now, if you are trying to convince me to also support your candidate, and I don't want to support your candidate, we shouldn't fight about that. Here in America, the last election, my wife voted for a different person. I voted for a different person. In fact, the day we were going to vote, we the same vehicle, now what the same motor we drive, reach where we go vote. So please, let's not fight about all of this. Tinubu, if he did well, fine. If he doesn't do well, it is what it is. For me, I just want something different. I want a change in philosophy. I want somebody who can fight corruption. I want somebody who think about the poor masses more than appealing to, oh, let me build structures, let me construct this high scale. No, let the people live and survive first. That's what matters to me. So to just round up, woman, thank you very much. To my brother who asked me, who said, why am I not supporting Atiku? Maybe I hate the North. Far from it. I just don't like his political ideology. I don't like the way he moved. If you look at PDP and all the things that were going on in PDP, Atiku was responsible for most of it. Atiku has been the one who do not respect the whatever informal arrangement they have, whereby they will say it is the turn of the South, is the turn of the North. Atiku is the one who don't respect it. So I just feel like this man who has been contesting over and over and over again. If this man becomes president, alarm go blow. And what did it for me was when Atiku was asked in an interview, people say if you become president, your friends will be the one to benefit. And he said, and so what? Are my friend not supposed to benefit? And that was it for me. I just feel like I don't want this man to be my president. That doesn't mean you provide me another candidate tomorrow, I won't support him. So please, it's not about that. And when it comes to Tinubu, I said it right here on this platform. If you ask me to rate Tinubu as a governor and rate Tinubu as a president, again, when it comes to rate Tinubu as a governor, I will rate him 30 over 100. You can rate him 100. It all depends on how you see him. I don't know what part of Lagos State you live, but I live in Ojo mostly when I was in Lagos State. And until Fashola comes in, Ojo has always voted PDP. And Tinubu don't like them for that. It's a fact. Until Fashola comes in and started constructing road indiscriminately, putting this in place without minding whether they vote for him or not, that's why I just prefer that. Okay, I like this Fashola style more than Tinubu. So please, we are not supposed to be fighting over this. So in all and all, Peter Obi moving to ADC. I've seen a lot of people attack him. Some people say, oh, he can't even control Labour Party. He can't even... Remember, this man did not create a Labour Party. He used Labour Party as a platform. He brought relevance to them. And the leadership of Labour Party that were supposed to be blamed for not trying to leverage that advantage that Peter Obi brought, they are the one who should be blamed. But people blame him, he's still fine. Now he joined ADC. And we, the obedience who think like me, we are simply putting out our own ultimatum. Bro, so
We
you don't go
move, we
join.
move, we move.
We say, bro, so you don't go join ADCO. That's okay. But the only reason we are following you to ADC is if you emerge the presidential flag bearer, which, like all my bonds have said on this platform, it will be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle than Peter Obi winning Atiku in his own new party that he is funding. But I still have this reservation that probably the reason they brought him back in, they've now realized that there is no way on earth they can defeat Tinubu if they have to go to the poll right now without
They
Peter
try to
Obi and
use
his
him and dump
supporters
him, sir.
behind
They
them.
try to use him and dump him. I said
Yeah,
a bit to be sharper, to be more intelligent than that.
So for me, my final take is, I've said it here, one man, you heard me say it on my platform too. Peter Obi agreeing he want to be VP or something. I'm not sending Papa. Koko Shiloni, Masovun Koshi
That's
Ekobadi
the agreement.
Kongbalo.
That's the
That's it.
agreement
Thank
already
you
now.
very much.
That's the
No,
agreement.
All right. Thank you,
thank you,
Uncle Beno.
Wamba.
We must move on. But everybody go follow Uncle Beno. It's Uncle the word, and Beno is Beno.
One more, can I come in? Can I come in?
Guy, but I'm talking now, so let me just land now. So everybody go follow Uncle Beno. It's Uncle, and then Beno is Beno. It's a very esoteric platform, and just as is demonstrated here, he handles the platform with the elegance of the maturity of somebody that wants to engage. So go follow him. I think Ola has been there a couple of times and he enjoys it, and I've been there quite severally, and I enjoy it too. So Uncle Beno, follow him. But Uncle Beno, stay with us. So you've just turned yourself into a guest. You only came in to say one or two words, and then you become suddenly the center of attention. All right, we go on from Uncle Beno to Hassan, if he's still there. But on our way to Hassan, there's a Tokwe O in the comment section asking about our girls, saying, where are all my girls? As I told you, Tokwe, your girls are in Nigeria doing Dirty December. So here is Chioma and Dupsy doing Dirty December in Nigeria.
We're in Nigeria. We're doing Pepper Them Gang.
Pepper Them.
Dirty December
For one man.
I
put this video for one man.
Dupsy and Chioma, we are live.
Oh my God.
For one nation. We're going to do Pepper them
Pepper
gang.
them
30
gang.
December 2025.
2025.
Yeah.
2025. Hi, woman.
Hi,
And everybody on
woman.
the panel. How you guys doing?
We love you all.
So Tokwe, those are your girls right there, drinking champagne and wasting money. So we go on from Uncle Beno to Hassan. Hopefully still there, almost actually asleep. Hassan. Yes, I thought it would be. And then we go on then. Oh, Oga Kwata Kwata, salam alaikum. You have strength, oh. I thought you would have been knocked out by now. Well done. So the conversation. Let's hear from you. We've covered the whole raft of everything, but I suspect you want to speak to Sheikh Gumi.
Yes. As much as I um don't like the way Gumi, has presented himself, has spread, a virulent and despicable kind of ideology, and especially his defense of criminals who, do a lot of devilish things against innocent people and who always want to champion their rights and all that. A lot of us have been complaining for so long that he should be checked by the government. Yet somehow he keeps evading their, you know, uh, any form of interrogation, or maybe they do it in secret or whatever. But we don't yet seem to have seen anything substantial. However, since yesterday's you know regrettable incident in Venezuela, and then today too. So one man, in the midst of all this brouhaha and this concentration of what is happening in the South American Sea and the Venezuela and in Venezuela. um so your you people's three-letter agencies tried to assassinate Putin with a swarm of drones yesterday. So it's now coming to light, and the cowardice that your prime minister showed, yet he had the gall to try to assassinate Putin. Yeah, did you guys? He's playing with fire. I just don't wish that uh, this thing set up a sequence of events that we will have a nuclear winter, and then it wouldn't matter anymore whether who is wrong or who is right, or anything. Subhanallah, may God be with us, and that is one part of it. So a lot is happening at the moment behind the scenes, and the Pandora's box has already been opened for anybody who is jubilating that a bomb was dropped on Sokoto. Well, uh, I just uh, want them to know that yeah, it's not going to be very far away, that it's going to reach us. They have already decided that West Africa is going to be a battleground. So everybody is rearming. World War Three has maybe essentially
So
started.
who's made that decision? Eric Prince or whatever his name is. Because I see you all over doing all this conspiracy theorizing. The world is going to a global reset. I think we can all see that playing out in real time. I'm not quite sure it's especially and that nuclear Armageddon that you spoke about. It might well not be too far fetched. If because of course nobody is going to give America free reign to run riot. So we'll see a lot of movement. Nigeria is in play as well. I think the Israelis will try to grab hold of Nigeria and all of that, but the world certainly is going through a global reset. But that
I,
resetting disadvantages the excesses that is coming out of the north.
well, I whatever the excesses is, I don't think that we deserve to be exterminated, because that is the agenda. It sounds like conspiracy theories, but when you look at the national security strategy of the United States and what they have, explicitly said about the African people, they said already, the guy with Blackwater, who that he already said that we have the lowest IQ, that he wants Africa to be recolonized, and if it were to him, he wants us just all to be exterminated, and then they can make better use of the land and the resources of Africa. He said that it's on the internet and all that. But what I want to say, let me just stay on the facts of the matter. As far as Venezuela is concerned, it's not all done yet, because up till now the structures are still in place. People say the vice president is compromised, and the woman, because Trump said something else and she said the opposite, and they are keeping a resistance posture. And maybe it would have to take U.S. military boots on the ground. We're going to see, but uh, you guys in the UK have already known to be instigators in the European Second Civil War and the First Civil War. You are all participants, but in the European Second Civil War, your Churchill, that blatant narcissistic genocidal idiot, actually did a lot of harm to the people of India by killing them and all that, giving them famine and all that. So we are seeing Germany rearming. The Polish president yesterday gave a press conference, and Denmark too, Iceland too, um, talking about how nature is essentially just going to fracture. If nature fractures and everybody is on his own, and the Putins and the Xi Jinpings, have what now it takes to just seize wherever they think it's possible for them to seize. The world will change fundamentally. At the core of what is happening is a battle of resources and the attack on the petrodollar. I have not seen enough people talk about this. They think that America is only concerned about the oil of Venezuela. No, it goes beyond that. What America is concerned about is more than the crude itself, because American companies already operate in Venezuela. What they want is to protect the petrodollar. So a few days ago, the BRIC nations have launched an alternative payment system that is going to rival the SWIFT, and they gave it an incubation and a gestation period of about a year and a half. This desperation to control where they can control, even if it means bullying and putting guns on people, sovereign countries' heads. If there's anybody that can do it, it is Mr. Trump. But the thing with Mr. Trump is that whatever he does, he gives you his kind of signals and hopes you get it. If you do not understand the symbolic interaction uh, of power, you may not necessarily understand it. So I kind of see that for in our case, for all the expectation that we have for Tinubu, and how he sets up his foreign policy, I would have expected that he would have anticipated these things. You remember at the time he said he was going to dump refugees in Nigeria. You remember that, and we rejected. Those were all signals. It was not actually about the refugees. It's actually about a different thing. He knows, the president knows, and those who are concerned knows. You see, he brokered a deal in DRC in which he is very happy with it. Paul Kagame, the one with the long leg like an ostrich. We just have so much Uncle Rokuses and house niggas in our midst, too much for us to make a defense. Now, as regards Nigeria and Sheikh Gumi, Sheikh Gumi is somebody who is long overdue to be in jail, yeah, facing consequences for his actions. Yet somehow he survives, and this means that uh, essentially he is serving an interest that makes him so uh, arrogant and provocative.
Let me ask you a question, Hassan. How long has the Americans been pursuing Nicolas Maduro?
Um, Roughly 8 9 years.
Who put the first bounty on his head? Do you know?
I think the first bounty on his head was it could be Obama. Yeah, it could be Obama. I think Hugo Chavez died just after. Yeah, in the presidency of Obama. So it could be Obama. I think so. But the sanction actually started before Maduro came to power.
All right. Let me play you this clip, which may well provide some perspective on what you're saying. Let me play you. Hold on. Is it there? No sound. Can you not hear it?
Yes, we can't hear any.
Oh, you should have said. Then carry on. I'll just download it. But carry on.
Okay.
Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. So where was I even? I was talking about uh, yes, the things that have that are beginning to unravel, and how different players are beginning to um claim so United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia actually engage themselves in something so incredibly bloody that that has really not happened in quite a long while. And this signal has just opened the Pandora's box. The Canadians are in danger. Denmark, Iceland, Nigeria, and a lot of other countries. So while the United States do not have all the capability to face all of us at once, if all these countries do not unite and make a single front, it will that corporatist, devilish capitalist country is going to pick us one after the other. So uh, the oversimplification of the crisis that is facing us as a country, and the gullibility of our people is the thing that is sleepwalking us into um, a a shifting world order that believes we should be recolonized or completely, eliminated, because they say they are.
Do you believe that's a working strategy, the recolonization? Do you think it's a working strategy of the Americans or the Western space that they are actively working to recolonize? It's not that they're even recolonizing because they more or less own Africa anyway in terms of having control of its resources, but to formally, because like Trump was saying, the Americans were actually going to actively administer Venezuela with
Mm.
Marco Rubio being the president of the country. So is that what your anticipation is? And before you go
Yeah.
to that, let me play you the clip I was intending to. So that's essentially what's going on, but carry on.
Yes. So that's a significant part of it, but you'd be naive to um just leave it there. There is something else also going behind the scenes that because Maduro essentially, agreed for the United States to come and participate in whatever uh, area of extraction that they wanted to participate, but that was not going to happen because already Venezuela, they recognize Palestine, and they have been very friendly with Palestine. And if you remember, the lady who won the Nobel Prize, what she I don't know if anybody knows her or have heard her, actually talk. She figured out something that made her. And I was telling some obedience that if you guys want to really actually achieve your aim, you should not be twerking to and the orange clown. You go to the source of the power. Go to the Zionists, serve them. You see, have you seen the video of a former New York, is it mayor or governor or someone who was at that infamous wall, and it was saying, I serve you when I was governor, I serve you when I was mayor, I will serve you. So there is this ritual that you have to do to show them that you serve them and that you serve their interest, for you to be allowed to now, historically, Nigeria has always stood with Palestine on foreign interests. Now, in the last UN General Assembly, Kashim Shettima, which is Babariga, at the time that the powers that be, were so vulnerable, had the guts to say that Palestinians deserve to their own country, and that had us marked. And beyond that, I'm going to say this today, but it's something that I've already known, because I'm just saying it just in case, because the situation is fluid, and it could end up becoming something very positive, and it will end up could become a disaster. And if there's anything that can we can guarantee in the if it conflagrates and become a third world war, because um, all the other world wars, it was not like there was a date that was set and the years let's start. No, it was a sequence of events that like play before you knew it. But all the signs are there. People are arming. Everyone is getting ready, except for the black African, and maybe that is the reason why. Um, Maybe that's the reason why we should not complain too much. And if we can rebuild, we should. But this is what I want to say about Nigeria's security problem, that of the Northwest and that of the South, Northeast. So um, I don't know if a lot of you have you must have known already because he's famous. The Malian, the richest person in recorded history was a king of Mali named Mansa Musa. And Mansa Musa, he actually, his capital was still in Timbuktu, the Timbuktu of today, that is in Mali. That was his capital. Now, the Sahel possesses something that is very important for the technologies of the future. And what that is uranium. So, Nigeria also has uranium, but we've been lied to think that what we had was petroleum. And so we have uranium and californium and some what do they call it? This thing, titanium, in the northeastern part of Nigeria. So what was essentially happening with Boko Haram was like hold the ground for us until such a time that it is time for us to reclaim that territory, and then we would come and then mine it. And on the in the other extreme of Nigeria, and extreme west of Nigeria, around the Sokoto axis. Now that is where there's a lot of gold and lithium and no, a lot of gold, some significant silver, and some rare earth minerals that are used to make titanium, a kind of magnet that is very very important in industrial and military applications. Now China has been very active. If you notice, the reason why Nigeria has not, actually institutionalized mining and those things, and actually audit, record, grant, transparent licenses and all that, and has around the smoke screen of militias to cover everything that is happening, is to continue to get revenue while dealing with the China. Because if you understand what is happening, the Chinese are taking has have taken over 90% control of rare earth minerals, and gold has surged so much. It is intentional that China is doing that. Now America is so desperate to the point that it cannot just stand idle anymore and watch its demise. So it's going to take it's going to do what it has to do to survive. So if there is no paper trail, the way the Nigerian government is thinking, and then there will be no audit, and then you can, share the money amongst the big people and whoever it is that is at the helm of affairs, and then everybody can call it a day. The Chinese are perfectly okay with this system; it works for them, and all that. But the Westerners are not. They want something that can bring their mining companies in, and then they, of course, go to the Nasdaq, the New York Stock Exchange, get shareholders, and just the way they want to do with Venezuela. But for Venezuela, it is not. Yes, their refineries, they are meant for those heavy crude, the thick stuff, the crude with a lot of metals and all that. But that is not just the problem. And the other problem is the fact that they need to secure more of their hemisphere and the reserves of essential resources, to so that the dollar would have something to hedge on. Immediately this SWIFT system, this BRIC system comes online. So Nigeria has tried to play both ways, and uh, that kind of diplomacy does not work. If you really look at Nigeria, we'll be operating systems that were used in the 70s now in the 2020s. They are so obsolete, they don't work, and we still wonder why they don't work. So we have found ourselves in this quandary, and a lot of us are just talking about things that are just distractions and do not make any meaningful solution. So for me not to be too long-winded, I just want to say something that I think is important for all of us to know, because a lot of us think that somehow we are going to go scot free and navigate it. The thing that worries me is the fact that the countries that I see that are arming themselves to the teeth, it really worries me. So I think now is the time for us to begin to really look inward and do our homework. Well, we are late with the homework anyway, and even though we put the CA in, we may still fail the assignment. But I think we should try, and if not for anything, because of the nature of our country. Because at the end of the day, any country that has ever unraveled, it did not fall first, to tanks or missiles. It had to fall to the people inside the house, who will quietly unlock the door. No, Nigeria is no exception. So when we talk about fifth columnist, we're not talking about movie villains or people with foreign accents. We're not talking about some imaginary person out there or who has a lot of power. No, we're talking about some of our locals who may be still here in Nigeria, but they have the internet, or who are still outside Nigeria, but they are locals. Some of them are credentialed, some of them are articulate, sometimes respected. So,
I'm sorry, I'm lost to one man. I'm sorry.
but these people,
No, what
I'm
Hassan,
trying to.
sorry, Hassan. What Hassan is talking about is the global politics that is there's a global realignment. I think we all know that, and
Yeah.
we see there are grids forming globally. So
Mm.
there and the hegemony of the United States is being
It's threatened.
challenged.
Yes.
And then that hegemony of the and when they made the mistake was to kick Russia out of SWIFT, because
Yes.
then that signaled to the rest of the, because SWIFT is meant to be a detribalized neutral system that is
Yeah.
devoid of the influence of politics. So
They.
when they
Mm.
kicked Russia out of SWIFT, then that signaled to the rest of the world that they are willing to leverage all of the neutral spaces to their advantage. So the world then is trying to recalibrate outside of America's whims and caprices. And America, for the might of the hegemony that it has had for so long, is not letting that go. So that pivoting includes global resources as well for the new dynamism of the way that the world is pivoting. And China has been quietly acquiring a lot of real estate in terms of the global resources that reshapes the world. So the Americans were still hedging on their might and relationship, but then
Mm.
suddenly they are now seeing the recalibration of the world. So
Mm.
they are facing that recalibration, but the
Yeah.
one thing that America has always relied on is the potency of their might.
Military.
So they are
Yes.
now playing their last card, which we're
Yes.
seeing playing out
Yes.
in Venezuela now.
Thank
But
you
then
very much.
because the world is recalibrating so
Mm.
much, and that
Mm.
movement has advanced to such a stage, and the
Mm.
people also recalibrating are
Mm.
also potent,
Mm.
that potency will also come into play. So
Mm.
they will come to that locking of horns
Mm.
where China, Russia, India, even North Korea, where
Mm.
that alignment will say
Mm.
that we cannot just have you run amok because
Mm.
the world belongs to all of us. So
Mm.
if America then tries to force its way through, then that speaks to the narrative of this nuclear holocaust that Hassan
Yeah.
is trepidating about. But
That
that
that's the thing.
trepidation is misguided. That is
No,
just
no.
conspiracy theory gone
One man.
awry. Yeah.
Let me bring it to the person that says he did not understand. I just want to make a
Don't
point.
don't 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 take it deeper into the woods
No,
because
no.
you may lose the audience. But carry on.
Okay, okay. I just want to say that what is it that all the countries of the world are now focusing on? Is it not AI? It is AI. And if you know, the Americans have a problem with power because AI and the infrastructure for that maintains those models, they require huge amounts of electricity, and the US national grid is in such a, you know it's disrepair. It's so much.
Sorry, Hassan. It's nearly 5 a.m. here, so I have to bail. My wife is
Of,
already texting me, but Ola will shut it down. Wrap the
of,
conversations around yourself. I'll be listening. It's so engaging.
of,
The super chatters yourself, of course, Hassan, as always is the case. That's Hassan right there. The almighty, not the almighty dollar, but the almighty naira. So thank you, Hassan. Here is Kulata who passed by to say hello. That's Kulata right there. Thank you, Kulata. Ayo, of course, ever and always. So and then there was one other chappie, which is Sheshon Fashua, who comes into the conversation. when he felt that Uncle Beno was riding against uh, uh, what's his name, Tinubu. So Ola, please shut it down when you guys are done. Wrap the conversations around. It's really engaging,
Yeah.
but they are taking. You have to come back. We have
Yeah.
to we have to do this deep
Just a
water
minute, just
something.
2 minutes, and then yeah, I'll just let it go.
Yes,
Because, yeah.
I'll drop, but I'm listening. Ola, shut it down when you guys are.
All right.
One
All
more, I
right.
guess I'll go with you too.
Yeah.
Let me go
All right.
now. Good night,
So,
everyone.
the reason why Venezuela is important is because America needs energy and cheap energy, to power those AI farms, and those AI farms are, you know, they are a cause of destabilization, for especially rural communities, or where they are sitting close to, because first of all, they consume a lot of electricity. Second of all, they require a lot of water resources and things like that. So there is a lot of strain, and you know, South America just is just a perfect ripe field for America to exploit. So they are exploiting it. So and for us in Nigeria, the as the pawns that we are on the chessboard, signals have been given to our leaders severally to act accordingly. Um, and if those signals were not followed, um, the consequences will be those of the things that we are seeing now. They are not going to invade us as a lot of people think, like the way they did uh, our boots on the ground and anything like that. They'll just use some fault lines, like using religious as the political accelerant rather than a moral anchor. So ethnicity will be framed, as destiny instead of identity. Institutions that are portrayed as irredeemable, so that collapse, will feel justified. So we are going to be seeing more foreign talking points, repeated locally with suspicious enthusiasm. It is not coincidence, so this is information warfare at its finest, and its most effective soldiers will carry Nigerian passports, a lot of them. Now, our tragedy, and those because of the fifth columnist among us, is because the fifth columnists, they rarely see themselves as traitors, because they believe they are correcting history or resisting oppression or standing on principle. But the result of their actions, aligns perfectly with external strategic interests. So but a distracted, divided, weakened Nigeria, it only means one thing. And what does that mean? Yeah, here is the part many people don't want to hear. These adversaries of ours, they thrive most where the state is careless with cohesion, as we are, and we have a lot of economic pain, and a lot of our activities and way of life is unmanaged. Justice here is kind of selective. It's true, because our leadership, communication to us is weak. Since when this bomb, drop, and we've not yet heard from the president. So they do not create the cracks; they just exploit them. This is why shouting about patriotism now is useless, because flags do not stop subversion. Venezuela is a lot stronger than us, and even with all their posturing, look at what happened to their leader. Now, what only competent governors and maybe credible institutions that will take a lot of time to build may help us, and discipline national messaging too, because it's going to be very, very difficult. Now, the greatest battle that will come in the next couple of years will not be fought in our borders. It will be fought in sermons, on church pulpits, and imams on their own pulpits. It but the uh, ethnic discourse too will play a role, and there will be moral
Azan,
arguments. Yes, sir.
Azan, do you want to quickly round up so that we move to
Okay.
who has not spoken.
Okay. So I'll just say this: history is ruthless about this lesson. Nations are really destroyed by enemies they can see. They are undone by voices that are amongst them that think they have some kind of moral superiority or are standing on certain principles. So let's just let me stop. Let me stop here. I hope Nigeria will be well and it will survive, inshallah. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
One man
Who hasn't spoken?
I have not spoken. Allah.
Or whoever.
Okay, Prince Daddy, do you want to have a shot at the topic?
What was that? Is that enigmatic?
Yeah, enigmatic. You say yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead. Yeah.
I don't really have much to say. I mean, there is nothing. I was just coming here to say hi to everybody. Nothing really much. If it's about if it's about the politics already, we know my position already on that. So not even now that we don't even have we have very lazy set of useless opposition that they're not ready to do anything. They just want to run to Aso Rock without putting effort at all. I mean, it's so funny it's so funny that most of these people don't still understand politics at this level. They still, it's funny, man. I don't really know what to do.
No. Can
you wake up somebody who is pretending to sleep?
I don't know. I don't know how else. You see, Atiku is alive. Atiku is not dead. You are running to Atiku's house and you say you want to go and snatch his ticket from him. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? You had the political party you were supposed. You had it on a platter of gold. You messed it up with 6 million and with the momentum. You couldn't build nothing. You couldn't sustain it. You couldn't mobilize. You couldn't consolidate. You let everything slip off, and you are running to a firehouse that is built by the same people that even
structure of criminality.
The structure of criminality that you ride against the criminals that you said were holding Nigeria's, strangulating Nigeria. The same people that even the almighty Wike, the crazy Wike couldn't, wrestle a ticket from. You see the same individuals. You see, what's his name, David Mark, right? The only person who is not in the mix now is Yoshi Ayu. David Mark is in the mix, right? Tambuwa is in the mix, and you see Ben Obi is in the mix. Ben Obi has been an Atiku boy for a long time. He's the chancellor of Atiku's university. Yeah, you see this individuals, this lineup, and you are putting your head and you say
now, enigmatic. When people think we talk of Obi, and I think it is important to put it straight. It is not as if we take Obi to be that too important. His importance stop at don't let us mismanage ourselves and find ourselves in the wrong hand. That's the point. Nobody is afraid of Obi winning the election.
Baba,
understand?
Baba, you are able to take it too far. 100 years to come.
Well,
in the next 100 years, there is no way Nigeria will drift into the hands of Obi. It can never happen.
No, that's not even the point. You see, just imagine if Tinubu did not.
No, they keep talking about, but Obi is not removing himself from any conversation.
No, Elimati, that's not my point. As I was saying, just imagine if Tinubu did not get his strategy very well in 2023, and that landed in the hand of Atiku. That's the point here. So we tackle Obi, we are tackling. Personally, I'm seeing Obi as a saboteur, not really as a political threat. Because if you want that, it's a type of joke, because people think presidency is the only thing that runs the government. You are not looking at, can this Obi, is it articulate enough to put his National Assembly executive are in place in such a way that they will support.
Is it somebody
Anybody
that
that understand what I'm saying, look at
is
what happened to Buhari in his first time.
even is it somebody that can't even control his own House of Assembly as governor? He was unable. He couldn't control the House of Assembly. Now he had no relationship with the House of Assembly in Anambra State.
Did you listen to his last outing?
Yeah, on X, I was there throughout that he was talking nonsense. They were asking about
Why did Okube no run away now?
yeah,
Baba,
Because I will plan
they
to
were
Baba,
asking
engage
they were
Yes,
asking
sir.
him about questions
yeah,
about
Baba. Do you know that the elites in the north, their mantra for 2027 is ka fitar da kuɗinka a cinye tsiya ko sa'a, meaning that they are not going to spend money. It's more of a show kind of thing. It's not a serious, coming out. So it's just for show.
Yeah,
If you
the
come out
note
your
is about
money,
2031.
yes. If you come out your money, I swear they go shop and you go share my market. So
You know the funniest thing, enigmatic. When I listened, they asked him the problem. How are you going to solve the problem of
insecurity problem.
insecurity?
He was talking
The
about toilet.
guy talk about toilets,
Yeah, he
about
was washing.
factional government.
He was washing toilet.
I
Tuned
I
off.
listened to that and it didn't shock me. Yo.
Yeah, I was there live. Even I was there with three of my
It didn't
friends.
shock me.
And fortunate enough, the two of
Then the other one that shocked me was, what do you have for now? He said, are you going to run for president? He said, I mean, vice president. He said, no, I have not gone around the world to learn about governance. I went to Malaysia. I met the president. And then I read so much books.
he
And
said he
it's
said
like,
Baba,
am I
Baba,
hearing correctly?
the funny thing is that those people are so, how would I say it? They are so cluelessly daft that they can't even ask him the appropriate questions.
No, they
he's very,
asked him, but he will go on a
he will
tangent.
go on it. That they failed to pin him down, because at the point when I think he was mad at the time, and he said that was when he started using, I'm not going to go all this to Malaysia or to Bangladesh to go and study and become a VP. But they failed to tell him, okay, at the point he said he's going to be on a ballot. I was expecting them to ask, are you going to be on a ballot as a VP? Because if you can be on the ballot with Atiku as a VP too, or are you going to be on the ballot in ADC?
But enigmatic, that has been a
No.
pattern. You remember when he went, he stood by for the Rufai Husseini's interview, and he asked him that about the fuel subsidy. That, okay, what will you do about it? And he said, I will do it structurally.
Structural,
No,
how?
in
No,
systematic, it's a
systematically,
systematic manner.
in a systematic manner.
Then
And
the
then
refiner said, "What is
what
systematic manner?"
systematic manner? Then he started
He
talking
has no
about.
answer for
No,
anything.
that was when he started talking about when he went to Kuje prison, and then
Can I
Very
can I
strange.
say something?
so
Yes,
Yeah.
Zita, go ahead, please. Strange.
I don't really know what you guys are discussing. I just woke up. But let me say
You want
this.
to say
and then
something?
you want to say
No, from what you guys are saying now, Haba, Allah, now one for you.
you just wake up. Me, I won't go sleep. Let me just make my submission and I'll go to sleep, please.
Oh, Allah, now one for you. I know you know go allow me talk.
Now, no,
I won't allow you to talk now.
me want to make I just go sleep.
We interjected enigmatic, so I thought you wanted to interject.
Yeah, I wanted to say something based on what they are saying.
Honestly, I'm tired of talking to these individuals, because if they cannot, these are the same people that will tell you, because this 2020, we keep telling them, right? The fluke that happened, the deja vu that happened, the epiphany that happened in 2023 is not going to repeat itself. It's just like you are telling me that the South people, they are so blind that they are collapsing their structure under APC because they do not have an interest. What is the interest of what is the interest of South, right? Voting for Atiku or voting for Obi when they are trying to consolidate for vice president in 2031, when in this current administration They have
Can I
high level cabinet positions. They have FCT.
can I ask you a
They have,
question, diplomatist?
okay,
In Nigeria,
yeah.
do you think elections are more of the citizens or the individual? I mean, is it more of something that the citizens or more of the candidate? That should be the right word.
Well,
Who dis, who drives the, I don't know how to, who who drives the
Success of the party, or
who
when they put
drives the
for their constitution.
success, who drives the success towards
The agenda of the
the
party.
the finish line? Is it the citizens or the individual?
I would say it goes both ways. Let me just explain it.
I don't think so in Nigeria, but explain.
In Nigeria, right? Like I would say the candidate maybe at a 60%, depending on the candidate. For instance, yes, it is the same APC, and this is why most of these knuckleheads they get it wrong. Yes, it is because everything they want to say, they will say APC. But I never believed in Buhari throughout, right? Buhari was APC's president, but for once I never believed in him, but I believed in Tinubu. You understand what I'm saying? So, and you know, if I have to answer it that way, number two is that when you talk about the individualism and the person and the personality of, for instance, somebody like Tinubu, right, saw him through the finish line in the last election, despite the chaotic and the coordinated campaign of calumny, right, from the opposition, particularly the people from Peter Obi's side, and then the uh, hegemonic cabals from Aso Rock that waged a very serious war against him. Do not forget, in the last election, this is where his individualism comes in now and his personality that drove him through the finish line. Because if we have to reverse the course, maybe Oshibanjo has been the person to have the ticket, they could probably run into a very big ditch. All the thing that Tinubu went at the appropriate time that he went to Ogun State to declare Emilokon, to make that speech during the delegate meetings and everything, those speaks to the volume and the level of his political maturity and his political personality as well. Then when you look at what he did eventually, fighting against the his own party, because it is in the history of Nigeria that we never had an incumbent party fighting against their own candidate. It happened to Tinubu. For instance, the entire Buhari's cabinet, Buhari's minister, I'm telling you this now uh, on a fact, on a factual and authoritative fact that the entire cabinet of Tinubu, for instance, from
Of Buhari
I mean of
and
Buhari.
the party chairman too.
Let me just start from the ministers. The entire ministers, right? The entire ministers of Buhari in the southeast, they all worked against APC and Tinubu. They worked for Peter Obi, starting from Ngige, right, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to Nwajuba. So all of them from the entire contingent of Buhari's cabinet minister from southeast, they worked for Peter Obi. The entire Buhari's entire contingent of ministers, right, in the northwest, from Malami, right, down to all of them. That's why you saw in the north, APC from their normal, I think 10 states out of 12 states, they lost APC lost nine of their states, where from top to bottom, they secured every other positions except the presidency. They lost in Yobe. They lost in the entire northwest. Tinubu had only one state in the entire northwest. In the entire Northeast, Tinubu had only 2. So all the states were, even Katsina State, they lost it because most of the people worked against him from APC, led by the cabals, being led by this Malami now, right? And then when you come to South, right? Of course, South was basically a PDP region, but his personality saw him through winning some a state like Rivers State, right? Pulling some good numbers where he was losing. And then it is the same personality, right? And the same individual tendencies that he had, the maturity that he had, that where Atiku was leading, he was not far off. He was second. So wherever he was losing, he was not. He was coming. He was coming second at a very close range. So unlike what we have then, it's not going to happen now, and that is why we are trying to say, because we try to say this so that a lot of matured people, and you see that even adults, daddies, big as in people who are daddies, who are like grandfathers, I am puzzled that they don't even understand the basic knowledge of how this thing works, and they come to national platform because fortunate enough, earlier in the day, I was briefly at Dr. Damage's show, and I saw a lot of all those old men, and they still don't understand what is going to hit them. At the end of the day, these are the people, after the elections are done, are dusted, right? They will come to national platform, they will throw Nigeria under the bus, that they've been rigged, that I on the judiciary, that this has happened, this has happened. Are they not seeing now that they are supposed to manage their expectation? Because they will still tell you this guy has a chance. The guy that does not even have a political party to build,
Mr. Speaker,
can I come in?
Okay, that he has to run to the same the same set of criminals, right? You see, you know, there's nothing wrong in you campaigning to say you want to be president or you want to be anything. But what even the political class, because some of us, don't forget, some of us we have politicians in our families. What the politicians are even mad at him that you throw all of us under the bus, right? You define us and categorize us as criminals, as if you are not one of us. Now you are running back to them. Don't call your fellow politicians criminals. And 2 years after, you are running to the same criminals, and these people are not ashamed. And they are not ashamed, and they will be so shameless to even excuse and rationalize why he must run back to those criminals. And somebody like me, when I talk about, I may not like Omoyele Showore's type of politics, but when I talk about somebody like Showore, right, he stays where he stays, and he says what he says. Come rain, come sunshine. I know Showore will never be frustrated.
God bless you. That's principle.
I know he will never be frustrated or be desperate enough to run to the same, maybe even Tinubu that he calls criminal every day, or Atiku that he calls criminal every day, or Obi that he calls criminal every day. Don't be a pretentious criminal. Don't be the lesser of evil of a pretentious criminal. You are either a criminal or you are not a criminal. Don't call your friend, you called Atiku a criminal. You called their structure of criminals. And you still call him my elder brother, my nonsense, all those kind of things. Where is the integrity here? And the next thing they will say, they want a new Nigeria. You want a new Nigeria in the same group that you have Malami, the same group that you have David Mark. Do you know what David Mark did to Nigeria? David Mark, the longest serving Senate president. If you go to Otukpo, where David Mark comes from, you whip for David Mark. You whip for Peter Obi being in the company of such a man. David Mark has been. He was a military governor. He was a minister under the military regime. He was, after the military regime, he spent 20 years in the Senate. Out of those 20 years, he was Senate president for 8 years. Go to Otukpo. So before I go, Mr. Amori and Mazita, the most annoying thing about this guy is that he pretends so much that I don't know how he's able to capture all these individuals. And the thing is that an entire region, right? They they have rested their hope. They have rested their presidential hope. You are like the presidential poster boy for the entire Southeast. And is this how you are going to play with their mind? Is this how you're going to toss their head back and forth? And
to add to what you just said, David Mark was one of the Abacha boys referred to by IBB that as those that that wanted to assassinate him for allowing Ju-12. So I don't understand the kind of game he's playing. Obi, in as much as I wanted a very formidable opposition, like I said earlier, but the way Obi is going about it, I think is very desperate and very tricky.
I mean, he's still going to leave. He's still going to leave. He's still going to decamp one more time before the end of the electoral cycle. Before they have their primaries in this ADC, right? Obi is still going to move. And they keep, let me correct this. And they keep saying that, they keep saying that, what's his name? That because I think they are getting to the peak of their foolishness and the peak of their embarrassment now, right? That Obi has been jumping, decamping back and forth. Now they want to rationalize it. They want to justify why he's been jumping up and down, why he cannot build because he jumped. Don't forget that Obi started his politics from PDP.
Abga.
No.
He swore to Amadioha never to leave Abga.
No, he started actually, Mr. Amoru, he started from PDP.
He started from Abga, my brother. He was with Ojoku in Abga. He swore to Amadioha never to leave Abga before he came to PDP.
I'm trying to tell you his timeline. Obi started from PDP. He did not get the ticket from PDP primary, right? The PDP primary, he did not get the ticket. So Ojukwu had to call him because Ojukwu was trying to build a party then that he could turn to national level. Then Obi was already with PDP. Of course, he lost. He couldn't get the ticket. He was easily able to get the ticket a la carte, right? They handed the Abga ticket to him. So that was how he started. So he's been having the fortunes of having his ticket handed easily to him. Obi has never ran or stood for any primaries. And then they keep, so from there, after that, he swore, like you said, he swore, he did everything that he will never leave Abga, he will not do this, he will not do this eventually, right? He left Abga, he went to PDP, he left PDP, he went to LP, he left LP, he went to ADC. And I'm telling you once again, right? Obi is still going to leave this as ADC. He's still going to move to another party because at a point, he think he can maybe manipulate and dance his way around this VP thing. We already know that Atiku is constitutionally barred, right, from being a vice president. He cannot be vice president again. And Atiku tells you he's going to run for president. And Atiku and people who are smart enough knows that ADC is an SPV, it's a political SPV, special purpose vehicle for Atiku's political campaign. Atiku would not suspend his ambition for anybody. Atiku does not know Obi from Adam. Obi is not Atiku's younger brother. They are not bloodline. They are not blood related. So there's no way he will say, I want to suspend my ambition for Peter Obi. Right? So now Peter Obi is with Atiku now. Amish the other day said he's going to be on the ballot. Right? Atiku said he's going to be on the ballot. Obi said he's going to be on the ballot. And these people are telling you they don't want Obi to go for primaries because Atiku is criminal or Atiku is a criminal. He's going to dollarize it. So why is it with Atiku then? Why? You don't want him to go. You just want him to have.
Enigmatic, we know that Obi is a desperado. We know. So maybe you can just round up so that to
So
give
let me clarify this.
Arogiriba and
Let me
Can I say
Ademiyan.
something? I
hold on.
asked you a question. You went so
No,
far. I just
no,
asked a
let him
question.
round up so that you can come in for
Let
your
me
own
clarify
contribution.
this thing from I think from this this thing. When Tinubu joined politics, right, his first political party was SDP, right, and that was that was his first political party, I think, around in 1989. But don't forget that Abacha's regime actually, the Abacha regime actually collapsed all political party then because of a coup, right? And then for until 1993, there was nothing like anything politics again. So that was Tinubu's first political party. He did not jump from that political party. He didn't decamp from that political party. But because of the military regime, Abacha dissolved the Social Democratic Party at that time. But in 1993, right, the same Abacha became the military that they seized the military coup. So simply that party ceased to exist. So they came back in June 12th, and then in 1998, right, to have this formation of Alliance for Democracy, which was with the Baba Bolaige and the Bramade Sonya. That was Alliance for Democracy in 1998. So at that point, Tinubu did not leave Alliance for Democracy. He stayed in that political party from 1998 that the party was formed, from inception. He stayed in that political party, and then they had an issue where the party factionalized, where you had the Senator Mojisolu Akifenwa faction, and you have Bisa Konde's faction. They did everything just like you're having PDP, Labour Party, and the Aburi faction and the other people faction now. So what actually happened in that part, the Bisa Konde faction, where Tinubu belonged? Tinubu did not leave that political party, but what they did was that they applied to INEC, right? And they applied for a merger. So they merged the political party. So he stayed in that political party. They merged to become ACN at that point, the Action Congress in 2006, if you could remember, Ola. So that was the time they merged. So people need to understand merger and defection. So in
they became AC before they became ACN.
They became AC in 2006, and then in 2010, right? They became AC Action Congress of Nigeria. So it was that 2010 merger again that they changed their name to ACN. So it was that ACN that they eventually used to merge to form the opposition parties that had this CPC of Buhari, AMPP of this man from Abia State that died.
Rochas Okorocha.
All of them, and this faction of Abga. So from inception of Tinubu, he has not moved from party A to party B. He has remained in one political party, crystallizing it, merging it, and then moving. So instead of Obi to stay in Labour Party, to stay in Abga and form a merger with a bigger political party, or consolidate on Labour Party, resolve the crisis, or if the crisis is not being resolved, take that your group, that your faction, that the Alex Oti faction, merge it with APC, with ADC, merge it with AAC, merge it with SDP, and form a big opposition. No, he would rather jump up because he cannot lead. So this is what these people do not know. Tinubu has never moved from one party to another. He has always stayed in the same party, but they've always merged. But Obi has moved from almost 4 different political parties. And I'm saying it on this platform once again today that Obi will still move again from ADC when it is very, very clear that the ticket belongs to Atiku. The people of the Southeast, they will put pressure on him. He's obedient to put pressure on him that he must be on the ballot. At that point, maybe he will be approaching Omoyele Sowore, maybe begging Sowore that, Agbon, let me be the presidential ticket on AAC. Let's see what will happen at that point. But that's what our rest is. So they need to manage their expectation. The elderly ones among them should be courageous enough to talk to the youth, to the young ones among them, and let them understand that they should play for 2031, 2027 is gone and dusted already. Thank you. Mama Zita, what do you want to ask me? Sorry.
I didn't want to add something. I just asked a question and then you went on and on and on and on. What I wanted to say is that not only Nigeria, in most countries of the world, it depends on the individual, mostly. And then, secondly, the party before the citizens. So I don't really see anything wrong. I will keep saying it in what Obi is doing. Like, the only thing I see wrong is trying to, all those his lies of saying I'm not desperate. Those his unnecessary lies actually is irritating to most people. But I don't see anything wrong in what he's doing. That's actually what politicians do, more especially in third world countries. They jump around a lot because the citizens are actually the third stage to decide an election. It's actually the individual, the party, and then the citizens. So him jumping around from one party to the other is actually, to me, is actually normal. But what I don't really, for me, I don't really give a hook about him. But what I think will be irritating some people in those his unnecessary, ridiculous lies of I am not desperate. Every politician is desperate to win an election. That's a simple fact. Putting it forward makes you, saying it that you are not desperate, you're actually insulting the voters or probably the party. Because every politician is desperate to win an election. That's it. Now, back to the question I asked. I said, is the individual. In 2023 election, I said something here that most people didn't just like me. And I keep saying it. Everything went for that guy. In 2023, there are some politicians in the world, including Nigeria, you will hand over the situation he had in his hands in 2023. They will win that election. Even if they don't win it, there will come a close second. But as I said before, and I will continue saying it, everything is okay, but him. That's where the problem is. Every
Can I
other thing
interject you there?
around is okay, but him.
Can I quickly?
But him, there are a lot of things about him that doesn't fly. Period.
Can I come in quickly, ma?
You can come in now if you don't want me to talk. Go ahead.
No, I thought you said period. I thought you said you were done. That's why I was seeking your permission. You can carry on if you're not done. I was seeking your permission to interject. If you're not cool with that, you can carry on. When you're done,
You
I can
can
come in.
interject. What I mean by period, I mean it ends with him. That's what I mean by the word period. But you can interject if you want to.
Yeah, madam, to be honest with I'm not playing politics here. I'm not campaigning for anybody. Even my one election with my closest friend, I'm not even member of AAC. But to be candid, any serious opposition will have been able to leverage on a lot of opportunity right now. Most Nigerians are angry. It's just that the way of bees going about it, I'm not comfortable with the kind of politics, opposition politics is playing. Considering what Ebola Tinubu of this world, Buhari, Lai Mohammed of this world did against Jonathan to top up PDP. These people are just jokers. They're not serious. Now, if you have been looking for alternative for the past 1 year, keeping it closer to your chest according to his supporters, only to, to come back, to return to the same people he called structure of criminals, he doesn't tell well of a leader. Look at the mileage he gave from obedient movement. Look at those that rode under the obedient movement to National Assembly. He hasn't been able to manage any of these. So if you cannot manage it, there was a town hall meeting, somebody raised, stood up to say, an Igbo boy, a lawyer, and obedient for that matter, who had his own mind. If you cannot manage the crisis in labor, how do you hope to manage the multifarious and heterogeneous problem of Nigeria in a multifarious ethnic setting like Nigeria? He was talking, instead of giving answer, he was telling Obina those that are sponsoring problem for him. That was not the answer that gentleman required from Obi. He wanted an answer on how you going to manage. There will be crisis for sure. They will sponsor Boko Haram for you. They will sponsor Islam for you. How are you going to tackle if you cannot tackle the little crisis in your Labour Party? He was busy pushing blame to what APC is sponsoring for him. Are you saying as a president you're not going to have challenges internally and externally? There will be problem. Everybody will not love you. Everybody will not like you. People will sponsor problem for you. How are you going to tackle it? You'll be preaching Simons, semantics. It's not good of a leader. And if you talk to obedience, instead of listening to you, they feel Obi is a kind of perfect human being, an infallible human that is above mistakes. They tell you he knows what he's doing. Whatever he does, whatever Obi does to them, it is okay by them. They are ready to do anything to give excuses when you demand answer from them. So back to where we are right now. If Atiku refused to step down, Atiku is going to go. Time might not permit him. The calendar might not permit him to run into another party. Even if the time permits him, if he goes into another party, we have a repeat of what happened in 2023. So it's just going to be a walkover for Asiwaju Tinubu, in as much as I don't like his style of governance as it stands today. And either there may be a more formidable opposition. That's just my only little contribution here. Daylight robbery. Tinubu never won an election in the Rivers. What happened in Rivers was a daylight robbery. Everybody saw that. It wasn't about
that is why I told you people that election, number one, is the candidate. Second, the party. Third, the citizens. It's only a candidate that can swing the vote, more especially in Nigeria. I don't really see, I said it here and somebody challenged me and abused me. I'm used to them abusing me anyway. I said that if you do not acknowledge, Ola, you still there? Hello?
Me, I dey here, but I know they hear Ola.
Okay. You heard what I said yesterday. I did an analogy about slavery and the colonialism. I said the black nations are busy complaining about what was done to them, complaining about how they were managed, complaining about how they were treated. Anytime you come in contact with them, that's what they say. But if you have somebody who travels, more especially in the interiors of other nations, when they're discussing colonialism and slavery, they don't dwell much on what was done to them, but they dwell much on the capacity and capability of those who they had encounter with. And based on that, they keep growing Because every day I had you people when I woke up talking about China, America, Russia, blah, blah, blah. And every day they keep developing, keep working towards on how to encounter those that colonize them. Because they recognize their power. They recognize their resilience. So when I bring it back to Nigeria and what happened in 2023, some people will start abusing me. They will say, acknowledge what? Acknowledge what exactly? Yes. You have to acknowledge the resilience, the strength, the patience, the doggedness, the tolerance. Above all, today, the power is in his hands. If he can waggle out of what happened in 2023 and win an election, I'm not saying he's indeletable. Acknowledge that waggling. That way, you can be able to find his weak points, the areas he's weak at, and come through that angle. But if you think you are going to meet him in his strength, make una listen, he's gonna whoop them. I've said this several times, but if anybody doesn't believe me, that's okay. Why will I keep saying it? Because when the result will come out, there is something Nigerians do that actually irritates me. Because when you hear it from somebody from another nation, the person will say, come now, come and see it. It's a Nigerian that said it. They will run around the internet, run around the media houses. They bring down our institution. They bring down our law enforcement agents, our judiciary, above all, the electoral body. But every day I come here, I tell everybody, this opposition, they are one heck of a yo-yo. Nobody is listening to me. The evidence that they are not doing anything to win this election is very clear to every right-thinking human being. That I can't see them fighting this guy from his weakness. Even me with my little head here, I know his weakness. But no, they are trying to meet him in his strength. He's gonna whoop them. Trust me. But they can go ahead and abuse me. But the day the result will come out, anybody that come to this platform to say rig. Anyway, let me shut up my mouth. Make una continue.
I think the banking on the certain things, external forces. Now they're trying to leverage on this. According to them, they're trying to leverage on. They think the good Lord Billy Jonathan's treatment will be given to Tinubu. They're hoping and praying for that seriously. In fact, they're fasting for that. So with the American intervention everywhere, they think they hope and pray that Tinubu will be kicked out of office. You know, will be given the Jonathan's treatment under Obama. Number one. Number two, they're hoping that there's some natural forces or foreseen things could happen. They're also hoping on the fact that this is delusional, though. That Tiku, despite his effort since 1991, we just wake up one day and say, I hand the ticket of ADC over to Peter Obi. I don't know how people play politics. I don't know how they calculate, how they make their political calculation. If you point to them where they're getting it wrong, that politics is not done that way, it's not served a la carte. They tell you you can't be better than Obi. You cannot know more than Obi. I see Obi is Mr. Know-It-All. He has a lot of fans around him. From the tanko of a man to all most members of obedience, well-educated, but in politics, I scored them almost zero. You know, there are too many people around, zero strategy. You know, so they get annoyed, they get angry. Instead of giving you answer, they give you excuses as usual. Wait and see, just wait and see. You are not God. We are not God. Nobody can predict tomorrow, but we have to plan. He who plans to fail has already, he who fails to plan has already planned to fail. You make projections, you make calculations, you make permutations like, oh, put 1 and 1 plus 1 together, how you going to get 2? That's how, people work for the future. So nobody has the crystal ball to see what will happen tomorrow, but it doesn't stop us from saying we're not going to do anything. That's why the economists will tell you, centuries paribus, all things being equal. If it's this way, I do it this way. If it's this way, I do it this way. Make projections. You talk to them, they see you as a hater of Obi. I said, the only thing they want to hear is Obi has won. Obi is the next president. How? Nobody gives you political power, not even presidential power on a platter of gold. It's crazy. I think they are working for Tinubu. I rest my case. Is everybody sleeping?
Comrade, I'm here.
Okay.
So comrade, tell me this. What about the other individuals, the other options? Okay. So we have the ADC coalition. Okay. Whatever comes of that, we'll find out. Obi is now within that fold. So what about the others? Okay, because there's Tinubu. Okay, is the sitting president. I, in my opinion, think he has 70% to 80% on his on the second term. But there are other individuals, there are other participants. We have our friend on this platform, Adewale Adebayo. I believe Shaware will be back again, although I believe as an individual he needs to sort out his party situation. I think the way he's managed his party has been somewhat dictatorial because he cannot be the party chairman and also be, these are not the times of Awolowo where the man is the party leader as also the presidential candidate. So what
That is
what
the unseriousness I'm talking about now.
Yeah, let
You
me
just
answer you.
mentioned one of the unseriousness.
Let me quickly answer you. This one is a very simple one. With the kind of politician Tinubu is, with the kind of political mafia Tinubu is, with the kind of incumbency you're dealing with all the paraphernalia of office we have today, Tinubu is not a Buhari. So going by this analysis, well, the only thing that will threaten the Tinubu's presidency in 2027 is a formidable opposition, like I said before, all of them coming together. Any attempt for Atiku to take hold of ADC, which is already under his control, this is in the Atiku's pocket already. If you want me to analyze that one for you, I don't even need too much analysis. You already
I don't need you to do that. I am aware of that.
I'm going there. Let me land my point, please. Let me land.
Hold on.
Let me just land.
I want to diversify.
Let me just land this point before you call me, please. So it will only take the coming of all oppositions, Obi, I think all of them on a single platform to be able to challenge a Tinubu. So any attempt for Atiku to go, Obi goes another way, it's just going to be tantamount to effort in futility at the end of the day.
Okay, let's vary the topic a little bit. Now, do you care more about the person that occupies the Aso Rock, or you care more about restructuring and holding government at different levels, states and local governments, including the federal, to their responsibility, which they don't know, and it seems that they've lost that since 1983. So, is it more important who occupies that office in Abuja, or a proper structure that holds everyone accountable? So, which one will you go for? So, if Tinubu happens to achieve that, will you still be focusing 100% on Aso Rock, or you just focus more on your local government?
Can I answer you?
Anybody can pay. Anybody can.
All right, let me answer you. Who occupies the office is as important as what the person is able to do, because there's what we call political will. So this was one of the areas where I wasn't comfortable with Tinubu. As soon as he came aboard, everybody knew that Buhari was. I don't know how to for want of a better word. I don't want to use some words that will not be okay. Buhari was a failure, right? So Nigerians were not able to punish APC for what Buhari for the atrocities of Buhari. Yeah, they were able to win. Now we are not about how they were able to win. He has won. So we expected him to do certain things like insecurity and all that. He didn't need to wait for a bully from America before we started taking on certain people that were mentioned, the list that were already available. So what I'm trying to say by this, whoever that occupies that seat is as important as what he's going to achieve. That being said, I want somebody that is capable to do there and achieve to go there and achieve a result, not just for going there sick. There is a very wrong perception now. If Buhari could be there with a NEPA certificate, with the almost zero achievement, if he could get 8 years, everybody has in mind that if Buhari could go, anybody can be there. So we cannot continue in that trajectory. That would be tantamount to backwardness. So who goes there is very important. As important as the structures or the changes you expect from the person. It's not just about going for going sick, because I want all in the name of it's my lifelong ambition. I want to achieve
somebody who
this before
cannot
I die.
manage Anambra State and LP. That's who.
You see, the thing here is we have three principal candidates: Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. And the only person who can restructure the country along resource control principle is only Tinubu. Atiku will not do it based on the region he came from. Obi will not do it because he doesn't have the political capital to carry it out. Because if we cannot renegotiate the basis of our togetherness, then of course the only way is to restructure. And restructuring should be based on resource control so that no ethnic group will feel cheated by another ethnic group benefiting from the resources of their land, and they are suffering, or their contribution to tax regime, and another people who are opposed to the tax regime are benefiting from it. And I think it's only Tinubu amongst the three that can do it. That is why I support Tinubu. I don't belong to APC, and nobody can take that from him. For the 2027, it's a done deal already, as far as I'm concerned, because the prominent northern political leaders are already shying away from this 2027 contestation over the presidency. They already, of course, zero their mind on 2031. And they are young. Age is on their side.
Can I ask you a question based on what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This we are discussing our front. We are not campaigning for anybody. We are talking.
Analysis here. We have been analytic.
So, how do you think the unnecessary intervention of Trump, everywhere, not just only in Nigeria, is going to impact 2027? Do you think it's going to affect Tinubu negatively, as the opinions are expecting that Trump will help them to kick Tinubu out of office like they did to Jonathan under Obama? How do you think that is going to play out?
It is pure wishful thinking. It's not today. Since 2023, they've jumped from one wish to the other. If it's not sickness, it is either people will go on protest on the streets. What doomsday wishes for the country and the person occupying this thing. Look, let me tell you, Trump is a transactional president. He has only one term. 1 year already gone. In November, there will be congressional elections that may determine his future. If he failed woefully in November, he may even be impeached. So the thing is, he doesn't have that much leverage. Tinubu as a person, I wouldn't say he's not corrupt. He knows the use of influence and money. Are you surprised how Trump turned around to modify his threat of coming to Nigeria gun ablazing to now cooperating, doing the federal government bidding by getting ready
Well,
to
he has
supply the.
already done one of the gunner
No,
blazing. So why are you saying he
that it,
recanted
look,
his words?
don't
Now,
be
wow, for now.
surprised. Let me finish. Don't be surprised if Nigeria is invoiced for those Tomahawk bombs. A Tomahawk bomb plus its launching and everything is
It's
1.4.
400,000 at
It's
least.
two. No, it's $2 million each. And
3 million.
according to you said,
Yeah, it's gone up in price. They should be about half a million.
no, it's 1.4, but
Wow.
launching and everything take it to 2 million. And if they launch 12, according to the American guy who visited, that will be about around $24-25 million.
They launched 12.
That is not for free.
That's a
Trump
lie.
will not do it for free. They invoice Nigeria, and that is part of the basis of the corporation. And don't be surprised, more will be coming. All those IAWAC, AWAC aircraft flying over Sambisa, they are controlled by satellites. So federal government is paying. Federal government is paying. So that's my, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, from what I can get from what you just from the analysis, I said one time that Tinubu and Donald Trump, they have one thing in common. You know, Donald Trump can go to any length to get whatever he wants to get, and Tinubu too can go to any length. He knows how to use power and influence, like you just said. So if I get you right, so he's ready to negotiate anything to achieve his 2027 ambition.
Exactly.
Comrade Amaruyi, sometimes when we talk of this Tinubu, I think sometimes when we try to vilify the man, we end up trying to promote the man. See, Tinubu is just a very good administrator, a very good leader. Why comparing him and Obi the other time, you understand? It's a well-known fact that this guy, when he came back, he reset the Lagos roadmap plan, everything. And anyone that has not fallen within, you understand, somehow will be pushed out. You know, it happened to somebody, you know. Except we want to deceive ourselves, because we keep saying, people keep saying, oh, Lagos has that resources and blah blah blah. The question is this: Lagos had that resources. Why wasn't Lagos be that okay pre-1999? So what magic just happened between 1999 and now? And I keep hearing that people say Tinubu is corrupt. Like myself, I don't give credit to any human being. I know the talk of politicians when it comes to corruption. Every human being is corrupt, or every human being has that tendency of corruption. You understand? You know, start lying from our application for visa. Oh, bro, send me put money in my account. You understand? Start asking for the past question of exam that you know they are going to say tomorrow. And you've already, you know, when you know what they call academic integrity, you've already know it's a past question, but in reality, you know the question of it. So everybody, one way or the other, is corrupt. But this
Or
is
you
this,
work
this
as a cleaner in a hotel and you are taking the toilet tissues home. How about that?
Exactly. So the thing is this: what Tinubu did in Lagos that people want to say, yeah, I may not like the way he find legal means of allocating body lump to himself or whatever, you understand. But I keep saying something is this: if you are not legally convicted, then don't bring the case of Tinubu is corrupt. Whatever you are saying is speculation. So I focus on his strength.
Sir,
What?
if I can just interject a little bit here, sir.
Oh, go ahead,
Based on what you just said about Tinubu now, that if anybody has not been found guilty of corruption, then he's not corrupt. Then why are people saying Peter will be corrupt? That's what
That,
I wanted to ask you.
I intentionally brought that in out. You understand? See, legally, nobody has convicted Obi for any corruption. Then, legally, nobody has convicted Tinubu for any corruption. But when the camp of Obi now try to make you understand Tinubu that irredeemable Judas, irredeemable robbers on the right and the left hand of Jesus Christ, you understand? That is where the challenge is. See, when we are talking of moral corruption, that is understandable. You understand? If you told me that Tinubu is morally corrupt, I would never argue with you. If someone told me that Obi is morally corrupt, I know. If someone told me that Obi is not morally corrupt, then that is where the fight starts. You understand? All these people, they are corrupt. But now you want to look at this corruption. Who among them, their corrupt attitude, who between the two, who among the politicians have corrupt attitude that is at the detriment of the entire population, entire citizen? That is where Wahala comes in now. Like we keep saying, that you are honest doesn't mean you are competent. The perception of Buhari being honest and incorruptible man landed us in this situation we are in that country today. You understand? Never in the history of that country have we've ever witnessed this level of terrorism. I won't even call it banditry. Banditry is just a way just to something that you understand. But the same Tinubu, the same God Buhari that everybody worshipped, his follower worshipped, you understand, brought this thing to us down to the extent that we invited, because naturally, if you ask me, I would not have wanted America to come and intervene. I would have preferred our people to. But during his time, you understand? During his time, despite the fact that Boko Haram infiltrated Jonathan's government, the thing doubled up, tripled. You understand? Just in fact, I don't even know how to do even more than triple. You understand? We now have terrorists in government in Nigeria to the extent that our brigade commanders and generals are just being given, are just being given away to terrorists. So those are the things. So when people are focusing on Obi, are people paying attention to other factors? Now, I see some obedience now that which they remove Tinubu now. I keep asking people, when they remove Tinubu, are you paying attention to someone that will take over from Tinubu? Now,
they don't care. I mean,
you understand?
Listen,
they are not paying attention. So you just want
no,
this man
they are
to
hold on, they are paying attention. They don't care if Nigeria burns down. They can care less as long as if their picture B don't get it. They don't care. They don't really care about Nigeria. I think you're mistaking in analysis. They don't care what happens if Tinubu dies, get thrown out, or whatever. They don't care about Nigeria to that degree. They do not. I'm sorry.
That is exactly what I keep saying, that when I say that among the races, you understand, we black people, we are the one that lack the first mechanism. Because when we try to go after each other or one another, we are even setting bigger trap for ourselves. Look at where we are today. People wanted Jonathan out by all means. They lobby against him. They went to United States of America, lobby Obama that never loved us.
Who are the people, sir, who wanted Jonathan out? Maybe you can mention just one key personality in that struggle.
The Buharis of this world and the Lai Mohammed of this world.
I actually wanted Mr. Ola to say it.
See, there are many from different tribes, from different ethnic group. I would just say the power cabal, that thing that the thing was changing. You understand? just getting
Sir,
a
just
minority.
mention the name. This is where we have um diverse opinion. It doesn't take anything away. I know where
You know,
you stand already.
quick response to that question. Hold on.
Who is the key person who wants Jonathan out? You can mention names. I just wanted to
I
hear
know.
it from you, sir.
I won't mention them directly, but I know where exactly where you are going to. And no.
Mr.
I know exactly.
Ola.
I know where you are going to. But hold on. Now, you see the Tinubu you wanted me to mention. You understand? I know that you wanted me to mention Tinubu. See, I would rather say people that wanted power by all means. Now, I keep telling people that Tinubu is not a desperate politician, and I have my facts. To
Are
prove
you
it to you.
kidding me, sir?
Yes, I will.
A
Yes,
man,
I'm not kidding you.
you said it here. I think one of my boss said it here. That
Tinubu is
Tinubu
not.
went to Abeokuta and
Tinubu is
said,
not a
Emilo kon. Abi Yoruba
Tinubu
boy
is
o.
not a desperate politician. I will prove it to you.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n,
In
person wey
2007,
say Egbe kini
hold on,
yìí wá, Emilo
hold
kon.
on,
Bring this
hold
thing
on.
at my turn.
He
You did
even
not
went
vex
as
me.
far as saying it was a lifelong
Hold
ambition.
on now. Hold on. In 2007, he had the opportunity of becoming the vice president to Atiku. But when he look at the permutation as at that time that okay, Muslim ticket will not be good for the country, he stopped. Now, in 2011 too, he had an opportunity to form an alliance, you understand, and even become the vice president, you understand. He didn't do that. When the time of this guy come, when the time of Buhari, at the time of Buhari, he had the opportunity of becoming the VP too. He realized that situation will not be okay for the country. He has not put himself. But we have Grandpa Atiku that every election possible, he has been contesting. And when you look at Tinubu has never jumped from one party to the other. That, okay, this party is not working for me. Let me quickly jump and realize my ambition, another party. That's the sign of someone that's not desperate.
Let me
Mr.
jump in
Ola,
quickly
Mr.
because
Ola, I'm sorry.
They
I don't
are
see
all
where that
desperate.
argument will fly,
let
sir.
me chime in real quickly. See,
Tinubu cannot jump from party to party. He founded the party. That's why I even came back, because I had somebody attacking Obi in terms of Labour Party. I'm just waiting, maybe I may have the mic and then explain my own view. Let's not give Tinubu unnecessary credit. I give him credit for staying. In fact, that's why I always said I respect him a lot for what he stands
Okay.
for. But he
Atiku
formed the
has been
party. Are you expecting him to leave the party he formed?
Atiku has
The
been a
party is
founding
the
father.
godfather.
Atiku is a founding father of PDP. You know how many times he has jumped around? You understand? You know,
That is why nobody take him
Tinubu is
seriously,
actually
sir.
a patient politician. Is very calculating. It doesn't. It's not
exactly. That's why I
desperate.
said it's not a
I agree that he
desperate
doesn't. He's
guy.
not desperate. He is not a desperate politician. He takes his time. For him to have waited that long to want to pursue the presidency,
He's
even
very
though he had
desperate.
always
Somebody
wanted it.
has to die in Lagos in 2003 for Tinubu to have his way. For
Okay,
sure, William. What happened to For sure, William?
to the
Let us
question
not go there.
earlier
They are
about
desperate. They
one
are
second, please.
desperados.
The question
No,
earlier
Comrade
about
Omoruyi, you have to be very careful of how you accuse someone of what you don't have a verifiable. See, you are a Nigerian, and you know how.
I said somebody has to somebody has to die for Tinubu to emerge. Did I say anything wrong? It's what you know.
And I told you, stop believing
If
all those
Forshaw
stuff.
did not
You don't have
die, then we
evidence.
will have no way for Tinubu in 2003. Go and verify. The evidence are there.
Comrade Omoruyi, that's unfair thing when you
I
hang
said
the
somebody
death of
has to.
someone
Am I
alive.
lying? Am I lying?
No, of course you are just speculating.
No, I'm telling you the obvious. Somebody has to give.
No.
Something has to give for Tinubu to have his way. I'm not saying he. I'm not saying he did.
No.
They are desperados. Let's not paint one person with a brush of any position with any brush of integrity here.
Do you know what it means to hang murder of a person or attempted assassination of a person to
I'm not arguing on anybody. I
say
said Forshaw has to die in 2003 for Tinubu to have his way. Is it right or wrong?
So exactly what are you talking about?
We should Forshaw around. We should Forshaw around. They would have been difficult for Tinubu in 2003. All the Moekos, the Kopataki, the son, the children, the son of the son wanted. They wanted one of their own.
See, even my worst
I've
of
not done anything wrong. I've not done anything that you are not aware of.
the worst of my enemy. No, am I a detector? Am I a detective? Sorry, am I a detective? How would I know? So how did you prove this thing? All these are speculations. All these are speculations, and this is how Nigeria.
But do you know what happened to Forshaw Williams? Are you aware of what happened to Sean Forshaw? You want me to tell you the story?
They do investigate it.
Do you want me to tell you the story? I have somebody here was a mopo. He was a mopo. He was part of that plot. He ran away when they were looking, when they knew he was going to let the cat out of the bag. He's in America here. He stayed with my friend when he got to America. Let me know. Don't push me too hard, though.
Comrade Omoruyi,
if you don't want to push me too hard, leave me there. You want me to tell you more? I will let the cat out of the bag.
Hold on.
I'm not afraid.
Please let the cat out of the bag. Let me put a disclaimer. Hold on. Let the cat out of the bag. But let me put a disclaimer.
Somebody that was involved in that plot is in America today. He ran away. He was a mopo. He was a security officer.
Comrade, hold on. Let me put a disclaimer. And whatever you say is your opinion and not the opinion of this forum and everybody here. So whatever allegation you lay,
it's my opinion. I've just said what I said. So let it go. Continue from there. If you press me too hard, I will say everything.
Whether it is criminal, wait now. Whether it is criminal or civic
we are pushing you. You should say everything.
Because of Comrade Omoruyi, please go ahead.
I just told you they have to eliminate Forshaw Williams for Tinubu to have his way in 2003. What else you want me to say?
So how did you investigate?
Somebody was involved in America here. It was a mopo in Nigeria.
So where did he make that confession? Where did he make that confession? I
don't know. Just go ahead. Don't paint anybody to be. Who is a Tinubu that is not desperate? Who is more desperate than Tinubu? This is the kind of poison people play that I'm not comfortable with. They are desperados. Let's leave it there and move on.
This is the problem I have with some of us, because when we are on social media, sometimes we don't know, especially when someone is not strong, we don't know how we quickly destroy people on social media with some kind of.
Forshaw Williams had a meeting till 1 a.m. He went to bed at about 2. The following morning was in the pool of his blood. I said, what happened? They left some boys in his they left some boys in his compound that carry out that job. Most of them are in America. Those are run away. They are arguing with me.
You are saying at his best.
It's my own opinion. I'm telling you here. You want me to on camera, put my face to it.
No, we know your face. So, and you are saying something that that carries.
I'm telling you again. I'm repeating to you that if Forshaw Williams didn't die, Tinubu will not win 2003 in Lagos. What do you want me to say?
Guy,
I said you are looking for something else.
Guy, that's speculation. So stop it. That's speculation. So you and I, we play student union politics. All this speculation at student union level with this. Yeah. No, they do all this kind of
Did you know how popular? Do you know how popular Forshaw Williams is compared to Tinubu as at that time?
I was in Lagos, so don't.
Okay, can you throw more light on that? Can you throw more light on that?
It's not about throw more light, but the way people were.
Okay, I just told you if he didn't die, if he was not eliminated, Tinubu will not emerge in 2003. Is that too difficult for you to understand?
But that's hypothesis. Whether you like it, that's hypothesis.
All right. Let's
you don't know that for a fact. You don't know that for a fact.
Exactly. Because we have an hypothesis, it doesn't make it become a theory of fact until you prove it. So what I'm saying is this: when you see because you see the body language, the step, the thing, Tinubu has never shown any desperation. Even in that 2022 research, somebody he said it. You understand? So the thing is this: someone waited since 2007 till 2022, and you are saying that the man is desperate. And you see Buhari that contested 2003, up to the time he even cried. You understand? To show the level of desperation, Buhari wept, and he didn't wept alone. He threatened dog and baboon, soaking in what? Human fluid. So I want to compare such kind of person to Buhari. Then you see Atiku that even after he might have left this surface of the earth, if they are contesting for election inside the grave or the place beyond, that guy will be contesting every year. And you are saying that I want to compare that person and Tinubu. Then you see Obi that keep jumping from one party to the other, and you are saying that one is not desperate. Then how do you define desperation?
I am not exonerating anyone. I said they are all desperados. They are desperados. What are you trying to? What are you?
Can
That
I
is the
let me
obvious
listen to
feeling.
let me listen to Uncle Beno. Because it's the
Uh,
obedient.
Mr. Ola, sorry, my brother. I just wanted to like use your words to make a point. In your words, Tinubu is not a desperate politician.
It's
Atiku
not
is desperate. Peter Obi is desperate.
exactly.
If okay, explain to me why Wike is in Tinubu's government.
That doesn't make it. That's collaboration, not desperation.
He's not in the government because of the dirty job he did for Tinubu. Let's not hide anything here. We're not
Mr.
playing
Ola,
politics
No,
here.
no, that's collaboration.
okay. Explain to me why almost all the governors in other political parties are being paid to join APC.
That's what we heard online. Whether it's true or not, I've not investigated, so I don't know. I don't know how far it is true.
Okay. Mr. Ola, can you explain to me, sir? You know, this is just a conversation respectfully, sir. You know me, of course. I don't
For
do all
sure,
those.
for sure. No, I don't
Yeah,
have any problem. I don't
I'm
have any
just
problem.
learning, you know. I have
Yeah.
a platform every day I learn and I listen to people like you, people like Baba, one man, a lot of knowledgeable people in politics. I listen to them so that I can even expand my own knowledge base. So if I'm asking this question, it's not for anything at all. It's just for knowledge. So now you said Wiki is collaboration. All these governor jumping ship and joining APC, you said you don't have anything to say about that. Can you explain to me why, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, on your mandate we shall stand is being sang in our National Assembly? Any
So
justification for that?
no, the thing is this: if you have a leader you respect, you understand. If you have a leader you respect, you can do
So you change your
anything.
national anthem to his on your mandate we can stand. If because you respect him as a leader. You change the national anthem to his own singing of his praises.
So no.
Is that what he's
I
saying? Is
think
that what he's saying?
hey, old man, Comrade Omoroyi, you were you were you were old enough under Awolowo to know how it was under Awolowo. So whenever you see Awo, what happened in the entire street? Awo, with your two finger, even when you don't even know
You
who
say
you're
street.
talking.
This is different. Street is different from national assembly.
Yeah,
I
the
thought you
same
just said
way,
street.
the same because did you have opportunity? Do you have any opportunity to see what was happening in the assembly during that time?
My
Because the
brother,
point
you are playing politics here. I don't like
no
this
no
kind
no
of
I'm not
politics.
oh no
I make
wait, just hold on. I'm telling you what you see
Let
at the
Mr.
world
Ola
level
answer,
and on your
please.
street. So I was not on I was not I didn't have an advantage to see what was happening in the house. Maybe try that through NT or OSRC during that time. You understand? I would not say what I don't know. But the question is this: you are able to know this now because you see media, right? There was a song they were singing for Awulo for MK that time too. So the thing is this: it's normal for politicians. You understand? For politicians to sing for their favorite politician. So it's not new. You understand?
Mr.
Even
Ola,
hold
Mr.
on.
Ola,
Even to make jest of Ajasin then when Omobori Owo won. You understand? Anywhere they see Omobori Owo, that's the first thing. Omobori Ajasin. That's what they were singing that time. And so the thing,
that is
whatever they are
not in the
singing for Tinubu
parliament,
is not
sir.
today.
Sir, that is not in the parliament. Ewo Egbon,
a hollow
I
chamber.
get
It's
it.
supposed to be a hollow chamber.
Sir, I get it. We all have candidates we support, but at least this is an international platform. We shouldn't at least encourage things that people will laugh us or make a mockery of us. Singing our mandate, singing on your mandate, we shall stand in the National Assembly is a no-no. Everybody should have condemned that because if an Hausa man or an Igbo man is the president, and they started singing his praises in the National Assembly. My Yoruba people no go agree. May we no lie. We no go agree. We will call it out. That is bullshit, sir. Let's not try to paint it. It doesn't look well. It doesn't look right. Donald Trump has a lot of supporters. He won both. He has both the House and the Senate. Yet, whenever he steps, uh, I'm getting a noise. Is it coming from me?
What is the noise?
So whenever Donald Trump went to the National Assembly to present anything, yes, they can make noise, they can applaud him, stand up, shout after every even nonsensical statement he made, but nobody is replacing the national anthem with Donald Trump praise worship song. That
No,
is wrong.
see,
But
Uncle
I'm
Ben, no,
bringing all
that's
of
not it.
this.
So maybe
I'm bringing
Baba
all of
is
this.
there's this one song they used to sing for a scene whenever they say Awolowo, even not only outside.
That is not in the house, sir. It's wrong. You see, you know one thing I've been saying, Uncle Ola?
I see know what they
I've
call
been,
Igbimo Alabese, Ile Igbimo, whatever, Ile Igbimo
Uncle
Asofin.
Ola,
Okay, I don't hear you.
Uncle Ola, I've been saying something and I will continue to say it. The damage Tinubu is creating right now, the way he's disrespecting our constitution, allowing people to just do whatever they want in as much as they are loyal to him, this thing will come back and bite everybody after Tinubu. Let him stay till 2031 or wherever. After he left, and then you get the next person, that is where all of us we go cry when the next person come. Because all the structure Tinubu is putting in place now, all this dirty politics is playing, and we are trying to just paint it to make it look nice. Anytime Aboki enter that place, you know the Abokis. I'm sorry, Aboki is not a bad word. It just means friends, Northerners. Everything the Northerners are doing whenever they are in power, they learn it from we in the South. So
No,
if we say whatever Tinubu is doing now is okay because it is Tinubu. By the time 2031 comes and Tinubu leaves, and then power went back to the North. Lord, my shower, God go protect all of us. So we go begin do bad both. If I can't begin they condemn Mamu.
Uncle Ben, no, Uncle Ben, no. See,
Yes, sir.
what I see us doing here is this: we are even leaving the major and we focus on the minor. If Baba is here, I would have asked Baba to remind the type of song they used to sing for Awolowo that time. It was like maybe Awolowo, maybe something like a
In the
song of
parliament,
wisdom.
in the
Yes,
parliament,
yes.
and
Awolowo
not in the
Awolowo was
parliament.
never
I beg
president.
you.
So
Comrade
Awolowo was
Omoruyi,
never a
were you even
president.
aware they
So
were singing for Awolowo? I'm not telling you today, and you are arguing what you
In
didn't
the
even
in the
flash it
in
out.
the in the midst of when the in the
Hold
he
on,
went to
hold
judges.
on,
He went to judges.
hold on.
Judges.
Don't
Judges.
argue. Don't
Judges are
argue.
supposed to be. They were singing the
Comrade
same
Omoruyi,
national. Your
Comrade
mandate
Omoruyi,
for him.
I give you the assignment now. Go and search it. Don't argue. Don't just assume. Don't
Not the
argue.
National Assembly. Not changing national anthem. You can praise the Awolowo.
Hold on,
Well,
hold
you know, I understand where you're coming from.
Awolowo never
But not to
headed
the
national
extent of the
assembly.
National Assembly. They are in the
Guy,
gathering of judges.
Comrade Omoruyi, Awolowo never headed National Assembly, so stop it. There is a difference between Awolowo never headed the Nigerian presidency. I'm just telling within the state he was dominating.
So if you know he never had a president, why are you making comparison with that?
Guy, you are the one arguing out of contest. Because you have
You
to
are the
look
one
at
trying to
where
use Awolowo to compare to what the nonsense Tinubu is doing.
Comrade Omoruyi, I know they like this kind of arguments. Let us
You are the one contradicting yourself.
I'm telling you that Awolowo even have a song. Do you know that? I'm not telling you today.
You said on the street. We are telling you not on the street. We're not talking about the street. We're talking a hollow chamber. Talking of a hollow chamber like National Assembly of Nigeria.
Let me address Uncle Beno. I'm not addressing you. See, Uncle Beno, I think we focus too much on the minor, and we are losing the grip on the major. The major is what this man is pushing, that restructuring. How he's trying to force the hand of the governors, you understand? Two, because we know that our governors, they are lawless. They don't want to obey the Supreme Court's judgments. regarding that local government resources, the allocation, where they could use, which they can use to better the state. And we see how, because this Tinubu we talk about, he was the one that fought that battle of taking electricity away from exclusive list to be now eventually the thing is in the concurrent list. So this guy has fought for restructuring, and we are beginning to see the restructuring. It was just of recent that I realized that even when we've been facing this security battle since, whether you want, even without even seeking the state police, the governors, they have power to create forest guard.
You just make another wrong submission. It wasn't Tinubu that did that. Under Buhari, those states already had the license to embark on their private power sector. It wasn't Tinubu that removed power from from exclusive list to concurrent list. That is another wrong submission. Must we lie? Must we come with propaganda because we want to support Tinubu?
Comrade Omoruyi, there's something they call active listening in communication. You understand? When you are confused, ask a question. Now, when Tinubu started Wahala with Obasanjo, there are different Wahala started with Obasanjo by fighting that state, that the level of resource allocation should be between the federal and the state. That the state now can now decide to say, okay, if you want to have 1 million local government, you can have 1 million local government. So now it went ahead to challenge the federal government by creating additional local government, because he realized that local government creation has been some kind of a vehicle for the northern part of the country to siphon money, even though they are not as productive as the southern part. You understand? He went ahead. Then again, he brought Enron to Nigeria, you understand, to invest in electricity, and he wanted to sell. So that, because he wanted to fix the problem of electricity in Lagos, so that it will sell, so that it will preserve the company and industries in Lagos. Obasanjo said, no, you have to send that thing to the national grid, then we can distribute from there, then and then we pay you. That battle started from that place, if you don't know. The battle was, he kickstarted that battle. The battle is what they drag, and they brought him into APC manifesto that Buhari just defied. It was that they push. That is what they push until they realized this, taking this thing from exclusive list to concurrent list. So
this is a different narrative now. You started by saying it was made possible by the other Tinubu. That's why I objected you.
Hold on. That's why I say active listening really matter. When you jump into things like the question should be how, instead of saying, oh, I've been doing all those things. So the thing is this.
What you just said now, the narrative you just printed now is different from what you said earlier. So I've been able to get what I wanted from you.
What was the narrative? What did I say before? What is
he said the removal from power sector from exclusive list to concurrent list was made possible by under Tinubu. And I objected by telling you it was already in place before he came on board. That under Buhari, Edo was able to embark on their independent power under Buhari. So you'll be able to clear the air. And I've gotten what I wanted from you. So people will not run away with the wrong information.
Comrade Omoruyi, that's why I say active listening really matters sometimes. Because
if I didn't listen, I won't be able to object you. I listen very well.
Guy, hold on. See, immediately Tinubu got to that place, he took the bill that was already worked on by the National Assembly, and he now look at it, made amendment, and sent back to the National Assembly to make 2023 Electricity Act. You understand? So don't just think I don't understand what I'm talking about. Don't just think I don't understand. These guys started a battle right from the beginning. And when they didn't allow this man to sell electricity, he pioneered that idea of powering the parastatal ministry using the independent power project. Today, there's an independent power project that supply Island Maternity, that supply LASU, you understand? So this man started that framework. What are you talking about? It's what I know. If I don't know anything, I know that of electricity very well. So now, all it that way now. when we want to talk of e-governance in that country today, where you were able, at least we say it's not perfect. When you want to talk of how to hold people, you understand, to see the revenue that is coming, and when you want to really audit properly. One thing about Lagos today is this: if we embezzle 20 years ago, if a proper auditor arrive in Lagos State today, they can trace your offense back to 20 years because he put a system of accountability in place. You understand? Now, when Lagos State was making 600 million a month and was borrowing to pay salary, you understand?
Did you just say accountability? How does that affect converting Lagos to its private estate? What do you have to say about Alpha Beta? If there is accountability, how does that affect him and his family and his business associates?
You guys like to play too much.
You like to be too economical with the truth. I don't like campaign. We're not campaigning. I thought we said we are dealing with the issue.
Show me every guy. Show me. Okay, now he converted Lagos to his personal estate. Good. Okay, that's your right. Now
he has been a de facto governor since 1999 to date.
Okay, hold on. Hold it there. Now he converted Lagos to his.
Can I ask you a question?
Me or Omoruyi?
Omoruyi.
Okay.
You know, sometimes when we talk,
go ahead, man.
I don't want anybody to think I'm supporting anybody. But
go
if
ahead.
you think I'm supporting somebody, that's still okay. Do you think if other governors of other states in Nigeria that was there when Tinubu was the same classmate with Tinubu, if they are de facto governor and then their state is like Lagos, would we be complaining?
Can I answer you?
Yes, go ahead.
We have to do away with this erroneous and delusional impression that Tinubu created Lagos. Do you know what Lagos was before Tinubu became governor?
Said he's the de facto governor.
I'm coming, man. This idea of accrediting, what Lagos to Tinubu is baseless. Lagos was the administrative headquarter, and economic headquarter of Nigeria before it was moved to Abuja.
Okay.
So don't come here and ascribe.
Let me ask you a question. Another question.
To Tinubu. It's baseless.
Lagos, hold on. Lagos is the headquarters of Nigeria. The administrative.
Everything was there.
Hold on now. Calm down. We learn every day. Now, let me ask you, from the inception of Nigeria as a nation, and from the time Lagos was the capital to the time it became, according to you, a de facto capital, to the time it became an industrial capital, from that inception of Nigeria till today, I ask you a question. Is there a progress? Like every year you see new development. Every year you see new development. The way Lagos was 10 years ago is not the way it is today. And
it's not supposed to be so.
Hold on now. Come on. And you are calling Tinubu the de facto governor.
It's
so
not because of Tinubu.
Hold on. What you are saying is that...
advantage.
Hold on. What you are saying...
You have the port, you have the national airport, you have the seaport.
Hold on, I have not finished asking you the question.
It's not even developing enough at the pace it's supposed to go.
Calm down.
What is kind of propaganda?
Lagos is not getting worse. It's getting better.
It's not as
hold on now.
So who much is affected? Lagos is at a big advantage.
Hold on now. Lagos is not getting worse. It's getting better. So as a de facto governor, if he is as bad as some governors in the nation, do you think, even as a capital, Enugu was one time a capital, you know that, Calabar was one time a capital, I hope you know that. Even as a capital, do you think Lagos would have been the way it is today, since you called him a de facto governor?
Yeah, you have not addressed the issue, running away from the issue. I have to ask you the question of Alpha Beta, you're running away from there because you know how that one is going to affect Tinubu when it comes to accountability. He raised the issue of accountability. That was why I brought the issue of Alpha Beta.
Alpha Beta is
Lagos wasn't just the state capital. It was the federal capital of Nigeria.
I will answer you on Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta is also included in him becoming the de facto governor of Lagos State, right?
Converting Lagos
Hold
to a
on
private
now.
estate.
Haba. Alpha Beta is part of the reason why people like you call him the de facto governor of Lagos State. Still based on that Alpha Beta, I still ask you, if that Alpha Beta is doing so well, there is no accountability. That's siphoning Lagos money. I still ask you, from the time Alpha Beta came into Lagos till date, is Lagos doing better or is it doing worse? That's the question.
Doing better for Tinubu and doing worse for Lagosians.
Okay.
Because they would have gotten more if he had not converted a better percentage of the money to himself.
Madam Zita, I beg, let me just put my
Progress for Tinubu at the detriment of Lagos.
Comrade Omoruyi, we don't hear you. We don't hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want like propaganda, man.
Now, in 1999, when Tinubu came, Lagos was barely making 600 million a month and was borrowing to the tune of 1.2 million to pay salary. Now, this man discovered that, okay, Lagos was not making enough and he needed to do a lot of projects, insecurity everywhere, a lot of wrong documentation where you can have a CFO for 10 people on land. You could not even reconciliate Lagos State revenues. You understand? Now, this man put a system in place. You understand? It suddenly moved to 4 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. You understand? And people suddenly remember that, something called Alpha Beta. The question I keep asking people is this: do you think the initial money, let's say 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, do you think those money were not there to start with? The money.
Can I answer you?
No, don't answer me, please.
Do you know it's a crime? Do you know it's a crime? It's a conflict of interest. When you allocate, when you take a business of the state to your own private interest, do you know it's a conflict of interest? It's a crime.
I hear you.
So why are you defending the indefensible?
I'm a solution provider. I'm not. I know all these kind of.
You're not supposed to do it. You don't take what belongs to the state to yourself. You are accusing Obi for converting one thing to his account. You are not accusing Tinubu of doing same in Lagos.
Lula of Brazil.
What kind of politics do you guys play?
Lula of
we'll
Brazil
continue to remain where we are.
Hold on. Lula of Brazil is an activist like Shorel and co, but he's a very logical and reasonable politician. So there's a room for activism and there's a room for
I'm not doing activism. I'm telling you fact where they are. You are the one trying to you coming up with semantics when you know the truth.
Ola,
let me finish my narration.
Ola, you are pushing you are pushing the argument all over the place. Let's concentrate on what he's saying. He says there is a lot of corruption. Tinubu is siphoning Lagos money, conflict of interest. The question I ask him is, if all those things are happening in other states and they are like Lagos, would we be complaining?
Madam, no basis of comparison. Lagos is richer than some African countries.
That's the same question I'm asking you. I said,
Lagos is naturally at an advantage, given the foundation of Lagos. It's not because of Tinubu. It has nothing to do with Tinubu and his stooges and criminal gang.
You see, if you don't understand the map of Nigeria, you will say what you are saying.
Madam, I don't think you understand the map of Nigeria better than I do.
Hold on. It's not only like Lagos State that is well positioned.
Mention another one that is well positioned as Lagos.
Calabar is well
positioned. You saw the argument.
Hold on. Calabar is well positioned.
When they don't want to
Hold on now. You asked me a question. Let me answer you. Even this Maiduguri and Sokoto, they are well positioned. Even Anambra State is well positioned.
In terms of what? In terms of what? Be specific.
You asked of position.
Be specific. I don't want
I'm asking you. You asked for Lagos is well positioned.
In terms of specifics, mention them. Mention Lagos.
Hold on now. Calm down. You said Lagos is well positioned. That specific you use in saying Lagos is well positioned, is that same specific I use?
No, and I mentioned that to you. I mentioned that to you. The history of Lagos, the national airport, the national seaport, the revenue, the internal revenue in Lagos.
Listen, let me tell you something. It is somebody who uses an opportunity when it comes to them.
Lagos has
Not
never been broke.
everybody that uses an opportunity.
But
If
madam,
you hold
do you
on,
admit that
let me
it's a crime?
finish
It's a
now. Hold
crime
on.
taking
Hold on.
advantage, using your office, taking on your
Oh,
advantage
hold
to
on
convert
now.
the state
Hold on.
resources to your
Everybody
private
takes do.
company.
Hold on.
It's
Everybody
talking about the
takes.
conflict of interest in law.
Hold on.
Okay,
Everybody takes
everybody
do
hold on,
advantage of
everybody
his
hold on.
position.
Madam Sister, hold on, please.
Hold on, Ola, please. Let's have
Hold on. I want to clarification.
everybody has
Madam Sister,
takes
hold on.
advantage
No.
of his position. Everybody.
Madam Sister,
Not
hold
even a
on.
single soul is left.
Madam Sister,
Everybody
hold on.
takes advantage of his position.
Does it make it the right thing that 1 million people are doing the wrong
That
thing? Does
is
it
the
make it
way
right?
it is structured, that you take
No,
advantage of your
madam, you're wrong.
position.
You're wrong. This is the way you people brought Nigeria to its knees. You're wrong. 1 million people doing the wrong thing for 1 million years does not make it the right thing in the sight of law. Law does not care about your emotion and your sentiment.
Omoroye, you are making this our conversation to be so overwhelming.
You are the people making it difficult because you see the truth. Because it has to do with Tinubu, you want to bend it. If it goes to Obi, it's a crime to use to pay a state money to his account or into his bank where he has interest. When it goes to Tinubu, his sins are forgiven.
If you say it is a crime for Obi, did anybody
If it's a crime
prosecute
for Obi,
him?
it's also a crime for
Hold
Tinubu.
on. Did anybody prosecute
if
Obi?
this thing is becoming too overwhelming for me, I will just
No.
end the stream. Once
Did
I know that
anybody
I'm not learning
prosecute
again,
Obi?
I will just end the stream. That's me for
What
you.
is difficult for you? What is difficult for us to understand here?
Omoruji, I want to learn. I don't just want to argue for the sake of argument. Please.
Ola, can I say
I
something?
want to learn. Yeah, go ahead, why?
Yeah, greet to everyone from here.
Welcome,
honestly, I'm listening to the discussion. That's why I actually came in here. You see, Nigeria, we are not loyal to our country at all. That's the frustrating part of when I hear Nigeria talking online. So people just have individuals they are loyal to. I think it's a big problem. Once we start supporting those people blindly, we don't care what they do, we don't criticize, we don't really care. To be honest, you go to Dr. Damages, you say anything about Obi, people want to slaughter you. When you come here, you say something about Tinubu, people want to slaughter you. I think we
That's
need
not
bless
true.
you. God
That's
bless
not
you,
true.
my brother.
Hold on.
You.
That's not true.
Yeah, let me
Madam,
finish.
can you let him land?
Let me finish at
He
least.
just came in. Let him land. We have been talking here.
We need to
let him. He has his own position. Don't force anything on him.
Yeah, we need to be loyal to our country. A lot of the stuff for Moriye was saying, Moriye is kind of right, but we are looking at it. Yeah, I'm not saying don't support a candidate too. That's not what I'm saying. You know, we have to try to speak true to these issues. Like, for example, the issue we're just discussing, the issue of conflict of interest. We are all educated. Yeah, we know what is conflict. We work in an organization. We know what is conflict of interest, but we are pretending we don't know. You see, I think Nigeria would need to look for a way to be loyal to a country, not to people. You can't just be defending the indefensible. There are things that are just, when you try to defend them, they make you look stupid somehow. But a lot of things we are complaining about, even the electricity thing we were talking about, right? Okay, look at it now. Like that electricity program, Buhari actually started a very big program on electricity. The what do they call it again? I think the presidential power program that they had a very big agreement with the Siemens. So that program was to generate up to 25,000 megawatts of electricity. It's a big program. It's still on actually. I know Tinubu inherited that. I know they've delivered first phase of the equipment in 2022. Yeah, that one is on. Also, he gave access to authority to state to be able to generate their own independent power. Yeah, I think Ola was talking about what happened in Lagos with Obasanjo, where Tinubu wanted to have independent power in Lagos. Yeah, that's also true that Obasanjo was actually after Tinubu on that in Lagos. It was a very big fight. I think it caused a really, really big issue. I'm just coming online. I want to learn. I want people to speak to fact, not just blabbing.
Then
Yeah.
AY, then tell Omoruyi, your brother, to that we are not doing shouting march. We are not doing
It's not about
activism.
shouting. My voice might be loud, but what I'm saying, if you listen to me very well,
Omoruyi,
I'm not
I don't like
campaigning.
this interruption.
I don't believe
let
in
me
semantics and propaganda.
Ola, to be
Guy,
fair.
hold on, AY. Hold on, AY. Omoruyi, I think I have to put that line there. I don't like wide interruption. I want something structured. Because see, if you keep arguing like this, then I don't have a business thing in the night. I will just shut down. Let us have something to educate us. I'm not here for any shouting match and who think they can shout better. Please, I'm not here for that.
Bring Omoruyi back, please. Let's maintain decorum, please. You see, to be honest, it's not that Omoruyi is against Tinubu or against anybody. Today they were attacking, every day they attacking other damages when he's talking about some of this issue. It's just sad that we that tends to balance things, we are actually at the receiving end. You are on Dr. Damage, people tell you, go to Walmart and say that, don't do this here. I'm like, are you crazy? People are just crazy in Nigeria. You see, like today we were discussing politics on Dr. Damages. Like sometimes people just they want to hear what they want to hear, not what is correct. So it's just like when I usually tell people, I said, the fact that you don't like Tinubu doesn't mean he is dangerous politically. You can't underrate him. It's tough. Tinubu is tough. So the whole thing, Nigeria is just funny. It's just funny. You listen to people, you know where they are coming from, you know their tribe, you know where they are leaning. To be honest, I can have support for a candidate. I will still speak to issue as they are. Like if I go to the police station, I can decide to say, okay, this is who I want to vote for. There is nothing wrong in supporting a candidate, but let's also put our country first. Things that will benefit our country will move forward.
Let me lay the framework of what I was saying. And sometimes when you are laying foundation and someone is coming with some kind of disruptive argument, the entire basis for that argument is lost. Now look at it this way. I've said it today, you understand. When I say I'm against obedience, when they say Obi is not corrupt, you can't say that one to me. I will never accept that. And I give reason. There's a legal corruption and there's a moral corruption. The legal corruption is when you are convicted, then you are legally corrupt. But when it comes to moral, that one will be speculation. Even if you have your facts, you are yet to. Someone asked me, when you want to say whether Obi is legally corrupt, I say no, because it has not been proven. Now, I extended the same thing to Tinubu. Do you believe Tinubu is corrupt? I said morally, I believe Tinubu is corrupt. But legally, I don't believe he's corrupt. Why? Because he has never been convicted. Now, when we're now trying to talk of, we move away from that place now to now talk of the reform, the innovation that Tinubu brought now. And the next thing, when you are doing that, someone will now be bringing conflict of interest or those stuff. Those are speculations until you put.
So is it speculation? It doesn't matter to you that you're not supposed to use your private company to do business on the state?
You see what I'm talking about now?
You are the one that is wrong. We are still arguing. Hey, if you let me, I sleep.
I don't have energy for what you cannot prove to me. I don't have energy for what you cannot.
Okay, what do you know about Alpha Beta in Lagos?
Mr. Ola? Mr. Ola, sir. If I can just drop my 2 points and then leave, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Ola, I just wanted to ask you and the rest of the panel just one question, and then I will speak about my labor point of view that brought me here, and then I can leave. The question I want to ask the panelists, especially you, Mr. Ola, because you be my oga, I just want you to be honest.
I don't know who said this hierarchy. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I want you to be honest, sir. Can you give me 3 things Tinubu did right within these 2 years of him being Nigeria president? And also give us 3 things he did wrong. Can you do that? Is that possible, sir?
Okay. Now, the number one thing they did right is a fiscal reform. You understand? That removal of subsidy. It did everything right. And now, and in this fiscal policy on all this new road that is constructing using deferred payment, it's a type of PPP. So to construct our road, because like I keep saying that you need combination of government funding and private funding, you understand, to meet up with what we need to develop our infrastructure aggressively. Then the second thing that it did right is on the monetary aspect, you understand, floating naira. Because that naira the fixed exchange regime we had, you understand, what the like of Emefiele and many crooks within Buhari government, they use that one to finish us. You understand? And they use a combination of that forex and that of a subsidy to really steal so much from us. Then the third thing that I think is doing right is in terms of restructuring, that is pushing for early. And part of that restructuring is like trying to see the Electricity Act implementation through and trying to force the hand of the local government state governors to make sure that they implement. Because normally, you know that normally you will not even expect anybody to be begging the state governors to implement a Supreme Court judgment. But as you all know, we have lawless leaders. You understand? Trying to force them, trying to blackmail them by saying, okay, I will use the executive order to implement this, because he knows that he can move that money to the state government, to the local government, and this local government can still threaten the state government can still threaten the local government to collect that money through one way or the other. So he has done that thing right. Okay, what was it that I feel that he has not done very right? My number one reason of supporting Tinubu and no other reason. You understand? No, is and I know too much reason like that. Number one, security, existential threat. I was expecting Tinubu to move very fast in implementing state police structure. So far, he has disappointed me around that. And I still need a question. I know that he's doing something on this foreign reserve now, but still, I'm still not comfortable, because when you centralize a forest guard, it just take another stupid and bigot, some kind of a tyrant like Buhari to get there tomorrow, be hiding under the name that I give my team to do things. You understand? You hijack everything. You understand? That the Fulani will be running riot and the forest guards should not touch them. You understand? So I don't like this kind of structure. So I still prefer a situation whereby you hand it in down to the state. You understand? Even if that forest guard will be the only state police that we have, for now I would say it's okay. And make sure you license all those Amotekun, everybody. Let everybody in the state governor to go and form the forest guard and pledge funding for that, at least from the federation account for you understand, for the next 5 to 10 years. And make sure that you make a law that you cannot reverse. So do that. If you get that one, so we know that even if a stupid person gets to that place tomorrow, it'll be difficult for that thing to be dismantled. Then again, what I think he has done, that's the only thing that I can record that he has not done very right for now. So except if you want to put another one that can be agreeable, you understand? I don't want to be talking about the student loan and all those stuff, you understand? Those are the kind of things that Tinubu has done right so far.
Are you satisfied with the way the proceeds from the subsidy removal has he impacted on the people positively the way it's supposed to be? Considering the sacrifice the people made to make that happen, has the dividend and the proceeds from the removal impacted on the people?
Okay, did minimum wage increase?
From how much to how much?
I just asked a question. Did minimum wage
compared
increase?
to cost of living?
I don't want to go into detail. The
Oh,
minimum
yeah,
wage is
continue.
yes or no? Okay. So that subsidy removal is it causing our petroleum industry now to keep developing like before that nobody wanted to develop? You understand?
Mr. Lack,
That
Mr.
subsidy
Lack,
removal.
can I put something to Miss Comrade?
I know. Well, no, Uncle Ben. No, I just want to know if Uncle Ben
No,
knows
it's not
why
Uncle
we
Bedo, it's
ask.
me. It's me. It's
No, because he asked me. He
Inshallah.
asked me. He asked questions, so I want him to finalize his question. Then you ask. You ask the question. So
Okay.
Uncle Ben, no, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Okola. I really appreciate your answers. And to be frank, I agree with your answer, but something is missing. And what I think you left out of your answer is the people of Nigeria. Everything you say Tinubu has done, they are good. They sounds great. Like I've always said, Tinubu will always come with policies and reforms that look absolutely excellent on paper. But when it comes to execution, there is always a problem. The reason I ask that question is because I'm still seeking understanding of why pro Tinubu's don't get the reason Nigerian masses are not satisfied with Tinubu's administration. And from the answer you gave me right now, you do not mention anything that directly impacts the poor masses in Nigeria. Now, people have called us name, we obedient, they called us all kind of name. They say we are running riot and all of that. I consider myself an ordinary Nigerian. Now, if a government come to power today, no matter the policy you put in place, if that policy is not going to make my life easier within the next 6 months, bro, as far as I'm concerned, your government is a waste. That is just me. And I think that is how majority of the less privileged Nigerians are feeling. Now, for the academicians, we understand this policy need to be in place. It can change the course of the entire nation and things like that. But one key factor is missing in Tinubu's execution. Tinubu lack effective execution. He will promote the policy, he will execute it, but there's no check and balances. So therefore, the masses are not carried along. So if you say Tinubu, he did fiscal policy, he did this one, he did that one, but Tinubu does not put any measure in place to make life easier for the Nigerian masses. He's already a failure. And I'm saying that because the energy people put in defending Tinubu and attacking Peter Obi all the time, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, why Peter Obi is not even the president, it amazes me. If Tinubu have done something that really makes life better for the Nigerian masses, he doesn't need to even fight anybody. Nobody will even say, oh, let me go and contest against him or something. The
Excuse me,
masses will
can
be
I ask you a
right behind him.
question? Can I
Let
ask you
me
a
just finish,
question?
please.
Sorry,
Let me
let me
just
ask you a
finish.
question. Which of his
Okay.
policy is he not executing right? Mention one.
Yeah,
Oh, bro.
let me answer you
Want me
before
No,
you
to
continue.
Amaru,
that
that's not
question.
that question was not directed to you. So let's Uncle Ben no
Listen,
answer.
because I've been saying he lack execution. Tell me which of the policy did you think he did not execute right? And how do you think he's supposed to execute it so that it would have executed it correctly if he had executed it that way?
Let's take the fuel subsidy remover as number one. And like I said, I'm speaking from the point of view of an
And how did
ordinary
he not execute
Nigerian.
it right? And how do you think he would have done that?
First off, coming in, removing that subsidy on the very first day he was sworn in has already jeopardized the lives of so many Nigerians. Their means of livelihood has been affected, first of all. You remove subsidy, you have all these fuel marketers running here and there, doing all the rubbish they want to do. And again, you do not put any measure in place that, okay, this subsidy has been one factor that has been making life a little bit easier for Nigerians, even though people are stealing the money. But you just pull it off. It's like you pull the rug off Nigerians' feet. So now everyone was hit with the subsidy removal. We all saw it. And then you now move in and say, okay, we are going to begin to send, what does it call itself? Is it, there's this terminology they were using then when it was distributing money, thinking maybe that would resolve the whole thing and people were siphoning the money. If you remember very well, there was this
Palliative.
palliative. Thank you. So the moment he removed the subsidy and then he saw the instant negative impact on the Nigerian masses, he's like, oh, let's give them palliative. And then where did the palliative end up? So for me, that was the number one mistake he made.
So how
Policy
could he have
removal
done
has always
it?
been there.
How could he
He
have
could
done
have
it?
waited. He could have waited. Put
Till
some measures in place, maybe until a year in his presidency before he make that move, not the very first day. The same mistake Tinubu made was similar to what Donald Trump made right here in America. When he came into office and the next day, we are increasing tariff, bam, it affected everybody. So you see what I'm saying? I am not saying subsidy removal is not good, but the execution was very, very poor. So, did my answer at least satisfy you to some extent? I'm just focusing on ordinary Nigerians.
Can I add
All
something
of
to
us
that?
here,
Can I just add
Don't
something to what you just
worry.
said?
Let this thing flow between Patoski and Uncle Beno, please.
I have something to add in addition to what he's saying. He's answering the question.
Don't add.
I know you don't like
all
my
this,
voice.
Mr. Alan,
Carry
let
on,
him
bro.
add. Let
Carry
him
on.
add, please.
No,
So that
no,
Bro,
I don't want all this
in one
activist
sentence, in one
thing.
second, right? Bro, thank you for the answer you gave to him. In another way, the reason why you don't have the positive impact on the people is because the policies are not people oriented but World Bank oriented. He's satisfying those that send him on an
which
errand.
policy?
I rest my
Which
case.
policy? Which of
Even the
policy?
subsidy removal, it wasn't well thought out. It wasn't well planned out. So there would have been
Okay.
cautionary measures
Okay.
before removing
Let
it.
me
He was trying to satisfy World Bank at the detriment of Nigerian masses. That is the reason.
Let me respond. You see, everybody that ran for election in 2023, Uncle Ben, including the Peter Obi that you supported, said they were going to remove subsidy immediately. Immediately.
The implementation is what we are
None
talking
of them.
about here.
Hold on now. Should have allowed you to speak now. All of them said they were going to remove subsidy immediately. And the Petroleum Industry Act already ruled out subsidy. So I don't even know why Tinubu is saying he's the one that removed the subsidy. Petroleum industry has already ruled out subsidy, and the budget did not provide for subsidy for the whole year. I think it provided for subsidy for a period. And there's no way, if you understand the enormity of the situation that the country was, there's no way the economy would have survived if we continue to pay that subsidy. I was listening to Kemi Adeosun yesterday. She said, you know, Kemi Adeosun, that Minister of Finance under Buhari that was forced to resign. She said that the subsidy was not for Nigerians, that Nigeria was subsidizing the whole of West Africa, not just Benin, Togo, and Cameroon, that Nigeria was subsidizing the whole of West Africa, including Ghana, Gambia, Senegal, Mali, all those places. And we cannot afford that. And that's the reality.
Okay, so my brother,
everybody, I leave you now to
Ben, let me help you with one. Let me help
everybody,
you with one.
don't
please.
help me. I'm not in trouble. I know what I'm saying. Don't help me.
No, I said Ben, not you. Not you. I'm talking to Ben.
So the question is, when you all the people, including the people that you are even the Peter Obi that you are supporting, say they were going to remove subsidy immediately. Then another question that people raise about subsidies are, why is he giving the money to the governor? If he refused to give the money to the governor, that would be against the Constitution. That would be against the provision of the Constitution.
Has he ever obeyed the Constitution? Has the Tinubu ever obeyed the Constitution in any way?
Sorry,
this is what I don't want.
Let me quickly say this, right? We need to quickly fact check who is speaking now. Nigeria, we are not subsidizing the whole of West Africa.
That
God
was
bless you.
Hold on. What
wait
happened?
now.
God bless
I
you.
said I
Nigeria
listened
were
to
stealing the oil and take to West Africa to sell
God
the
bless
independent
you.
marketers. That
hold
is
God
on
where
bless you, my
now.
brother.
Why
hold
not
Hold
deal
on,
with
on
the
now.
fellow
hold on.
criminals, that perpetrated the
Please,
evil
Hold on
please,
now.
please
instead of
give me
punishing
1 minute.
Nigeria?
Everybody, hold on.
Please,
Everybody, hold on.
please give me 1 minute.
AY, hold on. AY,
Okay,
hold on.
boss. Okay.
Please don't take Patoski out of context. What you are trying to explain is what Patoski already said. The intention was to subsidize for Nigeria, but the unintended consequences was for people to smuggle because of our corrupt system to be subsidizing the entire
But that was
Africa
not
because
what he
people take
said.
it. That's what
That's
he's
what I
saying.
said
So don't let
now.
us pretend as
I
if we don't
said
understand what he's saying.
you were
Okay,
not
okay,
following me.
okay.
I said
Got it
that
there.
Nigeria was subsidy meant for Nigeria.
Okay.
But Kemi Adeosun was saying that so eventually we end up subsidizing the rest of West Africa
Okay, I
because
agree.
But
our
why
oil
didn't
were
he deal with the
taken.
criminality in it instead of
Hold
punishing
I
the
on
whole of
agree.
now,
Nigeria?
That's
hold
what he said.
on.
But the point I want to also comment on what Beno said,
Okay,
right?
let me give up. Oh yeah,
Okay,
you guys
Beno said
continue.
something. So that is where I said we need to criticize this policy, even if you are supporting the person.
No, I've not even.
One, what,
That was the
hold
first
on,
thing.
hold on, hold
No,
on.
hold
Beno
on
make
first.
a
Hold
very
on. Let
strong
me.
statement.
I think
Hold
I've
on.
lost the conversation here. I asked the question from Ben, and Ben gave me a point, and I was trying to respond. And you guys even allow me to finish responding to the guy.
Okay, go ahead when you
And
finish.
it has become a back and forth. You see, the point, I've even lost my thought now. Because
Sorry, my brother.
it's true now. Because ordinarily, the subsidy, let me pick it from where every player wanted to subsidize or remove the subsidy. And mind you, in the
Except
effort,
Shogore.
wait now, in the effort to remove the subsidy, all previous government have tried to maintain the subsidy and try to stop the smuggling to outside to other countries, but they didn't succeed. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. So the only way is to remove it and then to let the money go back to the people. Because even these subsidies, Nigerians are not the one enjoying it. They were not really enjoying the full benefit of subsidy now. When most of the crude, the money is going, the oil, the petroleum is going out, and some people are growing fat. Look at what Saraki Senate discovered about subsidy fraud now. They were growing fat. So to continue will be criminal. You understand? So and also the law does not provide for it. The petroleum industry act has, to me, it has illegalized it in some sense. So that is that about subsidy. So if you are supporting Obi and you are now criticizing Tinubu for removing subsidy, then that to me that's hypocrisy.
Patoski, let me give Uncle Beno the history of when Nigeria has been trying to remove subsidy. IMF and World Bank recommended structural adjustment program that which other country actually they actually adopted because they didn't call their own structural adjustment program, and they've since become industrialized nation and they move on. But because of Nigeria, the money meant for it, we shop them. Now it was IBB that started trying to remove subsidy when it was increasing pump price. In fact, he made sure that he even put something in place. I think was it Port Harcourt refinery that was commissioned in 1989, right? Someone should please remind me. So it was putting all those structure there, and this Kappa, they made sure that this thing, all those things they put in place, it never worked. Even by the time Obasanjo came, it was even pipe busting everything to make sure that this thing will never work. They even went ahead to damage all those refineries. Now, that's one thing. When Obasanjo came, Obasanjo tried to remove that subsidy by jacking up because, first of all, jack the thing up. People shouted, okay, say, I will destroy the toll gate so that you know that, okay, I'm trying to cushion the effect for you. He jacked up that price several times. The subsidy kept coming back. Then, when it is landed on, Yadua tried to be nice and tried to broaden that thing that not knowing that it was even being a bigger monster. Then Jonathan tried to do the same thing to increase gradually to remove the subsidy. It never worked. The thing never work. So when people keep saying that, okay, you should have put a structure in place, all those stuff, the thing you are not asking yourself is this. The same reason we cannot solve the problem of insecurity today, in the same way we cannot solve that problem of petroleum, because we have an open border of over 4,000 kilometers, a lot of footpaths. Now, this smuggling we are talking about, the smuggling is not only through truck or tanker alone. Some people they have all this, you have a Peugeot or you have a Toyota that they customize. They customize in such a way that they use that to smuggle petroleum. You understand? So when you have that thing, we don't have fence border, so it's difficult. So when you are managing a project, when the risk is becoming too much for you, you remove the root cause of that risk. And the root cause of this problem now here is subsidy. Since we've removed subsidy now, Nigeria now buy gasoline cheaper than any part of Africa. The gasoline we are buying about 800. You see the equivalent of around 1,700, 2,000 in the West African country today. Now, what Dangote is even doing, Dangote is making even more efficient because he owns his own truck. And he directed to the final destination because he knew that all this Pengasan and Co would divert it. In fact, they made attempt several times to even frustrate this guy, just because he was able to put structure in place to do that. But NNPC, no matter how you try, you understand, just as we are unable to agree here now, they were frustrating everything. So that subsidy had to go because we were borrowing. The federal government, there's a difference between federation now and federal government now. Federal government revenue is different from federation revenue. Federal government was making $30 billion. But we were using, when you look at our forex and a subsidy, we were using 38 billion to subsidize. That means that we were borrowing 8 billion extra. And people are saying we should go that when our economy was even almost bankrupt.
Uncle
Okay, sir.
Finish, sir.
I'm done. I was just backing Patoski.
Yeah, let me add one to what Mr. Ben said, right? So what Mr. Ben is complaining about is the implementation of Tinubu policy. Yeah, he's so right. I'll give you one. The issue of student loan. Today, the government are saying we are giving out student loan. My question now is, how do you identify Nigeria that are poor that need this money? This money will end up going to the rich pocket as well. So what I expect, let me finish this. What I expect Tinubu government to do, for you to know they know what they are doing. Now, he want to implement taxes, collect taxes from Nigeria. He's telling Nigeria, your NIN automatically become your tax ID. Fine, good and sweet. That is the same thing he was supposed to do. Now, the first thing is to clean up. I have repeatedly said this. They need to clean up our system in such a way that if you want to implement NIN, so that you can identify people, at least people that need this money. This was the same problem with Buhari government, where they were dishing out billions in the name of traders' money or whatever they call it, that interior ministry, where they telling you they give it billions to the poor, but when you go to your village, you know,
let Patoski respond to that error you made already. Patoski want to respond to you.
You see, the student loan is not meant for the poor. The student loan is meant for all Nigerian students, whether they are poor or rich. Every Nigerian student in a government school or a state school is entitled to student loan if they apply.
So you are aware there is criteria to collect that money, right?
Which criteria?
So there are no criteria. Everybody is eligible to have it.
If you are a student.
So all Nigerian students, they have access to that money.
Yeah,
is that what you are telling us here?
That's not true.
Hold on now. Hold on. National student loan. If you are a student in a federal school or a state school, you are entitled to apply for that loan. They are not going to say, because your father is rich, or you are a student in Nigeria in a Nigerian school, federal school or state school, not private university. You are entitled to student loan if you apply.
Bros, Mr. Patuski, I'm sorry. Even though I don't want us to even discuss the student loan right now because that is a different conversation on its own.
I know people who have gotten
The
the loan
sir,
personally.
sir, the student loan conversation, let's not even go there. It still boils down to what we are saying. Implementation and
How?
execution of Tinubu policy is so
How?
wrong. Please let
How?
me explain briefly. I don't want to dive into it, but let me just say this briefly. You said it yourself right now. You said the student loan is not meant for the poor. It's for
Alone.
all. Just hear me, sir.
Nigerians. Yeah.
Just hear me, sir. You say it's meant for everybody. Whether you are rich, you are poor, go and apply for it. Sir, I live in United States and I've gone to school in United States. I'm still in school right now. If you are rich, there are some money you don't have access to, even
You don't have
including
access to
loan.
grant, not student loan, grant.
Just
You
hear me
cannot
out,
get the
bro.
grant, but you can if you are rich or
Bros,
not, you are entitled to student loan if you apply. We all
bros,
live in the
those
West now.
the loan get category, my brother. I am a nurse and I know what I went through. I am a nurse. My wife is an administrator too in healthcare. So anytime when I'm going to school, if I apply for some loan, it's no. There are some they will tell you, unfortunately, you can't apply for this one, go for private loan. And you know
Okay,
what
you
comes
are
with
talking
private
of
loan.
5 star now.
But
5 star C. Uncle
but
Ben, no.
I don't want us to go there. I'm just saying, but
Go
let's leave
ahead. Go
student
ahead.
loan.
I know.
Let's focus on the main question that I ask. What I notice is pro Tinubu just don't want to accept that Tinubu made a lot of error in the area of executing his
No,
policies.
we don't
And
want
like
you
I
to be
said,
blanket.
and,
That's why
and
we say
it's not
be
blanket,
specific.
bros.
No, is it wrong?
Okay,
Is there anything wrong? I say
okay.
be specific.
No, let me even bring it to the specificity you're
I'm not
talking
a pro
about right
Tinubu
now.
person, I
Okay.
criticize Tinubu.
It's
At
not a
times
Tinubu for sure.
I've been
Bros,
mistaken to be obedient person here.
okay, bros, let's even go back to that fuel subsidy removal. You said Nigeria is subsidizing not only for Nigerians, but including some West African countries.
That's
And
an
when
obvious fact.
just wait to, and when my other brother comes in and said Nigeria is not subsidizing for those other countries, but rather people are actually stealing and selling those our oil through bunkery. You said there is nothing we can do, and I remember Uncle Ola also said there is nothing we can do. Our borders are porous. Those are the error in Tinubu execution. Let me
Huh.
use an analogy
Okay, how
here.
would you have
Thank you.
done it?
Wait now, bros. Make I use an analogy here. You bought a house with at least 12 windows and maybe 3 doors. And these windows, some of them are damaged, some door, no, they don't even have door. So anything anybody can come in. And you are now saying, instead of fixing the windows, get new doors. Oh, let me abandon this house. The best thing to do is to just pack out of this house. That is what it sounds like.
No.
You
They
are
are too
no, it's not two different thing, my brother. You are saying these people that are stealing the oil, you can't even trace them, you can't monitor them, you can't do nothing. And yet, Dangote, with all his trailers, I don't even know how many trailers that man has now. He can monitor all his trailers, nobody can steal his goods and take it away. But the whole Nigeria
hold
cannot
on.
monitor oil
Okay,
bunkers.
no.
Bros,
Let's no,
that
wait
is,
now.
bros, that
Wait,
is how it comes.
let's look at it from these angles. Now Dangote has a refinery. He has his gas CNG
Truck.
buses and people CNG trucks and people they order and he delivers to them. The only way that the government would have made that possible is okay, all importer buy your own truck and deliver directly to to customers. You understand? But mind you, Dangote cannot go and deliver outside because Dangote is not collecting subsidy.
Bros,
Are you following me?
You are not
No,
getting my
I said
point.
no. The point I'm making is that during that time, it is not only one person that was importing fuel. Different marketers import fuel to Nigeria, and they
Okay.
will claim to be selling to Nigerians, and they take them out. So the only way is for us to say, let's put tracker. There was a time they said they put tracker, it won't work because this importer, their target is to sell part of it to Nigeria, majority of it outside because that's where they make more money, and they will still collect subsidy.
Jesus. Bros, please, may we not do this argument
No,
like
no,
this
no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
again.
no.
You are simply
Agapato.
telling what you are saying right now
See.
only means Tinubu is so ineffective that
No,
anybody
No.
can just
Tinubu,
grab
Uncle Ben,
Tinubu.
no,
That's
hold
all
on.
he's saying.
Agapato, let me respond to him, Agapato. See, Uncle Ben, no, look, I've told you, when I went to IBB, I just wanted to give you how the problem lingered. You understand? The problem lingered for 40 years. That is, you understand? Now, I let you understand that those guys, they try to do something. You understand? I to the point that Obasanjo, IBB accelerated Port Harcourt refinery just to make sure everything was okay. But just because of our borders, you understand, porous border, very difficult to manage. You understand? People still smuggle things out. Now, ask yourself a question. Even as prudent as United Kingdom would claim to be, why do you think they privatize some public enterprise? Because when it's come to public enterprise, even where there's no corruption, it's even difficult to even be efficient. That's why they have to move it to private. But in Nigeria, because of our this, I'm a Muslim, a Christian, I'm Hausa, I'm a Joy, I'm a Yoruba. You understand? When people get to anything that has to do with government, it's national cake. Let us eat our own. Another person is coming. Why? Just because it is government. Now, this issue of subsidy we are talking about, you understand? People, some will not even come with enough truck, with enough content. And they will declare that okay, we bought maybe 1 billion liters.
How
And they will
did you
collect
know
subsidy.
that, bros? How did you know they do that?
It was during the investigation by the National Assembly now. The National Assembly.
Okay. And how many people were arrested for that?
Hold on. See, all these arrests and all these things, they are not efficient.
Now waiting me are
No,
not the
no,
life be
Uncle Ben,
that.
no, let me tell you
That's not
something.
the point, sir.
Uncle
Let's
Ben,
just
hold on.
oh my
Uncle
god.
Ben, hold on. You see one thing, this Oga Pato you see here, you understand? We work in the same bank. You understand? He was totally managing a branch. And when I say someone is managing a branch, there was a time that we used to have a resident controller. All those guys, they were like auditors. Now, how were we monitoring that time? You understand? We deploy some branch auditors. We call them branch controllers there. They were there trying to manage. You understand? Despite having branch agents there, those people that we see still, we didn't do those branch, they will still steal. But when they come out the branch auditor from that place, you know what's happen? They still a con double. You understand? So we understand all this leakage that we are talking about. Then now, why did I even give you the example of all those stuff? You put all the police in this world to do something, and yet you could not resolve that problem.
So
As a
the
matter of fact,
solution is to make
hold on.
Nigeria
Let me
soft.
learn now. Let me learn. Okay, don't go. I know how many times me that I'm talking to you that I've been to EFCC and I've been to Babish police station. What happened? We used to carry people to this one don't see money, that one don't see money. We were bank. What bank was always looking at that time is this: how much can we recover because they didn't want to spend on legals. So we are talking of these people that have stolen. They have enough money to influence everything, and we make case from now to tomorrow. That means that in fact, let's assume we have 1,000 courts in Nigeria today now. you may end up having a 1 million court that you start prosecuting. So that is why that in project management, the best way to deal with a risk is this: where possible, you avoid the risk, or you remove, because you cannot remove risk totally. But sometimes we used to use casual like remove the root sort of the risk, even though you cannot remove risk totally, but you can avoid it. So the risk here is just because of that subsidy, and that subsidy was doing a lot of damages. One, it's not allowing our petroleum industry to develop, so we are losing jobs. If we develop our petroleum industry now, we'll be talking of maybe close to 1 million jobs today. Those jobs were not there. So you are not even, so see, this thing is a complex macro. You understand that you cannot just explain simply that way. Because the best way to deal with that, and look at when they removed the subsidy, it was people from Cameroon, from Togo that were raining curses on the government of Nigeria. They were the one protesting. We removed subsidy in Nigeria. They were protesting in the Republic of Benin. What's the correlation?
He just asked you one question. What about dealing with the criminality in it instead of punishing the masses?
Guy, I've told you that preventive control is cheaper than damage control. Arresting and prosecuting, that damage control. You have to open a lot of court and a lot of correctional center.
Okay, those that perpetrated that evil, how many of them are in detention?
Guy, hold on. I listen.
You will do everything to defend the Tinubu. So long as it has to do with Tinubu.
You have to understand the complexity of what you are dealing with. You have to understand the complexity of what you are dealing with. The best way to deal with any criminality is to remove the source of that criminality, not for you to start running after them after they've done all those stuff. Now, let me tell you one thing. Okay, you don't want someone to steal your property, right? To steal your property, it is cheaper to put your property inside your vault for someone not to steal it than for you to be running after someone that stole your phone. You start running to police station, you start running document, you start writing document. The time you are supposed to use to do extra shift, you start attending police station, start attending court.
This is a different analogy. Somebody has stolen your property. The person is caught. What are the consequences? You make them just go away.
The problem I have with you, we are talking of how to do preventive control versus.
We are talking about that have stolen that we are caught.
Guy, hold on now, hold on.
You're telling me about preventive measures, as if I don't know what you're talking about.
See, subsidy removal is a form of preventive control. Running after those people that stole that money is what they call damage control. Now, okay, we've been running after what's it this year now? How much have you been able to collect from this year? Even Abacha money, the money Abacha stole from the country TT, we've not been able to collect everything. When people stole money, it's not easy to get money that back now. Already you've lost your money. Let's say Nigeria is losing like maybe $30 billion annually to subsidy. For you to even get back maybe about $15 billion from that, maybe you must have spent about $10 billion. What about you?
Most of them are governors, most of them are senators. They know what they are doing. They are brothers, they are comrades in evil. They are fellow criminals. Stop defending these criminals.
When you do that source already, you prevent people from even stealing that money. Can you see that money today? You cannot. Are we borrowing money to finance subsidy today? No, because we were spending 38 billion to do subsidy before. But that 38 billion is gone now. Nobody's spending 38 billion again. That's why we are able to clear our debt and bring we were using about 97% of our revenue to service there before. But today we have less than 50%.
Okay, Uncle Ola, I agree with your explanation. Now, tell me, how exactly has whatever the government recoup from subsidy removal, how has it transformed into bettering the life of the poor Nigerians under Tinubu?
Can I answer that?
Can you tell me?
Can I answer that?
Just hold on.
No. Let me give you a shot. You follow me. Sorry, Arugiriba. Just give it to me. Let me take a shot. Then I quickly. Let me tell you something. When you remove subsidy the way you remove subsidy, people believe that okay, because I remove subsidy, so automatically the subsidy should now be given to everybody to be spending. Economy doesn't work that way. Now, by removing the subsidy, you allow the industry, your industry to develop because you are having stability now. Now, look at it this way now. Dangote said, please correct me, I think 4 or 6. He said each of his truck, I think 6 people work with each of his truck, maybe 6 or 4. Someone should please remind me. Now, if Dangote CNG truck alone employs 6 people to work, so that means that 10,000 truck alone, you understand, is employing 60,000 people. Not only that, the job in the refinery there, you understand, instead of refining in the UK before or somewhere in Europe, we are refining in Nigeria. Nigerians are working there. Those Nigerians now, they have liquid cash now to now create demand in our economy. Maybe someone, okay, let's assume you have about 50,000 or 100,000 people now that have job now. The job that was not there before. They want to go to the market to buy beans, to buy all those, you understand? They want to drink beer, they want to do all those stuff. Then people that provide those services, they will now create more services or they expand their services to meet the demand of those people. That's how things work in the economy. You create job, spiral, you know the loop of job in the economy. Not that, okay, because they removed that one, okay, Lagbaja, take this one, this is the money we realize from subsidy without producing it. No, it doesn't work that way. You are going to see the impacts in the long run. Sorry, Arogidigba, sorry for, you can call me.
Thank you very much. I just want to address this from the part of the Sovereign Wealth Fund and look at what we've been able to do with our Sovereign Wealth Fund and what we've been able to do with our debt, external debt. Okay. Gone are the days where we were actually using about over 95%, I think even it was said that we're using as much as 100%. And essentially every single month, we were only paying off at the interest. And I think we should stop looking at our present and we should look at our future. A government that looks at the future and looks at paying off the debt so our children and our generations to come after us, and even us in the near future, okay, our realities can be better. The world is a global village, okay? So ignoring our global debt, our international debt, would not serve us any good. I think this particular government has been very fiscally, when it comes to fiscal responsibility, I think they've actually done very well. I think to deny that would be they've done much better than anyone before them anyway. And I think they've done better than any other candidate, okay, that was proposing to contest that 2023. Because I think they've been very, very responsible when it comes to fiscal responsibility.
Okay,
I think they've been very responsible. And I think to deny that is to be very wicked. And to deny that to be it's some form of selective amnesia. I don't get it. I mean, what are we talking about over here?
My brother.
Can I please land, please? Okay, because you guys have been speaking for more than 5-6 hours and I've been here with you. Now, we have a Nigeria, okay, where over 10 years, it took over a decade, okay, for the PIB, which became the PIA, to go through the legislative house. The content of the PIA was well known to everybody, or anybody that cared, okay? Because someone like myself, okay, I didn't grow up in Nigeria, but I cared enough about Nigeria, and I kept on top of the PIA. Okay, I kept on top of the PIB right from the Jonathan years. They were dilly-dallying on us. Okay, and as bad as Buhari is, he managed to get it passed. Even though in his first time in Iman Saraki, they were literally bickering for 4 years. Between his first time and the second time, he got the PIA signed. Okay. Buhari actually went out there and got a supplementary budget. So for anyone to even claim anything about subsidy was dead and gone. We all agreed about it. So crying about something we all agreed needed to go is wicked and I mean, I don't know which kind of people we are. We all
Brother,
concluded subsidy had to go. That was a conclusion, a foregone conclusion. So
my brother,
2026, and we are here crying about something that was concluded. I don't know why we are here crying about something that we concluded was a done deal.
see, bros, I'm actually laughing. Respectfully, I'm not laughing at your take. You make an excellent point. The only question I ask is this: if we have to go by this your logic, do Tinubu have to start struggling for 2027 election? All
I
the
don't care about
things you
2027.
said,
No. I'm not talking about the 2027 election.
okay,
We are speaking to the logic of the subsidy removal. That is what we are speaking to.
sir,
Okay. I don't care about
but
2027.
sir, you said you've been part
Aruginiba,
of
hold
this
on. Let me ask
conversation.
Uncle Ben. Let me answer Uncle Ben. No, you see one thing when you said that is struggling for 2027.
Yeah,
See. We assume that some of us that is speaking. When you look at those of us that are speaking here now, we're in diaspora. I don't think anybody is even in Nigeria here. Maybe Comrade Oboru, I don't know. It's assumption that some of us, because we the loud voice on social media are the people on ground that are going to vote. No, that's error.
exactly.
That's what happened to obedience when obedience were everywhere on the net, even doing calculation, doing statistics. We assume that those are the people. No, those are the people that we do that election at here. Now we'll be having about 1 million people that are accessing student loan, for example. Now you understand?
Jesus
They are not
Christ.
talking.
All these
Yes.
figures without no data, bros.
No, see,
Where is the
Uncle Beno,
data? I
Uncle
can
Beno,
make an
let me tell you,
assumption.
let me tell
Bros,
you
I can make
again.
an assumption. I can tell you
See.
5
Do you
million,
know?
10 million
Do you
Nigerians
know?
have access to the loan.
Do you know? Okay, look at this. Look at this.
Jeez.
If there's anything I know, they are working with schools. This is it. When you register, you understand. Just like here, where anytime I wanted to claim my student loan that time, you understand, I will show my proof of registration. So when you are in school, they work with school. So when you want to know, go to portal of schools. Ask students in schools. Now, because you have a big platform now, for example, try to make a statistics among students. You can go to Twitter or all those stuff, you understand, to sample the opinion, whether people are getting that. I don't even have a big S account. I came online and someone said, well, if you like, maybe now they make you on a noise. At least I'm in my final year. If not because of this loan, I would not have graduated. I swear. Someone said it on X. Someone said it on X. So people that are getting it, they are not talking. Okay, let me shock you. Let me shock you. Then my uncle children, you understand, they are in school. So one got scholarship. And if I told you that she is supplementing the remaining one with net fund. So when people are saying people are not getting this thing, is that just take sample from all those schools or go to the portal. Go to all those school portal and even try to see the website whether they are discussing this net fund there. So the fact that you are not seeing it, okay. For example, now are you seeing my student loan? For example, I'm happy to tell you that I have close to 100,000 student loan. So if I didn't tell you, how will you know?
Mr. Ola,
How will you know?
is student loan the basis that people are going to use to vote for Tinubu? Is that what you are saying?
No,
Are
I'm
you
just
saying no? Wait, are you saying because people are getting this student loan, they will vote for Tinubu? Is that what you are saying?
Okay, Uncle Ben, no. If I was unable to go to school, you understand? If I was unable to go to school when I didn't have my way out, and someone policy now helped me to, help me now to pay my school fees, and I graduated, I became a better. And I know that I will become a better person. Why
No,
would I not want to go for that person?
Hey, Jesus
Ola,
Christ of Nazareth.
Ola,
Mr.
you would
Ola,
have said the answer to it is yes.
okay,
Yeah,
people
okay,
get the
yes.
Let
student
me
loan,
explain.
they will vote
Do you
to
follow
vote
American
for Tinubu.
politics? Hold on.
Jeez.
Hold on. Do you follow American politics?
Me, I know. Me, I follow.
No, I'm talking about the
Nigeria, they
person
follow
that asked the
politics.
question.
Uncle Beno, they ask me.
Okay.
They
You see?
I follow American politics, and
Okay, thank you.
I have
Hold
never
on.
used student loan as the
Hold
basis
on
for me
now.
voting.
Hold on.
I'm just, I'm
Obama.
amazed. So my vote is because I'm getting student loan. Oh,
Yes,
let me,
yes. People can vote like
auntie,
that. Yes, it's possible.
that is
In
because
in
Nigeria,
20
well,
in 20 in 2012, that was what Obama used to win. All they needed to tell them is that he's going away if he doesn't win. And everybody start running to the polls.
okay.
Yeah, you can do. Why not? All you need to
Okay.
tell
All
the
right.
people you are paying their tuition is to tell them, look, I'm doing this for you. If you don't vote for me, the next person might take it away. Period.
Okay,
So
so
you
based on
cannot
what you
say,
are
hold
saying
on.
now, Auntie,
You cannot
based
say
on what
that
you are saying now,
let me
the
finish
student
now.
loan is
I'm
another
just
way of buying
explaining. We
votes.
are not
That's what it
quarreling.
means.
Come on. We are just explaining.
Okay.
We are not quarreling. When you are somebody in office, the first thing that goes for you first is the visible things you did. You are even in a better position than somebody who is coming to promise. So don't say that student loan should be trashed. No. If there is a student loan going on in Nigeria and some people have collected it and they are using it, why not? The person contesting for the election that gave them that student loan can use this as a jingle. It will work more for him than somebody coming to promise them what they've not seen. So that's the answer to your question. Anything
I
you
don't
do as
accept the
somebody
answer,
in
man.
the office and is working, you can use it for your election jingle.
I
Period.
agree. I agree they can do that. And if that's the way to go, if student loan is what we now believe, oh, people will vote Tinubu because of student loan, then it means Nigerians are uneducated.
Ow.
That's just what it
What?
means.
What did you just say?
Oh,
What did you just say?
Auntie, I said if student loan is the reason people will vote for Tinubu again, then it means Nigerians are uneducated.
Oh, really? And Joe
Yes,
Biden used
now.
it to win election in one
So,
of the number one country in the world in 2020.
Auntie,
That he's going to forgive student loan. Really? Una
sister,
sabi talk. Oh.
let
I
us
beg.
face reality now. Student loan and food. Which one is more important, man?
It depends.
Oh,
It
it
depends.
depends. Okay,
Now,
explain
Uncle
the
Beno,
it depends,
Uncle
sir.
Beno, those guys, those people that get student loan, they still get stipend. You understand? They still get stipend apart from student loan, which is going to grant.
How
It's not
many? 1 million out of 260 or 230 million to your people?
okay, Uncle
Mr.
Beno. Look at it this
Olaima,
way.
not do like this now,
No,
bros.
no, hold on,
Even
hold
in
1
on.
the
million,
United
even
States, it's
Hold on.
not
if I
everybody that
go,
apply
No,
for
no.
student
if
loan
I
gets
go
it.
No,
So what
to
are you talking
Madam Sita,
about?
hold on. Let me
Is
say,
it
if I
let
have
me
everybody
to
say.
that apply
go,
for student loan must
sir,
get it?
if I
Come
have
on
to
Uncle
go
now.
by
What kind
this
Uncle
of
Beno,
argument is this?
Uncle Beno,
if I
hold
have to
on
go
now,
by
Uncle
this
Beno.
imaginary 1 million people,
Oh,
so
Uncle
1 million people
Beno.
vote, we give Tinubu
Uncle
the
Beno, Uncle Beno.
presidency. Okay,
Can we
sir.
make one assumption? Can we assume that those people that got student loan, their least age that can vote, right? Can we make that
Agreed.
assumption?
Agreed.
Do you understand? Now, do you believe they have family?
Bros, 1 million vote, no be joke. Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
1
Do you
million
Again,
believe?
joke is not a
Do
joke.
you
and you
believe? Do you
guarantee
believe?
1,000
1
vote is
million
not a joke.
again.
Even 100 vote is not a joke.
Uncle Beno, I'm asking
Period.
you. Do you believe that 1 million people have family? Now, like I
Agreed.
told you the other time. Now, if I have a daughter, you understand? You know that collect student loan. You understand? Well, so that is schooling. So me and my wife, you understand, and that daughter already. As I'm speaking now, I will say, Ogbeniwa, this student loan save our life, oh, and we must make sure that the next government can change the policy. So we must vote for
Okay.
this guy. So
Even
three
if
of
you are
us already.
jobless, I'm just taking you by your words, sir. Even if you are jobless, because
Oh,
your daughter gets student loan and you don't
mhm.
have a job, and there is a candidate that can actually help you, that can actually create a job for you to be employed, you would rather vote for the student loan. are still jobless. Is that the
That's a
logic, sir?
complex. That's a complex situation now. I've
How is
already
it
told you that.
complex? Is this
Hold on,
is just
I
what
will
you
tell
are
you now.
saying, sir?
No, I've addressed what you've just said today because it's a complicity of fiscal program. I told you that by removing fuel subsidy alone, that the local petroleum industry is developing. The Dangote as a petroleum refinery accelerated, and Dangote said he employed four people per a truck.
According to
So
Dangote, right?
according to Dangote, he said four
Dangote,
people.
bros, don't go by that. Forget what Dangote is saying. Dangote
No,
have 4 people on a truck, and his truck is killing people up and down.
that's another
Don't go
argument.
that route, I beg.
Uncle Ben,
Don't go
no,
that
that's
route.
another argument.
That's just Dangote
No.
hyping
Uncle
himself
Ben,
up.
Ola, greetings to you.
great is so progressive.
Eh,
Help me answer, Uncle Ben. No.
So 1 second, I want to quickly say something. So, on the student loan, I think we need to properly explain the situation. And if it's not just about the school fees, it's about the upkeep as well. So, there's a couple of questions. You asked a question just now that even if you're not employed, so will it not even make much sense that because you don't have a job, but your child is
Mhm.
still able to acquire university education? So what if the student loan is not there at all and you still don't have a job? It means that the potential of that child, the dream of that child is dead. But because that program is
Jesus.
in place, it means that whether you, the parents, have money, whether you can afford or not, it does not stop that child from acquiring a university education if they choose to. If your child choose to be a doctor tomorrow and you are poor as hell, it will not stop that child becoming a doctor. Is that a bad thing? Do you know how many people today, do you know how many people before, right, were not able to attend university because their parents could not afford it? It was not still the same Nigeria. If that have changed today, is that not a
Hey,
good thing?
Jesus Christ. Ha. Okay. I know they
For your
No,
argue.
it's a
information,
simple
somebody who won
it's a
1
simple
million voter
question.
is wagging his head the whole
No,
of Nigeria. Kwan
I
Kwanso.
am not. Look,
It's
I'm
1
not
million vote he
arguing.
won. Oh.
It's a simple
And
question.
he's seeing himself as a hero.
If you're in a situation where you cannot send your child to school, regardless whether it's under this government or previous government, because what you're trying to explain to us now is that under previous government, there were no people who were not unemployed. Everybody had a job under previous government. Since 1999, everybody in Nigeria had a job. There was nobody sitting at home unemployed, right? That's what you're trying to explain to us. But in those moments when people didn't have jobs, their kids were not able to go to school. But that is not the case today. If you don't have a job today as a man, but your child, that should not stop your child from furthering their education if they choose to. That's all.
Can we ask Uncle Bendo a question? Okay. Because when people talk about subsidy removal, which I believe Nigerians removed, forget Tinubu. Tinubu kind of stood on that pole on the stage on the day of his inauguration and declared, "Oh, it's gone." But that was the action of the Nigerians because we elected the representatives, okay, who passed the law. The law that actually removed subsidy was passed on the floor of the legislature. So we can say that. So that's what Nigerians did when they voted those individuals to represent them in 2019, and the subsequent elections before that. Okay, the individuals that did. So let's just move on. What is the alternative? Okay, if in 2023, okay, Tinubu had gone ahead to get a supplementary budget to cover the cost of subsidy for the year 2023, for the year 2023, 2024, 2025. So that and then possibly for 2026 budget as well. So if he had gone ahead over 3 budgetary cycles to seek, God knows, hundreds of millions of dollars, we were
Sister,
paying hundreds.
are you missing the fact that Tinubu
I'm
is
not.
still
I'm
borrowing?
not. How
No, I
much?
just wanted to get that straight. Are you
How
missing the
much? No.
fact that Tinubu is still borrowing?
Yes, no. But borrowing to cover the subsidy. No, we're not talking about borrowing now. We're talking about borrowing for subsidy. We're not talking about just any borrowing because all governments borrow. Okay, there's very few governments in the world. There's very few countries in the world. Okay, in the last 3, 4, 5 years that's had a surplus budget. Okay, most governments have a deficit budget. Okay, most people borrow to even fund their budget. Okay, very few people have a surplus. Okay, so you don't need to tell me that. But what are we borrowing for? Are we borrowing for needless consumption? Okay, we all know the consequence of this subsidy. It's destroyed our economy. Okay, we weren't making any progress. It brought nothing to us as a people. But here you are defending it. Talk, every single individual in Nigeria said we want a subsidy gone.
No, brother, you know
Why are we here? Why are we here because of malice?
No, it's not malice. It's not malice. The
It's bloody malicious, I think.
It's not malice. So this is the problem. The person who said, if you understand what we are dealing with here, somebody say if people were to go to the polling booth to cast their vote based on their beneficiarying from the Student Loan Act, that it means that Nigerians are uneducated. If somebody opened their mouth to make such comment, what kind of conversation do you think you're going to get from that kind of from that kind of a person? First of all, you have to understand the context in which you are talking, in which you are having a conversation, before you can actually make anything out of it. So this is why sometimes I try not to engage. It's just because when he made that comment, I had to come on. You cannot, even for the fact that you make that such a statement, not understanding the fundamental rights of people to willingly choose who they want to vote for in a democratic society, means that you are the one who need to question your own level of education. Like, listen, even if you go and bring devil to run Nigeria today, to run in an election in Nigeria, people still have rights to vote for who they want to vote for. It's simple as that. This idea that because you think one person is better, then other people don't have rights to vote for who they want to vote for, it's absurd. And those kind of thinking is extremely difficult to tackle.
Progressive, Professor Wole Soyinka is a brilliant man. Okay, no doubt about it. And such a man doesn't mince his words. He's an elderly man. He's seen a lot in his life. Okay, he's fought a lot of causes. And that man sat on the stage and he said that these individuals are fascists. And now, you know what, Progressive? Your last statement actually has brought me back to that reality. That Professor Wole Soyinka was not wrong when he called them fascists. There are individuals that cannot see beyond the idea that they are right, that they are absolutely right, and there's no other option, and the other individuals are not entitled to their own opinions and to their own conclusions.
You cannot have a conversation. If you have a conversation, they will start asking you, why did Tinubu buy private jet? Why did he buy a yacht? Why did he build vice president house? They start asking you those stupid questions.
See, my brother and my sister, I am kind of lost now.
No, there's no sister over here. There's only brothers over here. Okay.
No, I think Madam Zita was here.
Oh, Madam Zita is the one who's talking about. Okay, correct.
Okay. I am kind of lost now. It's like somebody shouldn't have contrary opinion on this platform.
No, you don't. No. This is not my matter of contrary opinion. No. Mr. Beno. Mr. Beno, you spoke. You are one of the first individuals that was allowed to speak for extensively over here. A number of individuals asked you questions, and I think you did very well. I thought you didn't answer some questions. Comrade Omori asked you a question earlier on in the night, and you really didn't answer it directly, but that's that. But I think you've done well. But this is not a platform where alternative opinions are silenced. No.
That's
several individuals
right now.
No. We are challenging. No. Do not take an effusive challenge of your position as trying
to silence your.
No, we welcome dissent. Okay, but at the same time, we are going to challenge your position. We will not allow you to come over here and bamboozle us. We're not fools.
Okay, I get what you're saying. See, the good thing is this. I am glad that Mr. Ola is here and one man is here, They know me outside this platform. I run my own platform and people come all the time with diverse opinion. My thing is, if we have a conversation on the table, if people say something, you can either ask them to clarify what they mean, not just to take it just the way they say, let's just go on and attack it and start name calling or insinuating. I really don't engage people like that on social media. I do respect everyone's opinion. At the end of the day, we are talking
Bro,
about
you just
Nigeria
call
here.
people fools.
See, that's what I'm saying now. I didn't say that, sir. I'm just saying I respect everybody's opinion. But when people bring an angle that we don't maybe agree with, you can either ask the person, can you explain this to me? Than just taking it out of context and just go bye. This is a conversation. One thing led to another. We were talking initially, net fund was not part of the conversation. We were talking about fuel subsidy, and somebody brought net fund into the conversation. I actually said I wouldn't like to go that route because I won't lie to you. The way me I roll, I go by what the masses are saying, not what people are saying with no physical data to back it up.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
And
Can
I've
you can
always
you
said
can you?
this. I've always said this about Tinubu. I say it on my platform. I say wherever I go. I admire Tinubu. I even study him from far away. I like his style. I like how he gets his done in his own way, how he wants it to be done. But that doesn't mean, oh, if Tinubu said this, that's what it be. And I've always said this before. I have been monitoring Tinubu and his party for a long time now. One thing I know very well about the party is they are very good with paper policies. When it comes to the execution, that is where Wahala the day. I grew up in Lagos and I said it on this platform. I have friends from Badagry, I have friends from Ojo, I have friends from Lagos Island. Some of them are even councillors now, some of them are chairmen. I know how Tinubu government works. If you are lawyer, if you are part of the camp, oh, there will be no other person that is better than Tinubu. If you are outside of his camp, forget it. You ain't getting nothing. So please, if I do not say, oh, Tinubu ni, don't judge me by that. We are talking about vote. The bottom line of all of this is I came on the platform because I'm an obedient and I'm defending why I think I prefer Obi than Tinubu. Is that a
Yeah,
crime in that?
there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. But you know one
Okay.
thing you've actually
Okay.
failed. You know one thing you
Now,
failed to do to this evening. You've actually failed to articulate any of the obedient policies.
No, forget the policies anyway. Let him
I
finish. It's okay for
Because
him to
see.
finish.
okay, you are telling us, okay, that the Tinubu's administration, that the way they've managed the economy of the country, and the way they, like you said, they have paper policies. So let us actually even look at your own paper policies, okay, that you intend to implement if by chance you actually get you get the opportunity to occupy
Can I
That's a
ask
rock.
you a question, sir? Is Peter Obi the president?
No. But he proposes that he would like to be the president, and he made
Oh,
it very
is he?
clear. He made it very clear at
Look,
his last conference that he does not intend to deputize anybody. That at the
Yeah,
next election he intends to contest. So if he intends to contest, he might as well
oh
put
my
Sorry.
himself
God.
forward seriously, like
Sorry.
as though he was going to be there.
Sorry. I do not care. Look, there's no need. Don't tell me about OB policies. Okay. If you want to have conversation based on the policies of the current government, let's have the conversations.
That
Simple
is
as
the
that.
conversation I'm having.
Exactly. So let's have that conversation.
Exactly. So if Obi is the president right now,
No, forget Obi.
we'll be
Listen,
talking
forget
about
Obi.
Obi.
I'm not interested in that.
Thank you. Tinubu is the president, and I'm asking question about his policies. So
So
I
you
don't
go
think we are
ahead.
supposed to be
Okay,
going back
about
and
what
forth
policy?
on this
Okay,
one.
Can we centralize on one of the policies now,
Have
and
you
then
been
we'll
following our?
discuss it.
Have you
Yeah,
been following
well,
our conversation?
I've been talking with
No,
you, but let us be focused on the policy. Let's be focused on the policy.
I just woke up and I heard you talking about people being stupid or fool if they are voting
Okay,
for
thank
government.
you.
So is that part that made me to come in? I was just going to relax and listen from background.
Oh, thank you, my brother, for at least admitting you were not part of the conversation from
But
the outset.
Beno.
Okay.
Okay, so you spoke about this removal of fuel subsidy and the concurrent inflation that came with it. Okay, so let's move on. Which other policy? Okay, but even at that, I'm telling you that the removal of fuel subsidy is actually nobody's policy because it was a law that was passed, okay, and signed. It was passed by the House of Legislature that had
You
the
need to let him.
majority party, that had a minority party.
If you don't let him finish, you would not. You will just give him opportunity to just wiggle his way out of the conversation. Just let him finish so that we can have
let us let him finish. Yes.
I'm laughing, bro. See, I will wiggle my way out of the conversation.
Yes. I mean, Comrade asked you a question. Comrade asked you a question earlier on, and you failed miserably to answer the question.
No, what was the question? Maybe I missed
I
it.
can't remember it very well, but it was very poorly answered. Comrade Omori asked you a question earlier in the night, and you failed to answer the question directly.
Okay. Let me give you some context. At the time I joined the show, I was actually at work. I'm a nurse. I was actually at work. I was working while on the show because I have some free time. So maybe when he asked the question, I was actually doing something and I wasn't paying attention. So if you remember the question, you can ask me and I will address it. Okay.
I can't remember it very well, but I can remember very much at the time that I've left a comment that I did answer the question very well, very directly. And I can remember, my opinion at the time, because I was very
okay, but unfortunately we don't know that question now. If I have any question, I will address it.
Yeah, I'm just saying it because it formed a basis of how I viewed your Progressive said. You don't answer the questions directly. I feel sometimes, although you are eloquent, you are not quite as dismissive as other obedience that we've spoken to before. You are someone that a conversation can be held with you, a reasonable conversation. But I felt at that point in time that you did. I mean, you didn't do so poorly in answering it, but you just did not answer the question based on the merits, the direct merits of what is trying to converse to you. But that's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
Please. If you know the person that asked the question, whenever I come to the platform again, they can ask, I will address it. But let's go back to what we are discussing. So for my brother who just woke up and heard my statement about uneducated, this is what happened. I asked Mr. Ola to give me 3 things Tinubu did right and 3 things he did wrong. And Mr. Ola mentioned fiscal policy. He mentioned subsidy removal, and then I think he mentioned one other thing. And then when I asked him to tell us what Tinubu did not do right, Mr. Ola did not actually answer the question directly, but at least I appreciate the fact that he addressed it. So if I ask you now, Mr.
No,
Aro,
I address that of insecurity. That insecurity,
yes,
the
thank you.
way he approaches.
Yes,
That's what I said.
thank you very much, sir. You address insecurity. So if I ask Mr. Aro the same question, can you give us 3 things Tinubu did right and 3 things he did wrong?
Okay. I might not have three of all these things. Okay. But I feel that the government has. I might not have 3. Okay. 3 and 3 for wrong
Why
and
would
right.
you have 3 and 3? If he's doing well, you should have at least
no.
3.
No. I never at any point in time.
Aro, please, 1 second. So, you want to hear the 3 things first of all, right?
I'm asking Mr. Aro because
yeah, it's
Mr.
okay.
Aro is passionate about
side. So it's fine.
I'm not here defending the Tinubu's administration. Absolutely, I'm only just defending some policies. Okay.
Aro, I'm defending certain policies of the government as somebody who believes in free market. I'll always be lauding for Nigeria to fully embrace full market, free market economic policies. I am supporting a lot of their macroeconomic policies. This is one of the things Nigerians understand. This man, might end up winning election without having to rig that election because of people that are on that.
I like how you said without having to ring the
Yeah,
election.
it might. Yeah, because what you don't understand is that if you look at the market today, the ordinary Nigerians that are investing in the Nigerian stock market is a lot. Like you'll be shocked. People are not fully getting full idea about what they can do and what they can get from that market. And you see
Progressive,
ordinary
I'm
Nigerians
investing in
are
the stock
putting
market in Nigeria.
even Nigerians
Me,
at home are putting their 5,000-10,000 naira in there. You think they will not protest that their investment? Okay,
I'm
later you will
investing in
see.
the. I'm investing in the stock market these days in
You will-
Nigerian stock market. Can you believe this?
I'm telling you that ordinary young people back home are putting their 5,000-10,000 naira in that market today because
Let's
they.
not go that route. Just tell us
So
three
yeah,
things
so
you think he did well and three
yes,
things he did wrong.
Nel fund is one thing the administration have done good. The
Okay.
unification of the exchange rate is another thing the administration have done good. So
Okay.
that's two, right? So the implementation of the removal of fuel subsidy, though by law it was not the one that removed it, but the implementation is something they've done well on. That's three. So is there anything else you want me to talk?
Yeah, immigration.
What are the things?
They are
Three things. Oh Jesus!
services. That's one. You don't think that
So among the things that he has done wrong, things that I don't like, right? So
Okay.
this giving money to the poorest of the poor that they said that they were sharing money the other day, I don't like that. They should stop doing it. Then
Where are they sharing money to the poor, sir?
I don't know, but I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of, because I believe that the previous administration have done it is all corruption, and I don't like it at all. I came here that day and I complained about it, and I said, look, stop sharing money and just continue to further your policies. It will get to the people. Okay, that's it. It takes time. It's not going to happen
Who
overnight.
are the people sharing the money?
But you said I should say things that I don't like.
Yeah,
Things
but
that are
that's what
wrong.
that girl got. That's what that young minister of the humanitarian minister got sacked for.
No, hold on now. Hold on.
Better
Hold
edu.
on.
That
He asked
better
me a
edu
question
situation.
to say. He just asked me a question. I should say things that I don't like. I just stated one, and he's still asking me who is sharing the money. You're talking about the same government or somebody else?
Yeah, because I've never heard of them sharing money. That's why.
Yeah, but
The humanitarian ministry was sharing
This is
money.
news
Okay.
to me. Okay,
No,
thank you.
humanitarian ministry was
Another
sharing
one.
money.
They say they are
Another
giving
one.
25. They say they're giving 25,000 to the poorest of the poor. I don't like that idea. Stop it. I just don't like it. Then another thing again. I want the idea that they have not completely removed subsidy from electricity. I think they should do that. They should completely strip all the subsidies away from electricity. Okay, that is holding back investment in that industry. We've seen it with telecoms. We are not seeing it with the oil and gas. So I believe firmly that if they strip off subsidy from electricity, investors will start to put their money in there. Nobody is going to put money in an industry and expect government to pay them back in 3, 4, 5, 10 years. Look at the 4 trillion naira that we're going to pay now. That money has accumulated over the years. You're paying 4 trillion naira to electricity distribution companies for giving people darkness.
And we've bailed out the discos twice under Buhari. Remember that.
Stop paying subsidies. Let people bring their money in and invest in that industry. Let them charge people. If you get a prepaid meter, you control the usage of your electricity. If you have an air condition in your house, you control how you use it. Just don't on it down 24/7 and say, "Oh, Nigeria is bad." No, even we that is in the Western country, when it's winter like this, you don't on your heater down 24/7 because you cannot afford your bills to go that much. So you control it on the timer. So, but for us, you go to Nigeria, people will just leave light on 24/7. But when there start to be some level of accountability, people will start to be responsible in that area. So that is another thing I think the government should do. And the third one, I can't think of any other anything. But I know there will be something, but I can't think of it.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother, for at least being honest with your opinion. These are the type of conversation I like. I've been on platform where people say, Tinubu did everything right. He did everything right. Well, you people are just haters. Yeah. Thank you.
It's,
But
it's not. It's
bros,
not Jesus Christ. So how can he possibly do everything right?
okay. But bros, why are we missing his management of corruption and insecurity? I know Mr. Ola mentioned
Okay,
insecurity
yes.
earlier. How
Insecurity will be
about
another one. No,
anti-corruption?
insecurity will be another one. Though insecurity be you just remind insecurity will be another thing that I think he has not done well on. And for me, I'm still saying it until a fully put pressure on Fabio and whoever is in charge to create state police. And I think that will still be that will continue to be a problem for him. I think we need to have a state police. We need to have it passed
But
as soon as possible.
that's a second. In fact, that's past second reading. I believe
Yeah, let them pass
committee level at the moment.
let them pass that bill. Okay, once
So
they
it's
pass
a
that
committee.
bill,
State police
once
at
they
committee level.
yeah, the problem with the problem in Nigeria is accountability. So the idea that governors cannot be held accountable for securities of peoples and properties in their domain, for me, that is nonsensical. So we have to change that system. That system needs to be changed. So governors need to be responsible for security within their domain. So
Yes.
Tinubu need to push for that law.
Okay.
Uncle Ben,
Okay.
no,
So,
on
Mr.
that
Olawe to no
anti-corruption you
verse.
just
So,
said,
yes,
on,
sir.
on, on that anti-corruption you said, you understand, because it depends on your perspective, you understand. I gave an example of the framework in Lagos, you understand,
No, you
when
should
it
let him
comes to
finish now. With that, I wanted him to talk about that corruption because the people that keep saying that, I have something to say. I wanted him to finish.
Yeah, he finished that, Abi. That's why I'm responding. Oh, you've not
No,
finished.
I was gonna ask my brother, the brother I just spoke now. I don't know
Yeah.
your name, no verse. I was gonna ask you if you have to rate Tinubu on a scale of 0 to 10 on fight against corruption, what would you rate him, sir?
I think I give him a good 8.
Okay. So
Okay.
if Tinubu wanted, so hold on 1 second. You wanted a rating for that. Okay.
No, I'm
First
just
of all
asking.
I'll put the rating aside, right? And now I want to ask you.
Why would you put it aside, sir? Just
No,
answer
because
the question. We're having conversation.
no, somebody
If you
say
have
eight
to
and you
rate
started.
him,
Somebody say eight and you started laughing. So this is why I wanted to put the rating aside first. So and I
okay.
wanted to know the premise from which you're talking about Tinubu. Did you say him being corrupt or it's fight against anti-corruption?
Not
Fight against corruption.
See, it's fight against corruption. I'm not saying Tinubu corrupt or not. I don't really care. A lot of politicians in Nigeria, they are corrupt. But we are just saying only when he has been charged or somebody brought an evidence that shows that, okay, oh, this man is really corrupt. That's when I would say Tinubu is corrupt. I'm talking about his anti-corruption battle as the what do we call them now? As the person in charge of managing the affairs of Nigeria. Within these 2 years, how would you rate him in terms of anti-corruption battle in Nigeria?
So okay, so first of all, anti-corruption in different areas. So I'm going to be broad about it in different areas. So one, has he been able to block systematic corruptions? Uh, yes, he has done that to a big extent. As if you're talking about the prosecution of corrupt people in the society, I don't have that figures as to the number of people that the FCC have prosecuted under this government. But what I know is that I want people to understand one thing: the biggest factors of people of corruption in Nigeria is, first of all, those things have been blocked. FS
Oh, geez.
subsidies. FS subsidy. It was one of the biggest means of corruption in Nigeria. Fuel subsidy was one of the biggest means of corruption in Nigeria. Free trains, a ways of petroleum
LMPC.
products. Yeah, that's what I want to say. One of the biggest source of corruption in Nigeria. So, if Tinubu was corrupt, do you not understand that there was no need for him to unify the exchange rate? Why did he need to unify the exchange rate? Do you know how much billionaires were created under Buhari with that policies of having two dual exchange rate, where you can just walk into the central bank, Emefiele will give you $2 million, and you just walk straight to the black market and make nearly times two of that money. Sheyi Tinubu today will be the one running FS in Nigeria. Tinubu himself will be the one paying himself subsidies, bringing fuel into Nigeria. Do you know how much? Do you know how easy people became billionaire under Buhari? Do you know how easy people became billionaire?
Bros,
Those were some of the
let's
some of the
not go.
corrupt policies of the government. But the man
Bro,
came in and said they had to go.
I know Pro Tinubu will always try to defend him. I agree with that.
No,
But
it's not a
let's be
defense. It was actually right. That was why I was trying to explain to you preventive and damage control. You see, it went for the source. That's what we're saying. Okay, now I told you before that Nigeria was using $38 billion annually for subsidy, but today no 30 billion again. That's what we're saying. That's correct. 30
bros.
billion corruption gone.
Nobody's been able to tell us why we're not able to pay those foreign airlines their money. It's
Exactly.
over $6 billion.
And pay them.
What? Okay, so the question you people, so why was Nigeria not able to pay them those money? Can you answer that question? Why was Nigeria not able
Mr.
to
Ola, they've
allow
cleared the sovereign debt now.
Hold on now.
Our sovereign debt is cleared.
Why was Nigeria not able to allow foreign investors to take their capital out of Nigeria? Why? Can you explain that to us now?
I can't explain anything to you because I'm not in government. But one thing I know for sure.
But you are a citizen of the country.
We are not.
And you are making a position. You're making a position that the government has bad policies. So if you have the confidence to take a position that the government has bad policies, you should be able to take a position on why the previous government had a situation where foreign entities could not could not repatriate their investments to their home countries.
Mr. Arogidigba, let me make it simple for all of us. I want to assume you live in Western world, right? Sir,
Well, I live where I live, yes.
Okay. And in your own estimate, Tinubu have done an amazing job, right?
No. I never made such a
Fantastic
statement.
job.
I never made such a statement.
That's not how to be.
No.
That is the energy you are giving me. The way you are coming.
Hold it.
No. At no point did I make such a statement.
Please hold on. See, Uncle Bello, all it there. You understand? When you want to make comparison, you don't do a radical jump. What you are trying to do there is a radical jump.
I have not even said anything. No, you are assuming, sir.
No, you said it.
Oh yeah, you're making assumptions you're making assumptions as well.
Immediately you said you live in an advanced country. You have already made an assumption.
Because I'm going somewhere with that.
Okay,
if you said no, I don't live in Western world, I live in Nigeria.
That doesn't have any difference to do with anything. That has no difference with anything.
Bro, it has a lot to do with everything.
Please go ahead.
It has a lot to do with everything because what
there, if I'm permitted, Good morning, everybody.
No, let Uncle Beno finish. You come after him. Let him finish his this thing. Let's finish his discussion. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, if Mr. Arogidigba believe Tinubu have done excellently well, all of us that we are saying we really don't see what this Baba is doing or is affecting ordinary people, because that's the stand I've always take that. Look, my own point of view, the way I evaluate Tinubu performance is from how the ordinary Nigerians are living. Not all this paper talk, all this excellent, he do this, he do that. I go by what I see. So if Mr. Arogidigba live in Western world and you believe Tinubu have done excellently well, I was just going to ask you, are you ready to relocate back to Nigeria next week? Because he has done fantastic job.
Wait.
That's not even a question. It's a choice.
That's not a question. It's a choice. Wait, let me answer. Let me answer you. Okay.
Are you
let me answer. Mr. Beno. Let me tell you something. Okay. You do not know me. Okay. You do not know my circumstances. Sir. You do not know my social standing, and you don't know my social circle. Now, in the last several years, I do have several individuals in my own social circle that have relocated back to Nigeria, who are involved in enterprise in Nigeria. And in fact, in myself, by God's grace, in the next few years, I intend to spend more time in Nigeria, and I have some investment possibilities
Oh,
I'm actually
in the
pursuing
next
in
few
Nigeria.
years, not right
No,
now.
this
In the
year,
next few
right now,
years.
no, right over the next few years, I said. Right now,
Not
and
now, not in
previous,
this
no,
moment. Based on what we have in
Mr.
Nigeria
Beno,
at this point.
I'm not going to come online, okay, and tell you my,
he's just going to go to his wife and the children and say, okay, next week we're going to go to Nigeria, go and live in Nigeria. What kind of question is that? What kind of thing is without any plan,
Mr. Beno, as in the last several years, okay, I've been making plans towards some financial investments in Nigeria. Okay, it's been going on several,
So I've already started to go into that.
So I'm not exactly. I'm not going to go. So, but what I'm trying to let you know is this. Okay, you don't know me. Okay, but I did not grow up in Nigeria quite like a lot of people. I've not lived in Nigeria. I've not lived in Nigeria as an adult. Let me put it to you that way.
Thank you for saying that. That means you don't understand the pain of the people, sir.
Wait.
That's just what it means. You don't. No.
Wait. Let me finish.
It means you don't understand what the people who live in Nigeria.
So are you denying me? Are you denying? Wait. Are you trying to deny my humanity?
Hold on.
Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to deny my individuality because I've not lived in Nigeria.
Uncle
Beno, hold on. I will respond to you.
What importance is that?
Hold on. See, Uncle Beno.
Yes, sir.
I grew up in Nigeria. When people were shouting Nigeria, jaga, jaga, everything scatter, we were making our own money. We were investing, we were acquiring properties. When some people are still saying Nigeria, jaga, jaga. See, I didn't come from a rich family. You understand? So God just set my path right. So now, see, the thing I'm telling you is this. I left 2 of my colleagues, no, 3 of them now. Back then, we were into the same bank, fintech and all those stuff, you understand? One of them has about 30 employees today. And as at the time I was living in Nigeria, it did not even have a single employee. Now, the other guy was a director in one of the computer firms. So he decided to do his own business. He now does business application to the banking now. He bought house in Ikoyi and he has his own stuff. Then another guy who was where I built the place where I built my first house, where they live. The guy still they live there, but that guy still made his own money too. He's not a poor guy by standard. So why did I come to this thing? You understand? Nigeria, we always have different faces to different people. So it depends on who you are. It's not about I have someone now that borrowed about 600 million that is into farming too, and he's doing well because he started with a cassava value chain. That was he will plant his own cassava, process everything, export. So the thing is, I might go back to Nigeria today, and Nigeria might happen to be better than where he lives today. It depends on who he is. If it's an entrepreneur and he's so grounded in business, it's just like when you see all those Koreans, all those Indians, all Lebanese going to Nigeria. You start asking yourself, what exactly are they going to do in Nigeria while Nigeria are shouting? When Nigeria are shouting, some people is putting investment in garment industry that will be that we employ about 150,000 people in Ogun State. So this thing is neither here nor there. You understand?
Mr. Allah, I cannot count how many young people I know that grew up in this country. I'm even better than them because I was a teenager when I left Nigeria. I know people that were kids that were born in UK who have relocated to Nigeria in the last several years, and they are doing so well, and they don't intend to come back to the UK. They just come for maybe a month over here, 2 months over there. They do not intend to come back and live permanently in the UK for the foreseeable future.
Uncle Beno,
to that, like you said, I have a young family. Okay, if I didn't have a young family, I will be in Nigeria. I'll put it to you like that. If I did not have a young family over here, I would not be over here. I will be in Nigeria. Because I have several opportunities that I have developed.
Uncle Beno, still digital content maker in Nigeria now.
So don't. So when you make such a statement, It's very direct statement, and it actually is actually as an assault on my individuality, on my person.
Let's understand something. I
I
get
am
where this.
sorry
I get where
if it sounds
sorry.
okay.
I get where you're coming from. Okay, I understand perfectly where you're coming from. I'm not totally against this mindset of that Nigeria is not doing well, because for me, I feel like there are times whereby you, even if you are in Europe or you are in the Western world, you don't have a single penny in your pocket, right? Even though you cannot feed yourself, which there are lots of people that like that they still struggle to have food there. So even if you're in that situation, right? But one thing is guaranteed is that you can come out of your house at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. at night and walk the street and feel safe. You don't have
Thank
that in
you.
Nigeria. You don't get that in Nigeria. That is,
Thank you.
we can't hide those we cannot hide those facts. That is absolutely fact. Okay, so you can fall sick today and say, okay, you're going to the A&E, the accident and emergency unit, and there will be doctors there, regardless whether it's Saturday or Sundays or anytime. There are things that are wrong that need to be fixed, that need to be corrected. We understand Nigeria is a third world country. That is why it is listed. It is listed as a third world nation. But it has to be a collective effort for us to get to that place. It has to be you and I putting bricks by bricks, for us to get to that place. But having negative mindset, writing off the system, writing off the country, not looking at what is right and trying to correct what is not right, trying to have a trying to be judgmental just because you don't like the man who is the hem of affair, will not fix those problems. Thinking that you're going to have one man come in and fix that problem, it's not going to work. This is why when I come on platform like this and I see people speak in a situation with a mindset of, because it is Tinubu, everything is wrong, I don't subscribe to those mindsets. Yes, I understand that there are things that need to be fixed. And when I see the man tackling the macro, the foundation of the macroeconomic policies of that country, I have to say it. And if you might not agree, maybe you agree with Venezuela's side, but I don't subscribe. I subscribe to free market economy. And this is the first time that I see a president come in and completely put in play with our macroeconomy full free market economy. And I'm not the one. You can argue with me, but Fitch is saying it. All the ratings agencies are saying it.
Moody's
World
is
Bank
saying
is
that.
saying it. Moody's is saying it. MIF is saying it. So if you say because it is me and you, but look at these organizations. Do I know better than them? Do you know better than them? Do you see what they are not saying? We are not saying people are not hungry. But what we are saying is that for the first time in the history of that country, the foundations is being put in place. Even I don't care if Atiku will be coming tomorrow, but I know that Tinubu, for me, have done something that nobody has ever tried to do, which is put the proper foundation in place for that country to start to do well. That's all.
And can I put it to you, Mr. Beno? Okay, I want you to. I want to make. May I say this one? May I say this one? May I come out? May I say this? May I come out? Mr. Beno, all this idea of the common man, you cannot appropriate yourself the knowledge of what every common man thinks. Because when I hear this statement, oh, do you know how the common man feels? You are trying to appropriate to yourself the absolute idea that you have the knowledge of how the common man feels about every single matter and how they might make their conclusions at the polling units. So don't do that. So don't do that, please.
May I say something? You see, I see. Go back to the question this guy asked. He said, if Tinubu is really fighting corruption, the thing is this: Tinubu is not fighting corruption. The way they treat Nigeria is that they want us to see things as normal. Just take it the way you see it. The status quo remain. That's it. People talk of him removing subsidy. What is wrong with subsidies? The reason why subsidies was bad is that we were not able to manage it. Subsidies, they are very good. Because those who introduced the subsidies, they were aiming at economic growth, economic development. But
Don't be
something
blank.
consumed that.
Don't be blanket about your
Excuse me.
statement.
I
Do not
allow
be
you
blanket about your statement.
Hold on.
Why
Thank you,
unnecessary
everyone.
interruption?
Hold on,
But
Moses. We
it's not an.
continue.
I'm just saying, do not be blanket about
Hold
your
on.
statement. We're not
Hold
saying
on.
it removes subsidy. We're saying
You
fuel
hold on a moment.
fuel
Hold
subsidies.
on. No, you will continue.
I
You will
don't give
continue.
a
Fuel
damn
subsidy.
whether it's
Guys, hold on. May I thank
agricultural
our
subsidy.
listeners now? I want to move the discussion to the background. Thank you guys for being with us. I just need to go now, or maybe so I need to do something. So I will move it to the background. Although it doesn't stop the discussion, even myself, I'll be listening in the background. I put a link here, after hours, we'll do a lot in the background. So thank you, everyone, and I know you will be here tomorrow to come and share us when one man went to go. We present us with another version of the program. Thank you, everyone. See you later. Continue, Midwest.
Okay, the thing is this, my brother. We've gotten to a point whereby bad behavior, wrongdoings, is not like a normal thing. Nobody want to check it. So for me, if you say, he has removed subsidies, he has done fantastically. So because he removed subsidies, he's a great man.